Good evening. How's it going, everyone? I appreciate you stopping by tonight. Thank you. No video games today. I hope you're all having a fantastic evening. Sorry for the slow start here. I've been preparing myself, getting ready, mixing a couple drinks in preparation for tonight's festivities. Mr. Bork, Ali, Average Jez, Ashgard. It's a lot of alliteration. Rose, Dark Warlord, Ollie, I hope you're all having a fantastic evening, night, morning, afternoon, whatever time it is for you. People from all across the world. Chat isn't showing up on screen for me right now, and I'm finding that to be very frustrating. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. How's your evening treating you so far, Jazz? Got a special day today. I wanted to pop in for just a moment to let you know you're wonderful and deserving of all the love. Dude, whenever you get to sleep, Ashgard, I hope you sleep well, bud. Depending on how tired you are, I might try and snag you for a quick Discord interview. A quick subscriber interview. On the other hand, though, however, if you are too tired, then you should rest. I'm just trying to see if I can reset my Streamlabs chat bot here. Somebody say something in chat, please. Let me know. See if it pops up or not. If it doesn't, then that's just gonna have to be the way it is, I think. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Hey, Doc. Hi, buddy. It's good to see you. Yeah, I got no chat on screen whatsoever. And that is the way it is. That's just gonna have to be the way it is. I feel so strange. I feel so strange. Everything is different. This is not the way that I usually stream. This is just not the way that I usually stream. Usually I'm ready to sit down and play a video game, but I'm not going to play any video games tonight. So I guess you could consider this to be a just chatting stream. But I hate the just chatting category. That place is fucking a cesspool. And I'm not trying to invite those sort of people into this channel. So I set it as a talk show and a podcast. It still doesn't entirely protect us from the common rabble, the drivel that can wander into your channel when you set yourself as a podcaster or a gaming talk show or, God forbid, a fucking just chatting stream. It brings out the shitheads. It brings out the scum. Instead, I was hoping that this stream could just be a special evening that I could share with any subscribers who are interested in spending a little time with me, having a drink with me, and letting me ask them a couple questions. Doing a little bit of an interview. Shit, Ashgard, I didn't realize that you're not a subscriber. I gotta reserve this to subs only, buddy. I do apologize. If that is in that case, I definitely recommend that you get yourself some sleep. In the meantime, welcome to the Realms Tiki Bar. Welcome, everyone. Step on into my office. Left arm, welcome back, bud. Formerly known as Serve Room, correct? Alerts just aren't popping up. This is an awful day for alerts to not fucking work. Well, Ashgard is a sub now. Mr. Bork, if you're going to stay up, I'd love to drag you in for a subscriber interview. Thank you so much for stopping by tonight, everybody. Ashgard, thank you for the 7 months resub. I don't mean to put you in a... I feel very guilty about putting you in a situation where not only are you staying up late so that I can... You're going to be my first interview, by the way, because I know that you need to go to bed soon. And I have no idea how I'm going to do this. I've never even considered what I might want to ask my subscribers. I have a couple of questions in mind. I'd just like to take this opportunity to get to know a lot of my more faceless subscribers a little bit better. Cthulhu, welcome back, my friend. Hey, Skills, I'm really glad that you're here. Skills, if I could trouble you for a couple of shout-outs for fucking Ashgard, Call of Cthulhu, Average Jez, please, I'd appreciate it. I must ask where'd you get those Isaac plushies? They are the Studio... What are they, Studio 27? Studio 71? Studio 71. Exclusive collectible Isaac plushie. Studio 71 is the same company that released the Four Souls board game. Is that a Super NES I see? Wait. Oh my god, you can... Are you talking about that? You have the eyes of a hawk, my friend! How? You're incredible. I didn't even know... I mean, I can tell that those red things are my Switch games. Up here is D&D stuff. This is the retro corner, the Super Nintendo. In here is all of my clothes, pants, etc. This is my office / bedroom. Welcome to my office, my friends. I appreciate all of you stopping by and spending time with me this evening. Welcome. Anytime you see the green screen pulled out of the way like this, I'm personally welcoming you to the Realms Tiki Bar, where we fucking sit around and shoot the shit, maybe watch some clips, interview some subscribers, and most importantly, get really drunk on tropical island mixed drinks. My drink for the evening is vodka San Pellegrino, vodka lemonade, sparkling lemonade. Maybe a beer or two. I've been hoping to get the opportunity to sit down and interview some of my subscribers for years, actually. More so in the previous months. And I just don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it, but I'm just looking forward to sitting down and getting to know some of my individual subscribers. Anyone that's going to want to join me. Like, seriously, I'm just happy to sit down one at a time. Just get to know these subs better, find out how they found my channel. Have a drink with them if they want to drink, and if they don't want to drink alcohol, then you better bet that you're gonna be fucking taking a shot of water with me or something. Listen, man, it doesn't matter what you drink. What matters is that you drink. Is the stream open to all, or are you gonna make it sub-only mode? Oh, the channel, the chat. You're always. I will never. Like, I'm sure you understand the interviews that I'm going to sit down and do are going to be for subscribers only. I'm going to be asking questions to my current subscribers that are interested in hanging out in Discord, but I would never shut off. I would never cut out anyone. I would never do a sub-only stream. I'm never going to do a sub-only chat. No, fuck no. I don't want to neglect any amazing person that actually takes the fucking time to come and spend with me. That's absolutely amazing of them, and I fucking appreciate it so much. Watching Dogs Eat, welcome back. Skills, would you like to join us for an interview this evening? Same to you, Talus. Same to you, Mr. Doctor, Mr. Bird. So great to have all of you stopping by. I really appreciate it. This crying gentleman is Isaac. This is Azazel. From The Binding of Isaac Rebirth. It's like my favorite game. I have a lot of Isaac stuff back there. This is the first time I've ever shown anything in the background on stream before. Did you pick up the Four Souls expansion? I got it in the mail a couple days ago. Yeah, you're right. They are both Isaac. They are indeed. Can I join in as well? It would be my pleasure. Dark Warlord. I'm going to be here for the next at least 4 or 5 hours. What card did you get foil? The red candle was my foil card. It's okay. I saw someone got Guppy. I was jealous. I'm gonna be here. I just want the opportunity to interview all of my subs one at a time, starting with Ashgard. Hey, Yanni. It was so lovely to talk to you earlier today, Yanni. Real LL Gaming, welcome back, my friend. Sorry I haven't been in streams, but I thought I'd hang out. I appreciate you stopping by. It's going to be a little different today. I'm actually just going to be hanging out and drinking in the Tiki bar with anyone that wants to hang out with me. I'm very grateful. I just want y'all to know before I because Ashgard's a tired boy and he needs to sleep soon. So I'm going to do my first interview with Ashgard, and then I think Mr. Bork is staying up really late as well, so I don't want to keep him up too late, so I'll interview him as well when we're done with Ashgard. Then I'll take a little break, and then we'll do like a little lottery to decide who is going to be joining us next. I just want you all to know how absolutely grateful I am that you would stop by and spend time in this channel when we are not playing a video game. I see my metrics. I don't really focus very much on viewers. In fact, I hide my viewer count when I'm streaming. I don't want to see how many people I'm streaming to. I just want to focus on interacting, and I want to engage in the game and be immersed and engage with the people in my chat. I don't want to focus on the numbers. But when I'm outside of the stream and I see my metrics, I understand that my streams, the draw of my stream is when we're sitting around typically playing a single-player game where there's a lot of action, some skill involved, like Sekiro or a Souls game, for example, and I'm able to pay equal attention to the people that are chatting with me and equal attention to the people, or sorry, not the people, but the game. I understand that that's when we have more people than anything watching us and hanging out in this channel, and I get it. I actually enjoy it. I enjoy the fuck out of it. I like to be able to sit around and play video games and hang with all of you. And I'm really fucking grateful for 2 things. First, that could possibly be entertaining enough to convince some of you to come and spend time with me when I'm getting my ass kicked again and again by a super hard boss in Sekiro. And I'm also exceptionally grateful that some of you would consider coming out to spend time with me when I'm not sitting here playing an engaging video game. I super appreciate it. I super appreciate it. Sector, I appreciate you. Welcome back. Snowy, it's so good to see you. Snowy is a sub, and her voice is adorable. She is crazy adorable. Maybe we can convince her to do a sub interview with us this evening. Sector, I'd like to sit down and ask you a couple questions. Nothing invasive. It's that for all of you subscribers that are considering joining me for a small sub interview this evening, I'm going to be doing it, running it for the next 4 or 5 hours and just getting wasted. Non-invasive questions, nothing personal. It's going to be like, what was the inspiration for your username? Like, how did you find my stream? What are your favorite things to watch me stream? That sort of thing. Like, how long have you been following me? Like, what other streamers are you a fan of? Anyone that I know, etc. Like, are there any streamers that I've introduced you to that you love? That sort of thing. It's not going to be anything invasive. I'm not going to ask for any personal information. That's I'm not particularly professional, but I am professional enough to not dox my viewers. I want to answer these questions at some point too. Yanni, I'd love to interview you. I'd love to. I'd love to have you hanging in here and introduce you to the community. This is an opportunity for me to get to know some subscribers a little better. I just got The Witcher 3 Game of the Year Edition and Borderlands Handsome Collection for $22. Never played either. You are in for a ride, my friend. You are in for a roller coaster of just fun. And The Witcher 3 is the most incredible cinematic experience of all time. And I really hope you like it. Mr. Doctor, if you have question suggestions... Ooh, the rhyme, though. Do you own whiskey stones? I do. I don't use them with tropical drinks, though. I actually prefer to just use ice. I tried whiskey stones. My mom likes them a lot, which is why I keep them around. Hey, Dino! Alright, I think we've kept Ashgard waiting way too long already. My apologies, Ashgard. Thank you so much for staying up to join us for this. Ashgard, are you around?
Hi.
Hey, buddy. Let me just make sure that you're more than loud enough for the stream to hear.
Let me know when you need a test.
Well, Ashgard, my friend. I appreciate you, by the way. A great deal. I love you with my entire heart, just so you know. I mean, I'm just repeating, what is it, salient information, stuff you already know?
I appreciate you too, Realms.
So this is my beta test for my subscriber interviews. So I'm really excited that you would volunteer to be my guinea pig, and I'm very grateful that you would stay up a little bit later just so I could talk to you for a little while.
Well, we don't get to talk all that often, and like I said in the chat, I'll take every opportunity to do so.
It's sincerely appreciated. I'm gonna pour myself a quick drink. Would you mind stating your username for the jury?
I am Ashgard. And I'm having a shot of mead.
Ooh! I've never actually tried mead. Hey, Anime!
Anime.
Our conversation will likely be interspersed with... And I will also... I wholeheartedly invite you to be as much of a... Because you're also a very talented streamer. This is just... That's not a compliment, it's just my firm belief. And I invite you to also communicate and be a co-host with anyone if you'd like to answer anything or respond to anything in chat. Please feel free.
Will do. So, like, the Risk of Rain time again.
Yeah, we spoke about this, didn't we?
Yeah.
I miss Risk of Rain.
Yeah, we need to do that again. It's got the new stage out as well. That looks really good.
New level, a new Rex?
New character.
Is he like a plant?
Rex. He's like some kind of plant-robot hybrid thing.
Weird.
He uses, like, health to do attacks.
I don't... See, I would just die if that was the case.
No, but he has, like, a heal associated with it too, and he also procs all the items which trigger when you take damage.
I see.
Apparently he's really funny with the stealth kit.
For the record, mechanics in video games that sacrifice health for any purpose whatsoever is it's one of my least favorite things. I don't think they're inherently bad.
Yeah.
I usually end up killing myself because of it.
I like it for the uniqueness mostly.
Some of
It's
them.
nice to see that they're. Sorry.
No, please go ahead.
Yeah.
It's just nice to see them try and deviate away from their original roster of champions.
Like the typical stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting
As much as I
another,
want to
like,
see
robot.
Yeah.
I was kind of expecting, like, another looty or 2D shooty guy. Dino, thank you for the host. Brother Sullivan, thank you for the host. I want to say a quick hello to Carolina. Welcome. It's good of you to stop by. I hope you're having a good day. Anime, I love you. If Ashgard isn't loud enough, hello, Dylan. Can I get a shout out for Dylan the Goon, please? I was watching your VODs earlier today, Dylan. Really enjoying you struggle through Sekiro. Dylan is an absolutely fantastic streamer, and he found us yesterday. He's playing through Sekiro right now. He's definitely a lot earlier in the game. So he popped out because of spoiler risks. And hey, Drezzy,
I've been
hey,
doing
buddy.
the same.
I understand. It's really worth it. And I discovered that there was even
I think that worked. Yeah.
like a cornucopia of side content and hidden shit that I had completely missed. I found a couple of things, luckily, but it seems I've missed a lot.
Yeah, I've been exploring a lot of the nooks and crannies while I've been going about things, and I'm finding so much stuff. It's awesome.
It's filled with detail. Hey, Lensicle, welcome.
It is. It's some of the set dressing as well, like just little details in the environment says a lot about like the lore and things. I love that stuff.
I do too. The one that stood out to me was the snake skin that you can see draping from a tree.
Yes.
Did that?
I saw that. I saw that. And I was like, oh god.
So I actually found the snake skin after I encountered the snake for the first time. So I was like, oh, well, he comes and hangs out over here apparently. Whereas if I had found the snake skin first, I would have been like, oh fuck.
I found it first and I was like, oh fuck.
Though, alright, to be fair, I'm pretty sure the snake was showcased in the trailers.
I haven't seen the trailers. I kept myself relatively pure.
Yeah, the only thing that I got spoiled on was anything in the trailer and anything in that Donkey video, which is what I always say. I can't help it. If Donkey releases a video, I have to watch it even if it has spoils. I can't fucking help it.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I think I managed to miss that one, though, somehow.
I mean, well, you're working on Sekiro, so go back and watch it after you're done, right?
Yeah, definitely. I'm not going to deliberately spoil myself now that I'm in the midst of it.
I respect that. So, if I may ask you a couple questions.
Go for it.
How did you find this channel?
I believe Plaid hosted you at one point. And I can't remember what you were playing. No, my memory doesn't stretch that far back, unfortunately.
That's okay.
I just remember that you were really, really wholesome. I'm like, I like this wholesome guy. I'm going to follow. Wait, you were playing Subnautica, I think. Or at the very least, you were playing Subnautica in the very, very early days.
That should have been... What was that, sometime last year? Early last year?
Yeah, like March, April-ish.
Yeah. I remember the Subnautica streams. It was with a green screen, right?
Yeah, and you were trying to figure out how to build stuff underwater. You did like a weird loop-de-loop kind of base.
Okay.
That's pretty cool.
I remember it exactly now. Trying to figure out how all the pieces fit together. I understand. What are some of the favorite games that you have seen me stream?
Ooh, favorite games. Definitely God of War, because I was going through a pretty bad time at that point, and I was like trying to keep ahead of you.
I remember that.
I was keeping ahead of you, and then I could go back and watch your reactions. I was having a lot of fun doing that sort of mini race and things.
I think that was around the first time that I found out that you were a streamer as well. I enjoy your streams a lot.
That's really high praise. I'm all bashful now.
It's really fun. If I check out someone's channel and I would never watch them, then I wouldn't even follow them in the first place. You know what I mean? My following list, the list of the people that I follow is already overly saturated, but every single person that I follow, I genuinely enjoy watching them for some reason or another. Or they've just done something that I feel is noteworthy enough that they deserve it. I don't watch Man vs. Game anymore, for example, but I definitely still follow him. There is an aspect of like a talk show radio vibe that I actually picked up on. I understand with your style of content, it was intentional, like Radio Ashgard, right?
Yes. And
when I picked up on that, I felt it was terrific. There is a sense of intellectual conversation. It's a type of engagement with your viewers that is on a far more intellectual level. There's a deeper connection that is involved with watching your channel, and that is one of the main reasons why I can just sit there and enjoy and get so wrapped up in your streams, like when you were introducing me to all of this stuff that I had yet to experience in Enter the Gungeon.
Oh yeah, with the rat and the RNG department and things.
By the time I passed out during your Enter the Gungeon stream, I had stayed up 4 hours later than I should have, just watching you play Enter the Gungeon all fucking night.
On the one hand, that's a great compliment. On the other, I'm concerned at the fact you didn't sleep.
I shouldn't have done that, of course, but that's not your responsibility. What am I going to ask you to tone it down? I'm sorry, I need you Just please make your stream less entertaining, Ashgard. I can't handle it.
I'm sorry, Plaid's already made that request of me, and I had to say no to him too.
Does Plaid watch you?
He does when he can. He hasn't been around lately because
He checks in.
holidays. He checks in occasionally.
That's good.
He officially declared that we were fighting because I could do jokes better than he could. I still have the clip, and I play it as a sort of like because between you and Plaid, like you guys are like the most respected streamers on Twitch for me.
Thank you.
And getting compliments from either of you is really, really meaningful.
He's really quite incredible. He's definitely an inspiration for me as well. I'm just glad to... excuse me, I'm not familiar with his viewing habits, so I'm just happy to hear that he checks in your channel as well, because you deserve it.
Yeah, he tends to just lurk, which is perfectly fine.
He is a bit of a lurker, and I totally understand. He's got enough going on, and he has to focus on his channel as well.
Yeah, I can't wait for him to come back and play more Sekiro on Friday.
Has he been streaming a little bit less often lately, from what I understand?
Yeah, he's taken a couple months off because he had a vacation, and then his wife was on vacation, and he wanted to dedicate that time to spend with his wife.
I understand. I respect it.
Yeah.
All right. I was gonna check in with Mr. Dr. Hunt. Thank you, by the way, Doc. Anyone else I might have missed saying hi to while I've been talking to Ashgard here? I appreciate all your patience as we move forward with this this short subscriber conversation. But if you, Ashgard, or Mr. Dr. Hunt have any suggestions for some good questions that could provide some valuable feedback for my channel, that sort of thing, I actually have one. I have one for you, Ashgard.
Okay. Lay it on me.
For future consideration, what sort of games or types of games would you be excited to see streamed on this channel?
Ooh. Well, I will have to say, just because I have to keep the side up, I'd like to see more Gungeon.
Okay.
But I know you probably won't get to that because I know that's not quite your jam.
It's fair. You can say whatever you want.
I have to say it. Do excuse me.
No problem.
I wouldn't mind seeing you actually try a couple Metroidvanias at some point or another. Because whenever you like discover something cool, your face just lights up and you're just like, let's go! And it really pumps me up and makes me excited.
I'm good.
And I think
I'm happy to hear that.
I think Metroidvanias would really work for that sort of thing.
I appreciate the input, buddy.
It's not a problem.
So, I have another question in a similar vein. I know that Plaid would definitely be one of the immediate answers, but are there other fellow community members, streamers in particular, that you have found because of this channel that you've grown to become a big fan of?
Nictacular. Just straight up Nictacular. You've hosted him a few times, and I've ended up lurking a lot during those like hosts. And I don't often get to see it because sleep patterns and everything like that, but you know, since you hooked me up onto him, I've actually made more of an effort to try and catch his streams. Celery Live, through you and NTH, respectively. Anime mangas. I know I should just say anime there, but yeah. Yeah, anime. I don't see him too often, but I pop in from time to time, which I wouldn't have if I hadn't been part of this community.
Understood.
The list can go on. Dinosaurus, trying to pull names out of my ass now.
You don't necessarily have to do that. I'm looking for, in particular, streamers, like Plaid or Nictacular, that would be at the forefront of your mind, of people who I've had the pleasure to introduce you to, the privilege to introduce you to, that you've just straight up fallen in love with their content.
Definitely Nictacular comes to the forefront then.
Okay, I'm glad to hear it.
Also Instant. I like watching his Monster Hunter stuff because he's also an Insect Glaive guy.
The Aussies.
Yeah, a lot of Aussies. Because you usually end about the time that the Aussies are at peak.
Yeah, and
So it's like-
you're dealing with a UK time zone, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not going to go into any more detail than that because I don't want to dox you in the slightest.
No, I don't mind. Everybody knows I'm British.
He's British! Where's my air horns? There we go. British, classy, cultured. Ladies and gentlemen, his name is Ashgard, and I hope that you'll send a follow over to his channel at twitch.tv/Ashgard.
Yes, I know I am. Thank you, Realms.
Is there, if there aren't any other prominent, I mean, I don't want to make up too many questions to ask every subscriber, but if I can't think of any other prevalent questions, then I'd love to give you an opportunity to kind of, there was a question from Dr. Hunt earlier. I suppose I could go for that one. If you don't mind one more question, Ash.
Yeah, sure.
How do you feel about the Realms community?
Oh, I absolutely love it. We've been playing Tabletop Simulator quite a lot. We've not done it recently because I think everybody's been a bit tired. But I don't know. I've made a lot of friends out of the community, and it's because you've made a hub for people to gather and be cool and awesome with each other. And I'm quite grateful for that.
Thank you, my friend. I am immensely grateful for you as well. May I take a drink with you?
Certainly. Let me just grab my mead.
I heard that cork pop. That was great. Thank you very much for so before we drink, I would like to give you an opportunity to just take, I mean, within reason, as much time as you need to basically conclude our conversation, to conclude our interview. I'd like to let you do your own, whether you'd like to just mention anyone or respond to anyone in chat, or what would be shout yourself out, that sort of thing. Anything that you would like to do, just to. I'm trying to think of the right word for it, but it's kind of like to conclude our interview. If you'd like to plug anything or anyone, or shout out anyone else, just closing statements, your own closing statements, your own spotlight. Just say whatever you want, do whatever you want. It doesn't matter to me whether you want to shout yourself out or someone else out, or say anything that you would like to say.
Oh, I hate being put on the spot like this. Well, in that case, all I'm going to say is go watch this clip, because this clip is freaking great, and it never fails to put a smile on my face.
Oh, the Yoshi
Whenever I
meme
feel
clip. I'm really glad that you like that.
It's so good.
I'm really glad to hear that you still I remember you mentioned we pulled that meme a while back, and then I remember you mentioned that you were watching it because it helped to brighten your day, and that means a great deal to me, bud.
Yeah, it really does. Like, I have had a few days where I've just been like, ugh, all depressive and stuff, and then I've gone and watched that, and it's just like, it's a moment of wholesomeness that just makes me smile.
That is very good to hear. Excuse me. Alright, so the gentleman wanted to plug a clip, so we're gonna plug Ashgard. Can I get a shout out for Ashgard, please? Everybody send a follow over to him. Seriously, have you heard the beautiful buttery sound of his voice over the course of this conversation? Like, if that's not enough to convince you to go and send him a follow and go watch his fucking top tier content, then I'm afraid you're useless. You're hopeless at this point. I'm sorry. There's nothing that will help you. That's gonna be. I'm not gonna keep Ashgard any longer because I know that Mr. Bork is waiting for us, and I know that Ashgard is a tired boy and needs to get some rest.
Can I just?
Yes, please.
Can I ask you one question in return, Rose?
Of course.
What is one of the most wholesome moments that you have experienced while providing your streams? Doesn't have to be with me or anything like that, just any wholesome moment. Something that's really hit you deep.
Hey, Woo. It's good to see you. That's a very, very good question, and that's something that's going to be the last thing that I'm going to add to tonight's interviews, is an opportunity to ask me anything that the interviewee would like to ask me. That's a really, really good suggestion. All right.
Mhm.
You know, I've never actually taken the time to sit down and take this into consideration. Rather than any particular moment that really speaks to me, though some do come to mind. For example, the most recent New Year's celebration. Even that whole thing, even with that one troll who fucking posted that picture of that shriveled up penis in Discord like a million times.
I remember that.
that entire night, it was very unstructured. I like to think that this is the Tiki Bar thing is a little bit more structured, but that was a very unstructured hangout, where a lot less people were talking in chat because everyone that was watching my stream was sitting in Discord yelling and screaming together. It was such a whirlwind, like a hurricane of just like good-natured friends, people congratulating each other at getting through the year, those sort of things. There have been a lot of other situations over the course of my 4.5 or so years of streaming that have done what that night did, which was like an affirmation. And it's not necessarily very specific in what would cause me to feel that way, but every now and then, maybe every couple weeks to every couple months, someone will say something in chat, or something crazy cool will happen. I'll get like a crazy resub or a crazy bit train or a crazy donation train, or I'll get a sub wall that just fills me with like an incredibly good, wholesome, satisfying feeling. But to some degree, every now and then I'll experience this feeling that just reminds me like of how grateful I am that I actually decided to sit down and try doing this. It's served to provide me with an opportunity to meet the most incredible people I've ever met in my entire life, and I would have never ever come into contact with anyone in a face-to-face situation that could have been anywhere near as cool as all of the people that I've met over the course of this experience, of the course of this adventure and this journey into fucking Twitch. So what happens is every now and then something non-specific, sometimes it might be abstract, sometimes I'll just be sitting here playing a game and all of a sudden I'll just like have this existential realization that everything is the way it is, and I'm just like, holy fucking shit. I am so grateful that I get to sit down and do this, but most of the time it'll have something to do with something that someone has said, something that happens in Discord, whether it's like a crazy multiplayer situation where I get to sit down with all of these amazing new people like you and Skills and Bran and Tickle Peach, Mr. Bork and Anime and Mr. Bird and all these other amazing people that I've had the opportunity to play like Risk of Rain 2 with. And I just sit there and I realize like something triggers the realization to some degree. Sometimes it's really fucking intense and sometimes it's not particularly intense whatsoever. But sometimes I realize like how fucking lucky I am. And it's like a reminder. It's this gracious reminder. It's an affirmation of gratitude. And suddenly I'm just overwhelmed with gratitude that things just happen to unwind and end up this way. And the reason I mentioned New Year's is it's an example of one of these situations, one of these extremely wholesome situations that just it sparks that realization. And to this point, it's less of a realization and it's more of a reminder. At this point, it's kind of like an old friend. Like a place that I am now familiar with. This feeling of gratitude, this graceful feeling, this gracious feeling is it's a place that I'm familiar with instead of being a compelling, overwhelming realization. It's just a reminder now, but that doesn't necessarily make it less important. I'm rambling like crazy, but it's super fucking important to me. And it's less of a overwhelming realization than it was before, because now it's this reminder of this familiar place that I am just so grateful to actually have. This established thing, people that I can rely on, people that rely on me to entertain them, friends like fucking Ashgard that I would have never ever had the privilege to ever get to know if it weren't for, well, honestly, if it wasn't for my dumb idea and my little brother convincing me to go through with it. Because I was like, hey Dez, I was considering trying streaming, and he was like, dude, you should do it. And I was like, nah. And he's like, do it. So I did. And if it wasn't for Dez, I definitely wouldn't have, sorry. And if it wasn't for streaming, like I said, the people that I have come into contact with through streaming are are people that are far beyond anyone that I could have ever met just face to face, just from going about my life in a tiny little bubble in the San Francisco Bay Area. I don't know, the internet, it just brings people together. Even people like Lunk Sauce, for example, someone who grew up in the same town as me. I would have never met him if it wasn't for Twitch. I actually ended up going to a Battle of the Bands show when me and Lunk Sauce were in high school at the same time, and he went to a different high school across town. I went to a Battle of the Bands show when I was like 16, and I sat in the front row at my high school while Lunk Sauce and his band were up on stage, and Lunk was drumming in his high school band. And I was just like, well, it's a great drummer. He's a great drummer. This band's fucking great. And all of a sudden, because I decided to start streaming, like a while ago, I randomly meet Lunk Sauce because he found our stream because of The Witcher 3. And it just so happens that this guy, who I never would have got to know otherwise, I now have the opportunity to get to know. This dude that I actually watched play drums up on stage one night when he and I were both in high school and had no idea who each of us were. That's the sort of wholesome shit. Those are the sort of realizations that fucking blows my mind when it comes to Twitch. And I understand that this has been a very abstract answer, but I really appreciate you asking me this question. Thank you,
I'm quite
man.
happy that it evokes such a response. So, hi, Frosty, and awesome Saren.
Thank you for the raid, Frosty. I love you, Saren Zareth. I love you, Saren. Hello, Wicked. Talus, please say hi to Wicked for me. Alex, thank you very much for stopping by, Camps Alex. It's so good to see you guys. Woo.
Yeah, I really like the New Year's party thing. I think that's where I got the sultry Ashgard nickname from.
You are
Thanks,
a sultry gentleman.
Yeah,
I feel like in some crazy, like, super far off alternate timeline, like we're talking a Rick and Morty timeline, like you're sitting around and watching Adult Swim, and then there's like this, like, fuck, what would you call it? There's like a phone sex line, but it's an advertisement for a phone sex line, but it's not for like lonely housewives that are waiting to talk dirty to you. It's for like super dapper, like upstanding sultry gentlemen with like a cane and a monocle and wearing like a full tuxedo, and it's like, sultry Ashgards are waiting to talk to you now for only $9.95 a minute. Call in and fuck, but you understand what I'm getting at, right?
I dunk the teabag for less than 3 minutes. I make sure that the crumpets are nice and moist.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you for setting that up for me.
I appreciate you going through with that one. Thank you very, very much, man. He'll butter those crumpets for $4.99. I don't mess with your average regular low tier tea. I only do PG tips. I'll give you the PG tip. I realized the better joke. Yeah, that was the fucking best. That was the payoff for our interview. I'm really grateful that we ended up there. Please do this
Let's leave it
once
on
a
a high
month
note.
as long as we have subs that want to talk. It is so
Always
wholesome
wanna
and
talk.
good. Oh, that's so good. Because I'll be real with you, I was sitting down and hyping myself up to press the start stream button because I was sitting here like, all right, this is either gonna crash and burn, or it's gonna be fucking hilarious.
I think it's hilarious and also very touching at the same time.
It's good to hear. It's very good to hear.
Like just hearing you gush about like how much you love your community is it's genuine, and I really like the fact that you can tell it's genuine because some people will just be like, yeah, I love my community. Please pay off my Tesla car payment.
Oh my god. Oh no. That's topical.
Sorry.
That's topical. Topical meme.
Terribly sorry. I saw it earlier today. I think it was Bok Choy who posted it.
I
I'm
saw
just
that.
like,
Oh my god, I fucking saw that.
yeah.
Hey chat, I bought a Tesla. Make
I
sure to
can't pay
fucking
for it.
sub because I need to pay it off.
Oh god.
Oh wow.
Yeah, like I could clearly tell you are nothing like that guy. When you gush, it's genuine and from the heart, and it's really sweet.
I sincerely appreciate that, my friend. I'm really grateful that you feel that way. Do you want to end this interview on a high note?
Sure.
I also know that you need to go to bed, and Mr. Bork is also waiting for this, so he's staying up late for us as well. Cheers to you and Mr. Bork, by the way, for staying up, and especially to you, Ashcard, for being the first guinea pig for this interview. We got into a bit of an extensive question, and we got into a little bit more discussion and memeing it up a bit. I want to give you one more opportunity for your closing statements. Again, anything you want, Ashcard. Just
Follow Nictacular.
okay. Nicktacular42.
That's it. Yeah, sorry. I
No,
should
it's
have
okay, it's
included
okay.
the number.
I mean, he deserves to be the only Nicktacular.
Also, go follow Asdos. He is a lovely boy.
I agree.
Long sauce.
Ashgard, thank you, my friend. This is just, you've really started this stream off. You've started these sub interviews off with a high note. You really killed it, man. Thank you very much for sitting down on such short notice and having this conversation with me.
Thank you for having me. One more drink for the road?
Sounds good. Cheers, my friend. And whenever you get
Cheers.
to bed, I hope you have a great night.
I'm going right now, to be honest.
I understand. Sleep well, buddy.
It's like nearly 3 a.m. I gotta sleep. Good night.
Take care, man.
Good luck, Mr. Bork.
How'd it go? I thought that went amazing. That was fantastic. Unorthofox, it's great to have you back. Good to see you. Fubi, how are you, Fubert? Good evening, Fubi. I hope I didn't miss saying hi to anyone. I want to thank Frosty Foxy again. Thank you for the raid. I know there's nothing up here. Just imagine the words thank you. Thank you for the raid. I should probably put them on. Raid. Thanks. Hold on. Let me scoot this. There we go. Thanks for the raid. You're awesome, Frosty. I love you. I'm really glad that you're here this evening. Static Occult, welcome. It's good to see you. I like this view better than Floating Realms. This is the Tiki Bar skills. Welcome to the Tiki Bar. I hope you like it. Well, you already said that. Goddamn. Anyone that is coming in and stopping by tonight, since I started this conversation with Ashgard, please allow me to formally welcome you to the Realms Tiki Bar. Where are the tikis? It's the Realms Tiki Bar. I wish I had a tiki. I'll find like a little tiki statue or something and I'll like put it like right here. Next time. This is all I got. I'm sorry. Hey, Says. green screen some Tiki Bar in. Somebody find me a dank Tiki pixel art gif. Hopefully it's not just going to be straight stealing. I'd feel bad. If someone can find me like a little Tiki torch or like a Tiki bar kind of pixel art animation gif thing, I'll just put it in the corner of the screen or whatever. I feel bad using an artist's work on my channel without permission. Maui Mallard game content. That's actually a really, really good. Like Cold Shadow. Fuck, I can't search for it. I hope someone wouldn't mind. Skills, could I impose on you to find something for me? Gig, welcome back. Says again, welcome back. I'm paying too much attention to realms walking into tables on Fallout 76. Luckily, nothing exciting is going on, so you can definitely treat this stream like a podcast. You're welcome to treat the stream like a podcast. You do not need to look at it. Nothing exciting is going to happen other than me literally just doing this. Oh, I really appreciate all you stopping by. Let me do the intro here. Anyone that's coming in since or while we were interviewing Ashgard, welcome, my friends. Welcome to the Realms Tiki Bar. This is the first time that I've had the opportunity to sit around and drink tropical mixed drinks while interviewing my subscribers. So we're going to keep doing that tonight. Our good friend Mr. Bork has been waiting and staying up late so that he can be the second interviewee. I have a couple of questions. I'm going to be inviting my subscribers one at a time to join me in Discord so they can have a drink with me. Torch fire gif. I mean, if it could pass as Tiki. Pixlinks Memes channel, I appreciate it. But yes, I have a couple of questions that I have for my subscribers, just some feedback-related questions, such things like nothing personal. If anyone would like, if anyone is going to join us, if you're a subscriber and you're going to join us on this sub interview stream, you're all invited to do so. It's going to be a first come first serve situation. I know that Mr. Bork is next, and we're going to determine who's going to go after him. It looks like it's probably going to be Anime Frosty and Woo, and I know Mr. Bird was waiting, and then we'll see who else would like to join us. Maybe we can sneak Dino Sorceress in here, Yanni, maybe Skills. If I can get to everyone tonight, I would love to. I would really love to. We'll take it as we go. Okay, there's a lot of people that are interested, so we're probably gonna have to do like a lottery system. We want to make it as fair as possible. And for those of you that are going to be joining us tonight, there's going to be no personal questions. I'm not going to dox any of my subscribers here. I just have some feedback, and then they can ask me a couple of questions. It's just going to be an interview. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So, the problem with that one, Jez, is that's a Giphy cat. That's a Giphy cat, which means I can't download it. I need to be able to download it. Hard-hitting questions involving people's mother's maiden names. I love you, by the way, Fubi. And definitely their credit card numbers. Definitely the credit card numbers. I'll be going to sleep soon. I already had an hour review to myself today already. Understood, Yanni. We'll get you on the next one then. Social Security? I mean, I'd prefer to have the credit card number just so I could just immediately start buying things, but to each their own, my friend. I'm going to quickly use the restroom, and then we'll be ready to interview Mr. Bork. Excuse me for just a moment.
Wowee.
Secret Resub XD.
My resubs aren't popping up, are they, guys? Subs, bits, just... Streamlabs is not working tonight. It did pop up. Oh, thank goodness. Saren Zareth, thank you very much for the resub. Static Occult, thank you for the resub. Thank you for the 2 months. Saren, thank you for the 17 months. Ashgard, thank you for the 7 months. And Cyber, thank you for the tier 1 sub. That was before the stream started. Jez, you're amazing. You're amazing and beautiful, and I appreciate you. Thank you, Jez. You've done me a service, sir. That's great. That's great. There was no hesitation? Well, Frosty. Hey, Mr. Swanky. Well, Frosty, as I'm sure we all know, hesitation is defeat. Hesitation is defeat. What the fuck? I don't know. I don't think I should make it big. I feel like, I don't know. What do I do with it? Do I just put it just chilling? It's just like floating there. It's floating there like a fucking demon. It's just like, yes, realms. Yes. It's so creepy. It's great. I love it. We'll just put it, scoot it over. We'll put it like right there. It is officially a tiki bar now. You're welcome. Well, I have Jez to thank for that. Put it over the mic. Make it so it pops up from the bottom of the screen. Is that pops up enough? Should I scoot it down a bit more? God, Mr. Bork is sitting there like, Realms, you're taking forever. Allie's got a link for us. Don't want to ignore it. Oh, thank you, Allie, little dancing boy. That's got to be from. Oh, it's from Planet Coaster. Thank you for looking for something, Allie. I appreciate it. I can't sit still. I'm so hyped. I'm glad to hear that, man. The JPEG I linked to could be the background. Ooh. That's what I want my tiki bar to look like. I think that's the tiki room. That looks like the tiki room from Disneyland. I've been there. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm just going to show off the stuff behind me because I almost never get a chance to show people what's behind the green screen. Thank you very much, though, Static. One day, after I move into my new place, I'm going to get a whole studio. It's just going to be just like an actual fucking tiki bar. We'll have Namesake over, we'll have friends come and visit, and we'll do like actual live interviews at the tiki bar. You see a Super NES. Good catch, Yanni. Very good catch. All right. It's Mr. Bork time. Mr. Bork.
Hello, Realm.
Hello, good evening. How are you?
I'm doing great, Realms. The best.
You are. I already know you're the best. Tell me something I don't know. Haha.
No, I'm just
How you doing tonight?
great.
You staying up really late for this?
Oh yeah, way past my bedtime.
What time is it for you, if you don't mind me asking?
It's 3 minutes to 3 a.m.
3 minutes to 4 a.m. or 3 a.m.?
3 a.m.
Okay, all right. 4 would have been bad. I would have felt bad for keeping you up until 4.
Don't worry, Realms.
I mean, I know I'm not. You're still young. You're not a crypt keeper like me, but you'll know exactly what I mean when you're pushing 29.
So I assume you've got some questions for me?
Oh yes. Well, so first of all,
Hmm.
I'm giving my interviewees a lot of autonomy. So you know how I did the closing statements for Ashgard, gave them a little freedom?
Yeah?
I would also like to give my interviewees the freedom to introduce themselves however they see fit, whether it's jokingly or memeing it up or a wholesome, honest introduction. You are welcome to mention what your first name is, but any other details any deeper than that, I don't want to delve into any other details that could potentially get you doxxed. But to start, I would love for you to introduce yourself, your username, anything like that. Like, for example, if your username has any inspiration behind it, that sort of thing. Please just feel free to introduce your wholesome ass self to the stream.
Well, my name is Mr. Bort, and I just found Realms randomly for I think it was his name, Legend or something?
What
I
or
can't
something?
remember for the life of me. I can't remember for the life of me what it was called.
You mean-
But he was hosting you.
Oh, someone was hosting me. You found the stream because from a host from someone else.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I joined you just, I said one thing, you're just such a nice guy, so I decided to stick around, And ever since, I just love coming to your streams, I love interacting with you. Everyone, in chat, fucking swell. Greatest people I've ever met, and NTH is just one of the greatest things that ever happened to me,
I'm really glad to hear that. You are a really, really great thing that happened to NTH as well. Like, we are fucking lucky as hell to have you, my friend.
Thank you, Realms.
So, would you like a couple of structured questions? Oh, and
Yeah.
Anime says don't fart on stream. So,
it was Instant that was hosting you.
oh, you found this channel because of Instant. He's great.
Yeah.
He's fucking fantastic. I'm happy to hear that because he's super, super good as well. All right, so we know how you found the stream. Do you remember what I was playing?
It was Horizon Zero Dawn.
So, go ahead.
It was Horizon Zero Dawn. Can't remember about where in the game. Bit close to the end. More than
Okay.
halfway through, definitely.
That was a pretty fucking good experience. I fucking remember getting to know you during Horizon Zero Dawn. That's when you started sticking around.
I remember you mistook me for what I assume was Mr. Bird.
Well, I mean, Mr. Bird and Mr. Bork they're easy enough to mix up.
It's pretty much the same, you know?
Shit, there was one more. Was there one other Mister that I was mixing up as well? But to be fair, the only people that I can remember that are on the Misters are definitely you and Mr. Bird.
Not that I can think of anyone called Mr.
Yeah.
Mr. Dr. Hunt.
There you go. There you go. Well, I just call him Doc, but that's exactly why I didn't realize it. So, more structured questions for you, my friend. What games have you enjoyed watching while you've gotten to know this stream?
Well, definitely the Switch games, you know?
Okay, like Breath of the Wild and Odyssey.
Yeah, and Persona 5 was great, you know?
I'm glad to hear it.
And I bought a PlayStation 4 to get it, but then I got an email from eBay saying, you know, this account's been compromised, and they refunded the money.
I see.
Yeah.
In regards to Switch, do you have Nintendo Switch Online?
Yeah.
Okay. Because Mr. Bird has been convincing me to get down on some Smash Ultimate on stream, and I wanted to formally invite you to join us and smash with us.
Yeah. I got a Switch for my birthday, and I remember I was watching your stream when I got it. Because I was here in December, my birthday's in January.
Gonna write that down. You don't need to tell me the exact day, but I want to remember that you have a birthday in January so we can celebrate. I was just enjoying listening to you answering my questions, and I completely forgot to write down your answers, but I'm just recalling them real quick here.
You're documenting our answers? For what purpose?
Oh, I'm documenting the ones that are particularly in regards to how you found the channel, what game I was playing when you found it, what are some of your favorite games that I have played, and what games would you want to see me play? I'm using those for future input to take that sort of stuff into consideration, just to know what my regulars prefer to watch me do. Which brings us to our next question. Oh, hold on here. Eddie, it's so good to see you, Eddie. I appreciate you, man. Yanni's got to go to bed. It was really lovely talking to you today. And Bork, enjoy your interview. Thank you for hanging out, Yanni. We'll catch you on the flip side. Sleep well. I hope you sleep okay. So there is one thing that I'm always keeping in mind in regards to you, Mr. Bork. I'm sure you already know. I don't often play multiplayer stuff, but when I am going to sit down, I promise, you already know I'm promising to let you know in advance.
Yeah.
That being said, if it's unrelated to us playing multiplayer, what sort of stuff would you be really excited to watch on this channel in the future? Whether it's a type of game or a game in particular, I'm just open to anything that comes to mind. It doesn't have to be particularly specific. Just what would strike your fancy? What would you be excited to watch on this channel?
More multiplayer games, because most of them are fun. Minecraft's definitely a big one, because that's a big game anyone can join in on. It's really fun for me. But more single players.
Any single players that strike your fancy?
No, like it. Well, like you know the like Detroit Become Human, Heavy Rain, and like Beyond Two Souls games.
Yes.
Those are on PlayStation 4 or PC now.
Detroit Become Human is one that I've really, really been interested in. So I can promise you that you're gonna see one. You're gonna see a playthrough of that one at least. I appreciate the input, Mr. Bork. Thank you. All right. We're moving on to non-game related questions that aren't related to games whatsoever. They are on the Epic Game Launcher. That's true. They are on PC on the Epic Game Store. But luckily, Detroit Become Human keeps getting cheaper on the PS4, so I'm going to be able to grab it pretty soon. Maybe oh my god, it's going to be so cheap on Black Friday. It's going to be probably like $15. I'm definitely going to get it. So, Mr. Bork, questions unrelated to gaming, but in this community, which streamers have I had the privilege of introducing you to which streamers have I had the opportunity to introduce you to whose content that you become addicted to? Is there anyone that comes to mind?
There's a lot, you know. Scarlet, Celery, Anime, you know, Dcast, Echo, and Spooter, you know. And like Anime probably most because you know like I've actually became really good friends with him.
I'm glad that's the case. Okay, so I'm gonna list Scarlet, Celery, Anime, Echo, and Spooter. Echo Grande?
Yeah.
Okay, roger that. So, in regards to this channel's community, NTH is definitely a different story. I'm really glad that you're a part of it, but that's like a co-creation of myself and a bunch of other streamers and stuff. In regards to this community in particular, is there anything that you appreciate in particular about the Realms community? Anything that stands out?
How kind everyone is, especially Yanni, you know? Yanni's a great fucking person. Like, the main thing is just how friendly everyone is.
I am really fucking glad to hear it, my friend. Yeah, we kind of indoctrinated you, didn't we?
What do you mean?
Well, would you say that since you found this channel, this community has changed you?
Definitely for the better.
I'm glad to hear that. It's not like I don't have the right to make assumptions or make any predictions, but about the specifics naturally. But ever since I met you, I've noticed what I perceive to be a huge shift in the way that you present yourself online. It's a really beautiful thing. I'm really grateful to have seen that happen. I don't know exactly what the specifics are because I can't read your mind and I'm not you, but I feel like since you've discovered us and since we've indoctrinated you, because we fucking love you so much, that you have grown and changed. And I just want you to know that I am so fucking proud and grateful that you stuck with us, because you're honestly one of the coolest people I've ever fucking met. You're one of my favorite people that has ever existed. I'm so glad that you stuck with us, Mr. Bork. You're fucking fantastic. I don't want to gush too much, right? I'm just trying to tell you my honest opinion here. So before we let that just derail, I would like to ask you, do you have any questions for me? Is there anything in particular that you would like to ask me? At all. Like we let Ashgard ask whatever the hell he wants. I'd like to allow every interviewee to ask something that they would like to ask me. So consider this a free AMA. Is there anything that you would like to ask me?
Not that I can think of.
Which is totally fine. I mean, to be fair, like if there's anything that you would like to ask me at any point in time, you could just straight up ask me. You know what I mean? You don't have to fucking wait for a special event like this. Are you single and ready to mingle? Only if
Anime.
is available. I did the anime sound effect, Mr. Bork. You probably couldn't hear it because you're in Discord. Right. Do it, Bork. Ask him the thing. What thing?
Oh, Realms.
Yes?
Why did the bike fall over?
I don't know, Mr. Bork. Why did the bike fall over?
Because it was too tired.
I'm playing the Seinfeld music for you. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Bork. You've been fantastic. Do you have any closing statements? Anything whatsoever. Like, you can shout someone out or plug someone. You can thank anyone or say anything to anyone in chat that you would like to say. Like, anything whatsoever that you would like to say. These are your closing statements, my friend.
I love every single one of you.
I'm gonna give that a solid 10 out of 10. That's definitely a perfect 5 out of 7. Short, sweet, concise, just the way I like it. No need to overindulge. So, ladies and gentlemen, this has been Mr. Bork. You'll more than likely see him on this stream pretty often. I really do enjoy playing multiplayer with this guy, in particular. Any of you that have been a part of this channel for I honestly can't remember how long ago we actually played Horizon Zero Dawn, but
Back in December, because that's about when I followed.
Okay. The majority of you who have been watching since then definitely know Mr. Bork. At this point, I'm honestly surprised if someone in this channel doesn't know Mr. Bork, and I'm glad that that is the case. So, Mr. Bork, from the bottom of my heart, bless your fucking soul, bud. Thank you for being a part of this amazing, wacky adventure. I appreciate you. And thank you for staying up late and joining us for a sub interview. It's an honor to have you as my second sub interview.
Thank you, Realms.
I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank you again, by the way, for Far Cry 5. I really appreciate that, Mr. Bork, and I'm looking forward to actually playing through it with you on stream. Hopefully before the end of the year, I'll be in touch with you about that. I promise.
All right.
I can imagine that you and me running around in Far Cry 5 on stream, just yelling and screaming and getting into shenanigans, running away from badgers or whatever the fuck. You've played through the game, so you know what to expect. So you can kind of like Sherpa me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, man. I'm not gonna keep you any later than this, especially if you need to get some rest. But I really fucking appreciate you staying up and joining me for this interview. Thank you.
Alright. Bye, Realms.
Good night, Mr. Bork. Oh, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. Thank you, Mr. Bork. Thank you very, very much. I am enjoying the hell out of this. I am enjoying absolutely the hell out of this. Mr. Bork was fucking great. Ashgard was a fucking fantastic start. If you want to go by order of who joined, anime is next. Yeah, we're gonna get anime. We're gonna drag anime in here. I don't know if I had the opportunity to say hi to Zatoni. Pixel. I don't know if I had the opportunity to say hi to Dope Fish or Pixel. Hi, Pixie. I fucking love you too, Mr. Bork. Thank you, man. Seriously, like, this is going to be documented forever, just so you know. I'm going to be uploading these streams on my archive channel, so it's really cool to know that I'm going to be able to have these subscriber interviews forever. You guys have been great. And I don't see him as a compliment, Mr. Bork. I really genuinely feel that way. You've done a fantastic job. Seriously. You deserve to know it.
Wowee.
The subs are popping up, thank goodness. Kubi, how are you, bud? I fucking love you, Kubi. Thank you for the sub gift to Pixie. I seriously appreciate that. Welcome back to the sub crew, Pixie. It's good to have you. So, what I'm looking for here is I'm looking for the music to be loud enough for everyone in stream to hear it, but I don't want the music to be loud enough to distract anyone from our conversations. I'm hoping that the interviewers, I'm basically turning everyone like all the way up whenever they join me in Discord. Wait, you can't hear the music? Hey, Tickle Peach, it's good to see you. It's a good level. I'm really glad to hear that. Thank you, Dino. It's subtle. Well, now the music's fading out. It's fucking... Hey, Hugin. It's good to see you. We're doing sub interviews, Tickle Peach. Thank you very, very much for stopping by tonight, everyone. I am starting to feel a little bit buzzed. Skills, you're amazing. Thank you very much for volunteering to get this handled. I also have to be plainly, painfully honest with everyone. I don't know how many interviews we're going to be able to get through. Hopefully, if I drink too much too fast, then I'm just going to get too drunk, and then we're just going to be, like, sozzled. Fucked. But I'm gonna do my best. I'm really grateful that we don't have to focus on, like, a mental game like Baba, or trying to beat this crazy tough boss in Sekiro. As long as it doesn't end up like New Year's. I was wasted New Year's. And the only reason I wanted to sit down and do something different is because I was too hungover tonight to handle a challenging video game. But I'm not hungover anymore. I'm actually feeling fantastic. Practical one with the boys. Oh yeah, we're gonna get very sauced tonight. So,
Wowee.
Full disclosure to anyone who wants to actually join us for an interview this evening. There's gonna be a point where I am fucking sauced. There's gonna be a point where I am fucking smashed, and we're gonna keep going. So, some of you joining us later on, it's either a blessing or it's gonna be a curse. Depends on your perspective. But some of our later interviews, you guys are gonna have to deal with just me trying to hold my shit together being wasted. Also, Anks, my friend with the 25 months, dude. Holy fuck. I miss you. I hope you're doing alright, Anks. Thank you for the 25 fucking months, dude. I appreciate you. The late interviews will be great, and I'm gonna be here for a while. I'm actually probably gonna get some coffee in a minute as well. I love you too, Fubi. Let's get anime in here. You have to keep going until you get to me and I want to go last? Oh god. How long are the interviews? Honestly, I'm not going to try to let them go for too long, Eddie. About as long as that interview that we just had with Mr. Bork. Anime is going to be a fun one. We're going to run anime right now. Anime. Anime.
I'm Mr. Bork.
Alright, is that your Mr. Bork impersonation?
Yeah, what do you mean? Anime. Anime, please don't clip this. I get really good at it.
God damn.
I gotta listen to those clips all the time. It just gets me every time.
It really is, like, isn't it really cool how, like, Mr. Bork is just a natural source for really hilarious content?
Okay, so at work we have like a little whiteboard on the fridge, and sometimes there's different things on there. And so this week, whenever someone was writing jokes, so of course I had to freaking write, why did the bike fall over? Because it was too tired.
You know,
it didn't get erased.
Anime, you're familiar with the phenomenon where there's like this fluctuation of how funny a repeated joke is depending on how often and how much it's been repeated.
Yeah, it's
It's-
still getting funnier.
It's so weird. Like the first time I was like, haha, good job, Mr. Bork. And then he just like kept it going. And it became for over the
He
course
went-
of a couple days to a couple months. And all of a sudden, like it was
He
super
punched through
meta.
the barrier.
Yeah. He transcended. He took a joke and transcended with it. It was crazy. It's hilarious. I don't know. It's like there's different ways to transform a joke into a meta joke. If it's a joke like way later on after the humor is past and then it's referencing the previous joke, that's pretty meta. But Mr. Bork taught me that like all you have to do is repeat it at appropriate times over the course of the span of a couple days to a couple months, and all of a sudden it transforms into a fantastic meta joke. And there was a point, there was a downswing over the course of that, like through the middle of those couple months, where I was so fucking fed up with with that joke. Like I was fucking. Do you happen to remember an SCP night where Mr. Bork would go into the intercom room and
Yes,
he would.
I remember him wanting to know why the hell he was muted.
Yeah, because every time he started that joke, I would teleport him to me to prevent him from announcing that joke to the rest of the
Oh
facility.
no, you could just mute him or intercom. Whenever I mod for some SCP servers, if someone's being annoying on the intercom, I just go in the admin panel, I just mute them, and then I unmute them to see if they're still doing it, and then I just keep muting them. They're like,
They have no idea that they've been muted, right? So they just
No,
keep
they
going.
no.
That's
But
fucking
everyone else does.
fantastic. That's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
So, Anime, did you find this channel during Horizon Zero Dawn as well?
No, I found this during SCP
Oh
in
yeah,
October.
that
I
was
believe.
that was before we turned it into NTH. We were doing the weekend SCPs just from
Yes.
this channel.
Yep.
And we found you on we found you on Citrio's server.
Was it? No, I don't. Maybe.
So
No. I found you. I was
because of
looking for stream-
SCP?
Yes.
Right. Okay. And then you joined us on Citrio's server.
Yes.
All right. I'm really fucking glad you found us. You are fantastic. Seriously, like I can never
Might
get
have
enough
gotten
of you.
burned out of SCP, but
That's fine, man. Dude, I'm almost burned out on everything all the time. It's just the way it is, buddy. Do you mind if I ask how old you are?
21.
Okay. Yeah, when you're pushing 29, I'm gonna ask you again how burnt out on everything you are, and then you'll understand.
When I'm a crypt keeper, as you would say.
Yes, old as dirt.
That one got me.
I understand. Full disclosure, I do apologize. I understand that there are a lot of people in this chat that are older than me. I'm not trying to diss anyone. I'm not trying to say that anyone that's older than me in this chat is older than the Crypt Keeper. I am the Crypt Keeper. No, you're not. You're not.
Yeah, I turned 21. I turned 21 in February.
Did we celebrate your? We did. When
Yeah,
you popped
February
in.
22nd.
Okay.
Yep.
Are you drinking tonight? You don't have to, by the way.
No, but and
You have
I ran
liquid.
out of Mike's Hard Lemonade. Oh.
Do you have like water? Because one of the Tiki Bar rules is you have to drink. It just doesn't have to be alcoholic.
Yeah, I have a drink in my lunchbox from work.
I'm sorry, your lunchbox?
Yeah. What?
Does it have Power Rangers on it?
No. Used to. Then my mom made me take it off. Oh.
Well, that's okay, Mr. Bork. This is a work in progress, buddy.
It's a work lunchbox. Gee.
Wow, very professional. Is it like in like a Samsonite suitcase with like a combination
freaking
lock
wish.
on it?
God, that would be kind of weird to put that in the fridge. What's with this giant suitcase in the fridge?
You open it up and there's no important documents in there. It's just like a fucking Tupperware with like spaghetti.
It's a Capri Sun.
Samsonite? I was way off. Okay. This is your introductory statements, Anime. Like you have full reign to plug anything or anyone, to shout yourself out, introduce yourself in any way, to introduce yourself to everyone in chat. It's completely up to you. No pressure whatsoever. Whatever you feel is appropriate. Go. Go. I'm just kidding. Just take your time. Breathe.
I'm like Mr. Board. I'm anime. I stream now. I stream random games. Today I streamed XCOM 2. In which I was made forced to make Mr. Bork. I made Nicole, and then I made Clort.
Oh, you're naming your characters after viewers.
Yes, and I'm letting them customize themselves. And Mr. Bork obviously had to make himself look like, you know, those canine exercises where the people have to get bitten by the dogs and they're in like those big bulky suits. That's what he looks like. It's a big bulky red suit. I'm like, oh, cool.
Oh, that's fantastic, man. Is there anything? Is there anything else you'd like to involve in your introduction? There's no requirements, like as much or as little as you want.
Well, if you join my stream, you have a chance to. And I find it funny. For a few days after, when Mr. Bork freaking just farted on my stream, I would make the stream title somehow familiar to that, like Mr. Bork Strikes Back, like episode, like it was a Star Wars reference, but I would just kept going on with it. Don't say it, anime.
Mr. Bork, he's a living meme. Honestly, like I love it. He's great.
Half my clips are of him. I think.
You're about to get famous on Twitch because of Mr. Bork.
Yeah. Woo.
Oh,
so how does it feel to know Mr. Bork? Yeah.
So, how did you wait? Well, we already discussed how you found the stream.
Yes.
I'm sure you remember what I was playing. It was SCP.
Yep.
On this channel, what have you most enjoyed watching me play? No wrong answers.
Only right. Mistake. Let's see. I was talking with Frosty about this, but I know it was I don't care for much about like choice games. Like when you mentioned Detroit Become Human, I was like, here we go. I was like, whatever. But I did enjoy because I enjoy Binding of Isaac a lot. I enjoyed SCP because it's always fun to watch. The Gmod. Breath of the Wild, pretty good.
I appreciate that. That's pretty conclusive. What sort of games would you be excited to see streamed on this channel?
Void Bastards.
Ooh.
Pardon my French.
Anything else that comes to mind?
There actually is a game that I don't know if you would be interested in it, but it was really cool. I played it and finished it on my stream. It was called Volcanoids. It's a steampunk-esque game where it's like an island where everyone had to evacuate because sudden eruptions and volcanoes started happening. And basically, you know those like large boring drill ship, like the bore drills?
Yeah.
It's like obviously like a steampunk-esque ship where you have to upgrade it, make it larger, and dig deeper, and find a reason why the island is exploding.
And this is Volcanoids. VULCANOIDS.
There you go.
Volcanoids. Thank you.
It's like so on like easy mode. Like there's a timer of 36 minutes. After the 36 minutes, the volcano explodes, and like it's really cool. Like so, you have to be underground, and when you look up with your periscope, you can see volcano explode, and like the white cloud like covers over it, and so then it looks like it's basically ash everywhere. But over the course of 36 minutes, everything grows back. It like becomes green again. You know, it's almost like it's
Whoa.
resetting itself.
So,
And then,
but you just
then
get to
after
keep
36
going.
minutes- yeah. So like you don't die unless, of course, you know, don't go underground.
I understand.
But, like it's managing resources and destroying other ships.
Is it
other
multiplayer or is it
drill
just single player?
No, it's single player. I wish it was multiplayer, but I mean, still though, it was fun. I like the steampunk ask of it.
Copy that. I appreciate it. I'm gonna look into it. Who have you met, or whose content have you been introduced to because of this stream that you've become addicted to?
I would say the person I've probably watched the most would have to probably be Spooter.
I'm glad to hear it.
It's about Spooter and Celery, but yeah, for sure. I like
Spooter and
Spooter's humor.
Celery.
He
Well,
makes
I
fun of
mean-
pork. I gotta love the man.
Yeah, Spooter's sense of humor is fucking fantastic. I'm not gonna deny that. I mean,
And
it's
fuck-
impossible to.
His raid, I think, is the best. One of the best.
Is there anything in particular that you appreciate about the Realms community?
I'm gonna basically talk like Mr. Pork now because it's exactly what he said. Everyone's nice. So nice. So very kind to me. I feel at home. And they laugh at my jokes. Yeah, but so here's the funny story. Bork is the one who created my Discord server,
Yes.
and he made a rule on there: you have to laugh at my bike jokes.
I remember you telling me that.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Does
then
he still
I
run
had-
your Discord?
No. He gave me ownership because it was the sense of because it wouldn't update.
Yeah, you gotta link it to your Twitch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a bit of friends for not laughing. But I gave as a joke, Lexi on there has the role of waifu, and I gave her the permission to change nicknames. She kept changing Mr. Pork's nickname.
Oh yeah, she was just talking about that yesterday. I think she changed his nickname to something else yesterday. I can't remember what it was though. Lil shit.
Oh yeah, it's like baby Mr. Pork or like Spider Screamer. Because he's terrified of spiders. Oh, little shit.
Do you have any questions for me? Anything whatsoever? And it's fine if you have nothing because you could always ask me anytime.
Not really. There is something I do want you to do. I DM'd you.
Yes.
Yeah, and I
Like
just wanted
recently?
you to read that. Yeah, like recently. You don't read it out loud, obviously, but it's just something that I wanted you to know.
I understand. Yep. It's private. I promise.
Cool. No, Bork, it's not that. Bork keeps thinking I'm gonna like blackmail him with something. It's like, no, I'm not. Stop thinking that.
I appreciate you letting me know. Anime.
Yeah.
Your secret is safe with me.
Is it hot? Actually, it's really hot in my room, and I feel like it's a tiki. I'm gonna cover it up. Tiki's.
Do you like my tiki? Touch the tiki, anime.
Don't fondle the tiki.
I will fondle the tiki. Tickle, tiki tickle. I'll give you a little tiki tickle.
Tiki tickle.
All right. So, Anime, thank you from the bottom of my heart for joining us for this interview. I definitely recommend anime mangas. Seriously deserve so much more love and support, my friends. I really recommend that you send him a follow. Like, just, I mean, it's more of the amazingness that he put forward in this interview, and I hope that you'll consider supporting his channel because he supports the fuck out of this one. It's closing statements time, Anime. If you have, like, you can plug yourself, plug anyone, thank anyone, shout yourself out. give yourself any closing statements, anything that you desire, my friend.
I could plug anyone. Wow.
Can you plug the void in my soul?
No. I'll let the next person do that one.
Plug me, anime. Oh,
Anime. Watch your mouth, to Tony.
Can I get all
Later.
Can I get some oohs in the chat, please? Thank you, Mr. Bork. But yes, please go ahead.
No, I don't really think there's anything. I know I could plug Mr. Bork, but he doesn't stream, so. I'm gonna plug a really amazing person who doesn't stream, who might be streaming soon, which is Yanni.
Little bits. You're right.
As you request.
Didn't Dopefish helped her set up
Yep.
OBS?
OBS, yep.
Thank you.
So, I think we
Speaking of
should all-
Dopefish,
Yep.
thank you for the 50 bits, Dopefish. Thank you, buddy.
Ironic.
So Yanni's gonna start streaming.
So everyone go follow her.
Yanni Mazing, right? Is it Yanni Mazing or Yanni Mon?
I think it's Yanni Mon, right? Yeah. There you go.
Yanni Mon. Got it. Am I following her? I should probably do that. That
I
is
guess
going to
it's
be a
kind of a
wholesome
reason why you-
stream. That's going to be extremely wholesome when she streams.
Sure.
But yes, I cut you off. Please go ahead.
No, there was nothing else.
Ah, okay then.
I'm gonna be honest. Even if there was, I kind of literally just forgot in that split second. So
That's fine. I mean, there's
it
no
works.
there's no requirements or regulations whatsoever. I'm hoping that this kind of turned out to be a bit casual. I mean, it is a tiki
was.
bar. As you can see by the tiki. Do you see the tiki anime? That's clearly
Yeah.
indicative of a tiki bar, as if there is a tiki.
Oh my god, no! There is a game I totally forgot I wanted you to play.
Go ahead.
Freaking Tabletop Simulator 4 Souls.
Okay.
I was like, I saw the Binding of Isaac thing. I was like,
I will make you a commitment. How about a compromise?
right?
I will play 4 Souls with you if you will agree to play Arkham Horror, the board game, not the card game, with me.
Card? There's a card game?
Well, the game that Spooter and Zatoni, etc. have been playing.
Oh, that's a card game.
That's the card game. That's the Arkham Horror card game. The one I'm talking about is the board game.
Alright.
Here, I'll show you real quick.
Yeah. I'm about to say, that seems less complicated, so... We all know how Arkham Horror is complicated. I was about to say to Tony, I was confused.
It's heavy. It's a heavy board game. This is Arkham Horror. It's a fucking gigantic board game. It'll take it could take 6 hours to a couple of days to complete one game.
Wow.
It's-
Also, Yanni.
Yeah, go
Yanni
ahead.
Yanni messaged me saying, "Tell him I want in on both Arkham and 4 Souls."
Sure. I suppose if anyone gets priority, it'd be Yanni.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna put this giant board game away.
Yeah. Let me lift it back up. Cthulhu.
Anime.
Yeah,
Before you go, can I show you something else that's fucking crazy?
sure. Your green screen is burning. Oh. Is it what I think it is? Yep, it is. Yep, it definitely. Yep, Jesus Christ.
All right, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I was like, is he giving me a think he's getting? Yep. That's a
Yeah.
big boy box.
No, I mean, this is...
I know, yeah.
It's fucking 3 of them.
Why?
Well...
Oh, I think I remember why now. Because it's always the problem when it's like the gifts. You're like, here, I got you this, but no one else confirmed with each other if they were gonna give you the same gift.
Yeah. So I have 3 of them now. I have 1 regular edition and 2 special editions.
Wow. Pretty neat.
They take up a lot of space. I'm gonna
Rollins,
put them
what are
away
you
now.
asking?
Anime. I'm gonna put them away now.
Okay.
All right.
I was like, what are you asking?
Nothing. I just have. I don't know. I've never mentioned. Wait, I have definitely mentioned, but I've never actually proven that I have 3 copies of this fucking game.
Yeah, I think I only remember you having 2. But yeah, I guess there was 3.
Oh yeah, someone sent me another. It just fucking showed up. All right, I'm done. I'm putting them away.
You have 4? You have 4 boxes. Guys, I think he has 4 boxes. My beard is
That's what
jumping.
happens when you set up a PO box.
Yeah. I love you, Mr. Bork. Must be weird hearing yourself.
Giveaway time. Oh. Well,
Oh, no.
I have 1 open special edition, and then the other the gold border special edition. There's one of them that's unopened, and I'm just gonna keep it forever unopened.
Yeah, of course.
The regular edition, the normal edition, is going to Woo. Woo is the one who is going to be getting that version.
Also, technically, Woo is next. Go.
Oh, chat. If anyone in chat knows Woo, they're automatically getting fucking stoked because his voice is like melted butter. So, anime, you've been fantastic. In fact,
Thank
you started off this interview with a really fantastic casual vibe that I really appreciate. Thank you for that, man. It was fucking hilarious. You starting things off with your Mr. Bork impersonation.
Yeah, I told him before you brought him into the interview. I was like, Mr. Borg, I'm gonna change my name to Mr. Dr. Professor Borg, and I'm gonna make my profile picture yours. He's gonna have a 50-50 shot of bringing you or me in there.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
So it would have bamboozled me.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you not doing that. I mean,
Oh, I wouldn't have. No, I wouldn't have done it to him.
yeah,
He loves you too much. He would have.
he
would've-
should
he
be
would've
getting
yelled at
some
me.
sleep pretty soon
Yeah, he should.
before it's 4 a.m. I feel bad keeping him up. Poolpery.
Yeah.
So good to see you, Poolpery. I didn't have a chance to say hi to you yet. I appreciate you, my friend. Ladies and
Alright.
gentlemen, that was Anime Mangas. Can I get a shout out for Anime Mangas? Please send a follow over to him. He's fucking fantastic and entertaining as hell. A huge supporter of this channel. And you also tried to raid in today and it didn't pop up. Thank you for the
I don't
raid.
know why I didn't. I was like, all right.
Yeah, none of my alerts were showing up until like a little less than half an hour ago. So thank you for the raid, buddy. And that's going to be it for our interview with good old Anime Mangas. I appreciate you joining us for this interview. Seriously, thank you for your patience while I got through the first 2, and you were fantastic, bud.
Yep.
Thank you very much. See ya.
Good night, Realms.
Good night. I'm running out of ice. I'm running out of ice, and I have a lot more San Pellegrino lemonade, and I have a lot more fucking vodka that I would like to drink. So I need to go get some more ice. Zack Attack, I don't know if I got a chance to say hi to you yet, Zack Attack. I love you, dude. I love you. Tiny Viking, great to have you stopping by tonight, Tiny Viking. Please follow Tiny Viking, everyone. If I could get a shout out for Tiny Viking, I'd really appreciate it. Woo is next on the list. Stick around, my friends. Seriously. Woo is fantastic. He has this absolutely endearing deadpan humor that is just the best, and his voice, he's got the best fucking voice of all time. Seriously, he's the fucking best, and we're gonna drag him in here. We're gonna harass him. We're gonna ask him a couple questions. It's gonna be fucking fantastic. I'm really excited about this. Who? Woo. I don't know who comes after Woo, but we're just gonna keep on. And again, if anyone is in chat and that is interested in joining these interviews, I just need you all to know these interviews are for subscribers only. So I'm only going to be bringing people in just for you for verification here, skills. I'm only bringing in subscribers. And anyone who's popped in during the interview with Anime, we're bringing subscribers into the Tiki bar, having a drink with them. You also don't need to drink alcohol, but you do need to drink something. Any sort of liquid, water. Just don't drink like gasoline or bleach or anything, please. I don't know why I had to bring that shit up, but that's never been a problem in the past. Hail hydrate! Anyone can join. Any subscriber can sign up for a subscriber interview this evening. I don't know how many we're going to be able to get through. We've only managed to get through 3 subscriber interviews in 2 hours. But I'm going to keep on going. And I'm going to get real drunk tonight. So thank you for tuning in and joining us in the Tiki Bar as we interview a fuck ton of our subs. Get some valuable feedback about what they love about this channel and what they want to see us stream. Some feedback about how they found this channel. That sort of thing. We're going to be here for a while. Thank you all so much for hanging out tonight, seriously. I'm going to run and get some more ice. And I'll be back in just a moment. There's a tiki. It's a tiki bar because there's a tiki. Full disclosure, like I said, I'm absolutely uncertain in regards to how many subscriber interviews we're going to be able to get through tonight. But what I can promise is one thing. We'll do it again. We're going to do this again. We're going to do this again. Thank you, Tiny Viking. good one, Realms. I know, right, Peach? I'm so professional. Professional streamer alert. Look out, guys. Okay. Gotta top off the drink. I think I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. Whew. Pardon me. Vodka. Can I get that Realms Pogs in the chat, boys? We're drinking some vodka. Oh my god, Poggers, dude.
Check out this puppy.
Ooh.
Amazing.
Oh, baby. Dopefish with that sub gift. Thank you very, very much, Dopefish. Thank you. Zack Attack, welcome back to the sub crew. You deserve it, my friend, but I did see that you said that you're not sure if you want to interview. That's fine. I'm not here to put you out of your comfort zone. It's completely voluntary, and if you don't feel like doing it today, I promise you I can put you on priority for the next day that we do the Tiki Bar interviews. For the time being, welcome back to the sub crew, Zack Attack. Take me out of the queue, I'm getting a bit tired. I'm sure there are longer standing viewers who'd be better for the first night. That doesn't mean there is anything fucking wrong with you, my friend. There's plenty that I would love to ask you, Cthulhu. I'd love to ask you about your name inspirations. I'd love to ask you about how you found this channel. I'd love to ask you about your inspiration behind Grog, etc. All of that stuff. I really fucking appreciate you. It's actually quite selfless of you to kind of step out of the queue in this regard, and I want you to know that when we do this again, which will probably be sometime next week, if not the week after, just like Zack Attack, you have priority. I mean, that is the sort of thing, like, giving up your spot in line on the first day of sub interviews at the Tiki Bar is the kind of thing that earns you permanent priority for whatever day that you would like to sit down and do a sub interview with me. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to do so. I'm looking forward to getting to know you better, buddy. Here's the Call of Cthulhu. Thank you very much for tuning in tonight, my friends. It is a pleasure to be able to sit down and present these subscriber interviews for you. Just because we're doing the Tiki Bar does not necessarily insinuate that we're going to be doing a subscriber interview every time we sit down and do a Tiki Bar. I might sit down and do one of these with... This is... The Realms Tiki Bar, in case you haven't figured it out, is my intended personal podcast for this channel. And some days we might sit down and just for example, sit around and talk with anime for the entire night or something like that. But for tonight, I just really wanted to start this off with the opportunity to interview a couple of subscribers, as many as we can, until I get too drunk to keep streaming or until I need to go to bed. Because I've been wanting to do this for a while. So thank you so much for tuning in. I'm really, really grateful to be able to get to know the subscribers better, but I'm also extremely grateful that I get to have all of you here watching and listening to them as well. It puts a voice to a name. It doesn't necessarily put a name to a face like it would in real life, but it puts a voice to a name, and it lets you guys get to know each other better as well. And I'm so fucking grateful for that opportunity. Thank you all. I'd love to do one, but I have bed. Gig, I'm really, really looking forward to doing a sub interview for you, my friend. I will have to join the next one. You have priority as well. You are more than welcome to claim priority for our next subscriber interview stream, which I'm expecting to be either next week or the week after. It's still early, Fubi. We've only been streaming for about 2 hours. For those of you that are hoping to get in on an interview this evening, I do apologize if we can't get to all of you tonight. We're just going to keep doing this until we finally get everyone off the list. And then we'll be doing it again to check up on people. Fuck, why does the subscriber interviews have to end just because we interviewed every subscriber? We'll do it again every now and then, get to sit down with all of these amazing people. Speaking of amazing people, can I be re-added to the list? Mr. Bork, you can be re-added to the list only if you go to sleep right now, and I'm still streaming 5 or 6 hours later when you wake up. You can get back onto the list. Though, I'm going to be real with you, anyone that's already been subscribed same day definitely can't be. We're not going to do a second... And any subscriber that's being interviewed on the same day, we're not going to do... We're not going to do another interview with someone who's already been subscribed. Sorry, we're not going to do an interview with a subscriber who's already been interviewed. God damn it. We're not going to do an interview with a subscriber who has already been interviewed until we're done interviewing all the subscribers who have not been interviewed. Anyways, here's Woo. Woo, my friend.
How's it going?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? I know you're doing it on purpose.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
There's that voice. I told you, everybody. So what voice were you trying to do at first? Were you just trying to do like a
So
were you trying to impersonate anyone, or were you just trying to do a voice that would catch me off guard?
a little bit of both. There's a show on Netflix called Big Mouth. It's terrible, very inappropriate.
Yeah,
show.
I've seen the trailer for that. It looks like trash.
Yeah, it's absolute garbage, but it's hilarious if you got yourself in the right mindset for it.
For sure.
There's a character on there. He's a hormone monster. Don't ask. There's a lot to it. Named Rick, and he goes like, "You're the monster."
I see.
It's like a strange Gollum impersonation. I figured you were talking my voice up so much, I might as well like fuck with.
I mean, shit. It is your right to do so. There's really nothing I could stop you from doing this entire interview with a voice that was not altogether your own. But you know how much I appreciate the Woo voice.
That's fair, and I appreciate that.
So I actually had the opportunity to meet Woo in person finally. He and his wife and his daughter came and visited Lake Tahoe up here. I got to meet them for breakfast. They're just coming up for what would you call it? Like a weekend day trip or just a day trip?
Yeah, pretty much a day trip. You know, you're in Northern California. You got to get the opportunity just to go out and see it.
And you had only just moved out here recently from fucking Alaska, right?
Yeah, that was quite a drive. We drove all the way from Anchorage.
That's, man. So before we get into like the structural questions and shit, like it must have been quite a trip to adjust from what I'm assuming when I think about what you've described to me from your experience living in fucking Anchorage. I imagine from what you've described, I basically imagine like fucking harsh frozen tundra. Is that, other than maybe a little bit of an established town, is that fairly accurate, would you say?
Well, that depends on the time of the year. Anchorage, actually, I know you said you lived in Oregon at some point in time. So I grew up in South Central Oregon, and I can say during the summer months, which are like 4 months of the year when this is not affected this way, it's actually very reminiscent of the Cascades. However, in October, you get the first snow, and then it's just snow until like April, May time.
So I mean, that sort of schedule in regards to snowfall is pretty typical for here in Tahoe, but I imagine being in fucking Alaska, it's like the equivalent of what Tahoe experiences, but on fucking steroids.
You'd think that, and in certain parts, I think that's definitely the case. But you might be surprised to find out that there are colder places in the lower 48 than Anchorage.
That's fair.
Now, like if you go up to Fairbanks, you're talking like negative 40 degrees. I think the coldest it got for me while I was there was negative 25, and I went out there to jump my car, and it was fine. I was like, oh, this is it. This is nothing. I'm good. I'm not good. I need to go inside.
Oh, God. Tiki Torch guy, welcome on in. You've welcome to the Tiki bar. You're the perfect fit. That guy's voice is sexy. Yeah, I assume you can't be talking about me. It's fucking Woo's voice is incredibly sexy.
That's totally wrong.
It's listen, man. It's a factual opinion, Woo. Okay, like I understand it's an opinion, but it's a fact. The opinion is a fact. It is a correct opinion. And if anyone is inclined to disagree, then they're not welcome in my channel and my Tiki bar.
All right, I'll accept that.
So, you recently completed 1,000,000%, is that right?
Well, we.
1/3
I
of 1
almost
million
hesitated to
percent.
share
It was,
this, but then I realized I'd been
just one
defeated.
version. I think we both agreed that doing it 3 times in a row would have been
Well,
ridiculous. And
That's 3 million.
okay,
There's
then
there's an
one
in-game achievement. It's called 3,000,000% when you actually get all 3 save files. Echo Grande, thank you very much for the 5 months. Echo Grande is a fucking fantastic streamer. You guys heard Mr. Bork talking about his fucking channel is absolutely incredible. Seriously, he's a born entertainer. Please consider sending a follow over to Echo Grande. But yes, Woo, to verify, I have not completed 3,000,000%, right? I've only completed 1,000,000%. You've completed 1,000,000% in the Binding of Isaac Rebirth. The reason I'm bringing it up right now is because that's absolutely incredible. Like, it's one of the greatest gaming achievements, the greatest 100% achievement adventures, what have you, that exists, in my opinion. So I just wanted to formally congratulate you for achieving 1,000,000% in the Binding of Isaac Afterbirth Plus. You did great, man. Well done.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It took, I think I'm at like 3,000 hours in the game, but I think most of that is just letting it idle.
Oh, okay. So I'm assuming that there's a lot of idle time and then there's just a lot of fucking around, right?
Yeah, until the end when I started getting really focused and I started doing research on what was left and going, how do I best.
The real grind. The ultimate grind of 1,000,000% Afterbirth Plus, where you've unlocked like 99% of everything, and then you're at that point where you're just like, you have like one more boss that you have to kill, or like you have one more item that you haven't found yet, and it's one of the rarest items, like Sacred Heart or like Skeleton Key or whatever, or Black Lotus, and it's just never showing up, so you just fucking grind and grind until it finally appears. I believe that Seraphim or something like that was my final item. No. It was one last achievement. I think it was Bozo or something that I needed to unlock that finally appeared.
I think it was Bozo I saw in your highlights.
It was
Mine was Greed's Gullet. And it was
Ooh.
a secret room item.
That's a rare
and
one. That's fucking rare as shit.
The game was taunting me at the end because I'd go into the secret room and then there'd be a pit between me and the item. So I'd be like, well, there it is. And I just can't fucking get it. And so I had to start all.
Oh. That, just putting myself in that position, just knowing that you would be done if you could just get across one small little valley, right? Fuck, what would you, a small pit. But it's just like there, right out of reach. I understand. So I'm sure you're all familiar with Woo. He often comes in and hangs out, and his username on Twitch is extremely fucking OG. It's just Woo. WHOOH. Woo! So I have some questions for you, Woo.
I have answers.
I appreciate it. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this, but I'm gonna ask anyways, because I'd love to have it for the record. Actually, before we do that, is there any way that you would like to introduce yourself to the channel?
Sure. I'm Woo. I sometimes go by Woo05, but had a little bit of time with Twitch, so I could manage to get Woo by itself. Been on Twitch for a couple years, just kind of lurking in the background, try to introduce myself to the communities, try to be what I hope is a positive influence. I got like he said, a adorable, I think, dry pan sense of humor. I don't know.
Yes, your humor is very deadpan, and it's fantastic.
Thank you. I've been told by a lot of people I need to go into voice acting for some reason. I don't know why. I can do a pretty mean action guy voice or narrator. But
would you mind saying I've got balls of steel?
I've got balls of steel.
That's definitely when it comes to your voice range, and especially because of Balls of Steel in The Binding of Isaac, but when it comes to your voice range, I definitely imagine like Duke Nukem. Yeah, Duke Nukem quotes. If
I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum.
Perfect.
I'm all out of bubblegum.
Oh, that's so perfect. Dude, if they decide to try to make another Duke Nukem game and they actually hopefully make it good this time, we should try and convince them to hire Woo as the new Duke Nukem voice actor. That'd be amazing. Welcome back, Ark. It's good to see you. Mala, it's good to see you. Thank you for stopping by tonight.
Hey, if you guys are out to make me money, I'm all for it.
Oh yeah. We're not going to get into specifics, but congratulations again in regards to money. Congratulations again on your promotion.
Thank you.
Dude, you done good, man. Fucking got out of the frozen hellscape of Alaska, fucking got promoted, and you worked your ass off to pull that shit off. I know that for a fucking fact. That and your 1,000,000% accomplishment. Well done, sir. Thank you for the introduction. How did you find this channel?
So, I found this channel when one of my other favorite streamers is rating from one of his streams, Plaid. He would frequently plug you as one of the best people in the world to follow, and I think I just rated in and saw you and was like, oh cool, he's playing the game, all right, now I'm gonna go to bed or something like that. And over the course of time, I was just looking for people to watch, and I came into your stream one day, and I think we just hit it off a little bit, having one of those heart-to-heart wholesome moments, and you know, it kind of hooked me. So I've just been hanging out. The community has been really good to socialize with, and you know, it's just been a good time. So that's mainly how I found you.
I'm really grateful to have you along for the ride, man. You've been a fantastic addition. We are so much better off without you.
Oh,
sorry, with you. Did I say without? I meant with. God fucking damn it. Shoot me in the face. You know what I meant.
Tell me how you really feel, man.
God. Christ. Woo, you understand. You know exactly what I meant, right?
Yeah, no. I'm capable of understanding that misspoken word.
Thank you. I appreciate it because I've been drinking and you know exactly what I meant. We are much better off with you.
Well, thank you for clarifying.
All right, well, let me clarify. Like, for reals, we are much better off with you, and we are much worse off without you. That's what I was getting at. Thank you for understanding. I know for a fact that you know me more than well enough to know exactly what I intend. Drink water. Sure. Yes. Thank you very much for understanding, Woo. when Plaid raided us and you found this channel for the first time, do you happen to remember what we were playing?
I don't honestly remember.
That's okay.
The first games I remember you playing when I started really paying attention, I want to say was Bloodborne was the one, and then really got into it with God of War, and there's a few others that I was watching you on, but Bloodborne I think was the first.
I should be able to ballpark it a bit better. So if you found us during our first Bloodborne playthrough, God, I feel like such an idiot. I really wish that I hadn't mixed up my words there, but we'll move past it. I know you know what I meant. Fuck. Sorry, buddy.
No, don't.
God, I'm so worried. I'm so worried if it felt like I was like pulling the rug out from under you, because I would never fucking do that on you.
I am deeply offended. I'm unfollowing.
Unforgivable. It was one clever ruse, setting up an entire stream just to bum the hell out of one of my friends.
Got him.
The air horns come in. So, do you recall a Bloodborne playthrough that was, to your knowledge, the first time that I played through it?
I think you were doing a replay.
Okay, so it was the second time. There's also a fair way to know. Do you happen to? Because I know you found us a lot earlier than the people that we've interviewed so far in this channel tonight. So, you found this channel much earlier than they did. You were hanging out and. Okay, yes, definitely. Yeah, almost a year. I'm so glad to know you, bud. So, do you recall any streams before the webcam started looking like good quality?
I don't know. I think it's always been good, man.
Okay, I appreciate that. So, for example, someone like Skills, who's been in this channel for a lot longer than you, and other people like Lunksauce, who found my stream before I upgraded my webcam, can remember that my camera used to look a lot shittier than it does now because of the terrible lighting and because I was using a shitty USB camera. But the reason why I was asking is because there's one Bloodborne stream where I was streaming through it for the first time with the shitty camera, and then the more recent one where we were streaming through it with the upgraded camera. That's the one where we beat the game the second time and we had so much trouble with the Orphan. I'm sure this is probably ringing some bells with you, considering...
Yeah, no, I remember the Orphan.
I do too, man. Oh God. Thinking about that fight makes me sweat.
Yeah, there's a few of those that make me sweat too.
Have you played through any Soulsborne titles? Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, anything?
So, I don't know if you know this or not, I'm a little bit of a completionist, so
Nice.
I tend to dedicate myself to a game to the point where I am done with it. I get all the achievements, and even though it doesn't necessarily mean that I get everything unlocked in the game, as long as the achievements are done, I'm good.
Right.
And Dark Souls, that series is actually one of the ones I've completed all the way through 1, 2, and 3.
Every Steam achievement, for example?
No, they're all Xbox achievements.
Okay. So
I'm
yeah.
mainly a console.
I absolutely dig that. I gotta say, I find that very impressive. In regards to achievement hunting, Binding of Isaac is the best that I've accomplished. I've never pulled off anything like in a Souls game. So I've always considered pursuing something like that, but it's I don't know.
Got like 100,000 plus gamer score. I'm kind of a big deal.
Are you one of those people that was competing with that dude that got famous because he had like the best gamer score of all time or something?
No, absolutely not. No, I like being married, and I'm already straining that enough as it is by doing what I do with my gaming. So, it's priorities, man.
I'm pretty sure I could pick out some patrons, some potential patrons from this very chat who would be more than interested to sit down and watch you sit down and actually do that if you were considering sitting down and playing through a game anyway, Woo. Like, please take into consideration the possibility of streaming through the process. I mean, if you're gonna sit down and play it anyway.
That's something I've actually really wanted to do for a long time. It's just so one thing that's been holding me back, I feel like, is the hardware. And the fact is, and this is, I don't know if I've shared this with many people, but since I got my promotion, and I have not sewn on yet. I'm going to sew on next month. They make you wait a few months before you actually get the benefits. So let's let you sweat it out so you can get yourself in trouble and lose it altogether. You know how the military goes. So my reward to myself is going to be an upgraded, hopefully bleeding edge gaming rig that can help me actually play some of these games without like lagging out or dropping frames so much. And if I can, yeah, it's E7. I just made Master Sergeant. Yeah, no, it's been a dream of mine, and I'm always nervous when I get in front of a whole bunch of people, but
I understand.
I think it'd be fun. I think it'd be a whole lot of fun. Some of the games I was thinking about playing would be, thanks, Scooby, Darkest Dungeon, or no, my wife says My Summer Car. I think I'd lose my damn mind.
My
if I played
Summer
that.
Car? She's just trying to troll you because she saw what it did to Plaid, right?
Yeah, Plaid was at his best with My Summer Car, though. You got it.
You mean his most entertaining or his most sane? Because
Well, it's debatable either way. I mean, he's always entertaining, but he's never quite sane either. Darkest Dungeon was one. I might tackle something like Subnautica if I could. Isaac, I think, is going to be on the shelf for a little while.
yeah, you need a break. I understand. Hey, Lightstorm, it's good to see you. Subnautica, absolutely incredible choice. Yeah, so your game choices are pretty impeccable in my opinion, and I just want you to know, that in regards to anything that I'm involved with, my intention is to not put any pressure whatsoever. But if you decide to pull the trigger and get your stream started, I will be there to support you.
Well, I appreciate that, man. I really do.
You absolutely deserve it. So, if you don't mind me saying, from my perspective of you, your involvement in chat and in this community has often been a little bit more on the fringe, rather than in-depth involvement in chat or anything and everything that's going on in this community. From your unique perspective, a little bit on a farther orbit, is there anyone that you've met or any streamer that I have introduced you to because of this channel that you have seriously become addicted to?
It's a tough question, because the people in the community are of themselves all quite addicting. You know, they're all very upstanding individuals. I am constantly impressed with the quality of moderators that you guys got. Omega, like I think I told him, was very fitting named because he is the end of your shit, pretty much. You also got to consider just everyone. I mean, Dopefish is awesome. Anime is pretty cool. I could open up your chat list right now and look at all of the names that are in there and find something endearing or high quality or very, very good to say about all of them. I mean, yeah, Kubi's okay too, you know.
I'm really glad to hear it, man.
I know I'm more one of those lurker types that only like
Which is
pops
fine.
his head in from time to view, like, hi, how's it going? Okay, now I'm going to just sit here for a while quietly. But I'm always reading the chat and interested in what you guys are doing, unless I'm actually playing a game or something. Like, I've been addicted to Dota Underlords lately, and
The auto chess games.
Yeah, that's I tried Team Battle Tactics, and Dota Underlords is like, hey, yeah, we're gonna hold your hand. It's gonna be good, and this is how you play. And this Team Battle Tactics is like fuck it, do it. Good luck. Let's go. Well,
Yeah.
I have no idea what's going on, man.
I found that for people that play Dota religiously or people that play League of Legends religiously, for example, it's much easier for them to pick up on the game because they already understand all of the characters and how those characters counter other characters, etc. Dota, for example. Dota is one of those MOBAs that was just way too in-depth for me to ever understand, and I could barely handle League of Legends without losing my fucking mind.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not all about the MOBA scene at all. I tried Heroes of the Storm, and
I'm not a fan.
it's like, well, you know, I'm not a fan of the toxicity that generally rises from those types of things. Like, you didn't hit that tower when you should have. You are the worst piece of shit in the world, and you need to die. And I'm going to dox you, and I'm going to murder your family. It's like, oh shit, dude, it's just a fucking video game. Calm down. So that kind of stuff is stressing to me. I'm okay with high stress games. Obviously, I went and I completed the Dark Soul stuff. Okay. Apparently, according to my wife, I'm not okay with high stress games, but my controllers have survived. This is testament to their quality. But
well, if you're a
when
rage
you're
gamer,
dealing with toxic people.
If you're a rage gamer, you're either a rage gamer that can control themselves to the degree that they do break their control. Sorry, that they don't break their controllers, or there's someone that can't control themselves and they do. And I would be kind of worried about being around anyone that actually has or lacks the self-control to be able to not prevent themselves from. God, so many. I'm sure you understand what I mean. I don't want to be around the people that can't control themselves and end up breaking their fucking controllers from raging so hard. But I never pegged you as the type of rage gamer who would ever smash their controller. I've come close to throwing mine, but I would never throw it, and that's money. That is an expensive device.
Yeah, that's just like $50. That's a game, if not more. Like, I think some of them are going like 80 to 150. But I'm a cheap person too, so like I'm 20 and under type purchases, and you know, just the thought of breaking one of my controllers over something as stupid as a video game, like.
Yeah, you're destroying a device that would allow you to play through so many more potential games, losing so much value. Controllers are valuable to me. The moment that I actually saved up the money to buy my own controller, I was like, all right, well, these are valuable. They're about as valuable as a fucking game, especially. Did you happen to hear about the new Xbox One Premium Elite controller that's like $175 fucking dollars?
Fuck off.
That doesn't need to be a thing. It's a controller.
Well, I kind of feel the same way about the whole like Xbox One X with 4K capabilities and stuff. Like, what's the point? Just wait until the next generation.
Exactly. You're paying an extra $250 premium just to be able to put it up on your. Well, I suppose that defines itself as a luxury because you're paying the extra money, the extra premium for 4K capabilities, and I can't fucking afford a 4K television. I'm fine. I'm good. It makes you better at it makes you better at the game, man. You need to see all those pixels, Woo. It's gonna make you so much better.
You're right. I'm sorry. I should never doubt.
You're gonna pwn all the noobs with your 4K TV and your 144 frames per second or whatever.
All that means is I'm a rich broke loser.
See, that's one reason why I'm so glad to see that you have your priorities in order in regards to the proper equipment to stream properly. Like you understand what it's going to require. You understand the range of the proper hardware that you're going to need for an effective Woo stream. It's going to involve good audio, and it's going to involve being able to stream the game well, so the people that are interested in coming to hang out and listen to Woo's amazing sultry voice they get to hear all the delicious tones, and just be able to watch you fuck around on whatever game you're interested in getting obsessed with for your to satisfy your completionist mentality. I would say.
So while on the topic like the 4K stuff, you ever notice that they advertise like, you know, Blu-ray on this DVD? It's like, what's the point of that? Like, if this is the higher quality device, why are you showing a lower quality media? I mean, you're not showing me anything that this media has already given me. I'm sorry, I had to go on a little tangent there.
That's fair.
But yeah, the equipment is important. I mean, if you're going to do something, do it right. And I understand doing what you can with what you've got goes to a point. But I've always wanted bleeding edge when it comes to gaming rigs. I've always been middle of the road, and it's like, yeah, I just bought this new computer that went obsolete like 2 years ago. It's always a little depressing.
Sometimes that's the nature of upgrading PC hardware. You buy a new PC and then it's obsolete in 2 years, unfortunately. Though you'll be safe from that if you purchase a desktop, instead of a laptop, right? You're investing in all the right areas. I'm just grateful. I do want you to know again that I'm there. I'm there to help you get everything set up. You're seeing you stream, especially considering that I understand now that you have this like serious completionist attitude. That's the sort of stuff that should be documented. Imagine you've been streaming for a couple of years, and a couple of years from now, naturally, just don't let it get in the way of anything. Don't subscribe to a strict streaming schedule. Just do it whenever you would sit down to play a video game anyway. You're just going to be sitting down and playing it on your computer and chatting with people that are interested in watching you obtain whatever 100% achievement rate you're getting on the current game that you're addicted to. And imagine a couple of years down the line, you've been streaming for a couple of years, and now you have like a documented archive of all of these streams of you actually taking the time to obtain all of these like 100% achievement ratings for all of these games. But not only that, you have the process archived. That's the beauty of it, in my opinion, and that's what I want to see you. That's what I want to see you do. I'm a little bit biased because it's Woo, and I'm more inclined to want to watch you regardless. So I'm just going to end up being someone who's going to continue to try to pressure you into doing so.
Duly noted. I'll have to write that down. That's a good idea.
It's going to be fucking cool. You'll have the entire process, every accomplishment, every stumble, like every failure as you attempt again and again and again to defeat a certain boss, to find a certain item, to obtain a certain achievement. Everything along the way is going to be saved in perpetuity. Every fantastic accomplishment and achievement and victorious moment, and then every gigantic hilarious failure for all of your addicted viewers. And I want to see you get there, man. It's something that I think you would just fucking kick so much ass at, buddy, and that's something I firmly believe. So thanks for taking into consideration. I find that absolutely fantastic. I think there's a lot of people here that would really appreciate the opportunity to see you attempt those kind of things. People that, in my opinion, speedrunners are naturally really compelling to watch, but it's just as compelling to watch someone who is seeking and attempting to achieve really like compelling or really exclusive achievements in video games. Achievement hunting it's an underappreciated market on Twitch. I think that there's a lot of people out there that are really interested in seeing people going for like the crazy achievements, in the same way that there are people who are addicted to watching people play through like Dark Souls without getting hit. That's like, it's that sort of achievement hunting kind of thing. I mean, I understand that that's an achievement that's set by a human being, right? I want to sit down and play through Dark Souls without taking a single hit, and I want to beat the game. That's like a self-set achievement, whereas you would be searching for the more elusive and exclusive achievements that are Because, I mean, you're not going to be able to 100% the game without getting every single one, and I imagine there are some out there that are just fucking insane, obnoxiously difficult to obtain.
Yeah, they tend to be. Final Fantasy 13 comes to mind for that. That was a fucking grind, but, you know, that's neither.
Did you get that on the Xbox? Excuse me, on Xbox?
Yeah, I got that on the Xbox. You can look my profile up on trueachievements.com if you want to see what I've done, but that's only if you care. I don't know.
I understand. Are you going to be... Wait, when you got 1,000,000%, what did you get it on?
I got it on Steam.
Okay, yeah. So are you going to be focusing Steam achievements with a sufficient enough setup?
Yeah. So like my achievement thing with the Xbox, like I don't care about PlayStation achievements. I could get 0% on all those if I don't really care. But Xbox, I try and get my completion percentage up as much as possible, and that includes total achievements. So if I get a game that I get one fucking achievement in, and then I never play it again, that's like a big hole in my my good mood. I'm like,
so it'll like bum you out if that sort of thing happens.
Sometimes.
I
Steam
understand.
wasn't treated in the same way, but if I do go and stream achievement hunting, I will try and focus on Steam games as my primary.
I think that's a good decision. The people that will be interested in watching you are gonna want to be able to connect and check in on your Steam profile and see your progress and that sort of thing. It's gonna be something that like cements it, makes it more tangible. That's a very good choice. That, and you already have your 1,000,000% that you can showcase on your Steam profile, which is fucking amazing. I know a lot of people, I mean, it depends on whether or not someone is a Binding of Isaac fan or not, and the majority of people that aren't Binding of Isaac fans don't really comprehend the undertaking involved of accomplishing 1,000,000% in Afterbirth Plus. It's, like, you can't understate how fucking insane that is.
Check out this puppy.
Hey, Tiki Torch Guy!
Amazing.
Thank you very, very much for the sub, Tiki Torch Guy. I just appreciate you stopping by and checking out the channel tonight. This is not the usual type of content that we throw down here, but I'm really grateful to be able to sit down with my friends and interview them tonight. Thank you again, Woo, for sitting down and having this interview with me, man.
No, thank you for having me. I appreciate.
Bullet Sponge, my friend, it's good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. I got a couple of questions for Woo before we wrap up our interview tonight. Man, this has been such a fucking pleasure. It's pretty cool, you guys. You might as well get ahead of the curve, my friends. You might as well send a follow over to Woo and just follow him now rather than later. You could just be like, yo, I was following Woo before he started streaming.
I'm such a fan that I was in before it happened.
So, there's no wrong answers. Anything that comes to mind is fine. It doesn't need to be like top 3 or all-time favorites or anything like that. But since you found this channel, is there anything in particular that comes to mind that you have really enjoyed watching on this stream?
So I really enjoyed watching God of War. Was pretty fun.
Sorry, what was?
God of War was pretty
Oh.
fun to watch. Thank you for the recommendation on that. That was an excellent game.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
I also enjoyed Breath of the Wild. For the brief period of time you were playing it, Darkest Dungeon was very high in my my highlights of things to watch. My main thing with games like Darkest Dungeon is being able to be named characters in it. Like that's cool for me. Like I think one XCOM 2 playthrough from Plaid, I died like 5 fucking times. But that's all part of the fun. It's all part of the games, and it's fun to be involved in that way. So games like that always pique my interest. So yeah, those are the main games I can think of off the top of my head.
I appreciate it. And I promise I'm not giving up on Darkest Dungeon. I'm gonna return.
I think you unintentionally made the easiest mode the hardest mode by not knowing how to interact with it.
It's part of the learning process, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, It sucks. I'm not gonna take it up.
Though you should know, when I do sit down to play Darkest Dungeon again, I invite you to backseat me and tell me what to do because I want to learn.
Part of the learning is experiencing it. The only advice I would have is genuinely, and this is not, in my opinion, cheating, but have a idea of how the curios are interacted with, because they can either make your run or break your run, and I could tell they're breaking you pretty badly there.
Oh, I was fucking up every curio for sure. I just need to figure out how to interact with them properly. I understand. I appreciate it. Are there any games that come to mind that you would be very excited to see streamed on this channel?
I would like to see XCOM 2. Would be a lot of fun, or any of the XCOM games. If you were involved in multiplayer, We Need to Go Deeper would be a fun one. Like Anime said, Tabletop Simulator would be fun. I think someone suggested in the chat that Subscriber Tabletop Simulator would be an interesting event. You know, get a few people in there to play card games with you. 7 Days to Die might be fun. That game's a little janky, but it's got its own bit of charm. And that's all I can think of off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Oh, and Overcooked. Overcooked with 3 people would be cool.
You got it. Before I let you go, do you have any questions for me?
Outside of streaming successfully until the end of time, what is one life goal that you would like to?
A life goal. I would like to have a large multi-bedroom house that is 100% equipped for fantastic, reliable internet, that has a large single-room basement studio with a giant table, studio lighting, and a multi-microphone setup for a weekly in-person streamer Dungeons and Dragons podcast with myself DMing the game. So it would effectively be a setup where everyone involved could show up and stay as many nights as they want to, and they could basically just come downstairs and sit down, and we would have like a fully kitted like studio, like studio quality audio, video, multiple cameras, etc. Like a really high production quality Dungeons and Dragons in-person podcast, not done a million miles away from each other over Discord, but done in person. That is definitely something I'm going to be working toward, where we could have just a recurring Dungeons and Dragons podcast with a campaign that has a bunch of fantastic guest streamers, and regulars, recurring characters, and a consistent campaign, a consistent story, a consistent narrative that we would present on a weekly basis, along the lines of things like Critical Role or Acquisitions Incorporated or other popular Dungeons and Dragons podcasts, because Dungeons and Dragons is the best game ever made, and I'm super fucking addicted to it. But I appreciate the question. That's definitely, in regards to the answer to your question, that is the first thing that comes to mind for me.
Well, that's an excellent goal.
Thank you, Med. So before we let Woo go, Mala, thank you for the host, and Lexi Pizza. Lexi, thank you very, very much for the raid. I appreciate you. You're fantastic. Tiki Torch Guy, thank you very much again for the tier 1 sub. It's great to have you on the sub crew. Echo, thank you for the 5 months. Dopefish, thank you for the sub gift. Lexi Pizza, super fantastic and super sweet and wholesome and charming streamer. I hope you all send her a follow. Thank you for the raid tonight, Lexi. I hope you had a good stream. Thank you for stopping by and welcome to the Tiki bar. And in regards to the Tiki bar and all that shit, Woo, our interview is wrapping up, my friend. You've just been fucking fantastic. I appreciate you tolerating my stumbling, my slip up there. But I know you understand, and you've just been a fucking terrific co-host for the time that you've joined me here.
Oh, well, I appreciate that.
It's a pretty cool opportunity because ever since you started mentioning that you were interested in looking into streaming, I've been pretty invested. It's a really cool opportunity to be able to showcase you a little bit and let everyone know, like, hey, like, we were here before it was cool. It's
duly noted. You'll be in the Hall of Fame of fans. You know, one of the
forever
VIP.
proud to be, absolutely proud to be. So before we let you go, Woo, any closing statements whatsoever, you're welcome to say anything that you would like to, shout anything out, plug anything, thank anyone. Just to conclude this interview, your closing statements are all up to you.
Well, thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you because you've been a very inspiring person in my life for just being able to talk to. Like when I met you up in Lake Tahoe, you're extremely easy to talk to. It's very, very laid back, very easygoing, no intimidation, nothing like that. I get that from a few other streamers where it's like, well, this is my show. This is all about me, and you're not involved. And that has never been the feeling that I get from your community. All the people that are in your chat are great people. They always make me feel welcome. I get plenty of, "Hi, Woo, how's it going?" You know, things like that. So that's a good feeling to have. And I know that they do that not just for me, but for everyone, both new and old. And it's rare that you get an opportunity to be involved with as fantastic a community as you got. So thank you for being a paragon to society, so to speak, and continue to be my friend.
It is sincerely appreciated. Thank you for joining us this evening. My friends, that is Woo, formerly Woo05. He is the OG Woo on Twitch. Make sure to show him some love whenever you see him in chat. And while you're at it, send him a preemptive follow for when he starts up his channel. And you should also follow one of his favorite streamers of all time. You should follow Plaid, Pladd. Follow Plaid.
Yeah, Plaid's actually going to be streaming again on the 8th.
It's finally, gosh. No,
He's going to be finishing Sekiro.
Good. Very good. I'm excited to watch. So I don't really have anything else for you, Woo. Regardless of what you're drinking tonight, man, cheers to you, my friend. Thank you very, very much for joining me, buddy.
Thanks, man. Have a good one.
Good night, Woo. Utterly a pleasure. Utterly a pleasure. God. Now you all understand why I love him so much, right? I hope so. Frosty? Oh, this is gonna be great. This is gonna be fucking great. I'm so excited. Frosty's up next. Yes. Alright, Frosty, I'm gonna drag you in just a moment. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. And then we're gonna be good to go. Thank you, Ark. I would love to get the opportunity to interview you one of these days. That guy's top shelf, classy guy. I'm so glad you think so. He's all Wu has to do is just sit around and be himself, and it's just such a good impression. Like, I hope I don't put too much pressure on him. Honestly, he's such a stand-up guy. Just one of the kindest human beings I've ever had the pleasure to get to know. Hey, Random. Hi, buddy. Welcome back, man. How is the interview thing working? So basically, Skills is keeping track of the queue, the waiting list. And whoever is at the front of the waiting list gets the next interview. They have to be subscribed. And I pull them into Discord chat with me, and I ask them a couple of non-personal, impersonal questions. Nothing like asking any personal information. I don't ask where people live, or anything that might end up doxing them, but it's some kind of like feedback about the channel, feedback in regards to like what sort of games that they would like to see me play, how they found the channel, streamers that they like that I've introduced them to, that sort of thing. Let them introduce themselves. We're taking a while to get through interviews. It's not a bad thing, though. I'm really, really appreciating this time to just get to know a lot of my subscribers better. So, in case any of you are on the waiting list and you don't get the opportunity to sit down and talk to me tonight, I want you to know we're going to keep doing this, and you're still going to be on the front of the list if you don't get to sit down this evening. So thank you. Thank you very much for bearing with me, because I do not want to rush these interviews. These are people that mean a lot to me, and I'm getting the opportunity to get to know them better. I've wanted to do sub-interview days for a while, and this is just a fantastic opportunity. Thank you so much for your patience, everyone. I hope you're all enjoying these interviews. These conversations have been fantastic. Like, seriously, like, none of these conversations have been forced. None of these conversations have been tedious. Everything has gone exactly as long as it should have. The conversation has been fantastic, and getting the opportunity to get to know these subscribers better and showcase them, especially if they're streamers, it's just the best fucking feeling in the world. So thank you so fucking much. It means the fucking world to me, especially because we're sitting here doing something other than playing video games.
Good night for reals now. You are lovely, and so are you guys on the other side of the microphone/internet wave.
Dude, you are also incredibly fantastic, Tiny Viking. I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Hey, Hunter, welcome back. Hunter, I hope you have a great day at work. I love you. You are fantastic. Stay safe out there. Thank you for continuing to check in with us whenever you get the chance. Seriously, we always miss you. Good night, Tiny Viking. You sleep well? God, I am definitely starting to get a little bit drunk. I accidentally combined I combined two statements together, and it ended up sounding like an extremely mean insult to Wu, and I know he understands. I just feel bad that because it's like the exact opposite of how I actually feel about him. I'm going to be sitting down and interviewing Frosty Foxy, who is also a streamer. And, well, I mean, I'm not as drunk as I'm going to get, Hunter, but I'm definitely getting there. Hugin, thank you for the sub gift to Hunter Zephra. I appreciate that, Hugin. Welcome back to the sub crew, Hunter. I just always fucking happy to see you. So happy to see you. I don't think anybody thought for a second you meant the slip up as the genuine statement. I appreciate that. I agree. I believe that. I firmly believe that, and I'm really grateful for that shit. Because, man, secretly hiding and, like, fucking maintaining mean feelings and thoughts about people, it's too much fucking work, dude. Honestly, if I don't care about someone, then I'm not going to take the time to be a part of their life. Thank you, Frosty. I know you understand. And Drezzy with that fat host, man. Super fat host. Yeah, Random, I'm actually working on getting a real Tiki. Because in the Realms Tiki Bar, we gotta do things authentic, you know what I mean? So, hoping to get an actual, like, little Tiki that we could, like, put here for the Tiki Bar streams. Basically, it's a podcast, I suppose you could say. I love you, by the way, Random, and I love you, Drezzy. Thank you very much for that chunky, hunky host, sir. McLevin, I hope you're having a good evening. Thank you for stopping by. Welcome to the Tiki Bar. I'm gonna need to get myself a little tiki of some kind. Hopefully, maybe it'll be like one that I could put some batteries in it and it'll be like glowing or something. Wouldn't even notice that slip up of Realms didn't focus on it as a typo, Master. I get that it was a mistake. I appreciate your understanding. I wanted to acknowledge it because I made a mistake in what I was saying. Streaming is improvisational. It's in the moment. It's very transient. It's very involved. There's no editing. There is production quality if you plan things in advance, but that's not going to protect you from a slip-up. And that was my only slip-up of the night, as far as I can tell. It's unfortunate that slip-up transformed into one of the meanest insults I could have ever given a beloved friend. But he knows me, and I know him. He knows that I would never fucking intend anything like that. I only hold Wu in the highest regard. I ever, truly. I love all of you very, very much. I hope you're all having a fantastic evening. Frosty is waiting for the next interview. I need to run to the bathroom. Because I've been drinking a fuck ton of vodka tonight. And I'm only going to drink more. And then Tickle Peach would tell me to drink more water. So I'm going to do that first because she's amazing. How does one enter the interview list? I'm hoping this doesn't sound like a brag or a humble brag or anything, but I think the interview list is a little long. But I'm going to keep going. Random, I'm going to keep knocking out interviews with these people for however long they take. There's no guarantee about how long the interviews are going to take, but I'm just going to keep going until I'm either too tired to keep going or too drunk to keep going. But yeah, talk to Skills to get yourself put on that list. Subscribers only. Too tired. Oh my god. Thank you, Hunter. I'm really glad to hear that. I was just too exhausted to be able to sit down and play an intense game and a focused game like Sekiro, so I decided I've been wanting to sit down and do sub interviews for a while, so I was like, alright, it's Tiki Bar time. Tiki Bar, the Realms Tiki Bar is basically the podcast format that I would like to use for when I want to just sit around and get drunk and interview someone. Either I'm going to be sitting around interviewing subscribers or hanging out and talking with them, or I'm going to be talking and podcasting with another streamer or like my moderators or something, so... Not every single Tiki Bar stream is going to be sub-interviews, but I am going to continue doing them until we cross everyone off the list. It's going to be great. I need to run to the bathroom, and then we're gonna talk with Frosty Foxy. Why a Tiki Bar specifically? It's a good question. I mean, I understand we're not in a Tiki Bar, right? This is just my office. This is my streaming... Well, it's the streaming corner of my bedroom, let's be real, right? But, hey, Uncrated Beast, did I get a chance to say hi to you yet? I fucking appreciate you so much. But yes, the Tiki Bar is just... That is a very good question. So, while I was growing up with the internet, the Tiki Bar format was often very prominent in all of the entertaining videos that I would watch. In the podcasts that I was subscribed to, there was one video, like this Tiki Bar video interview podcast that I enjoyed watching that I just can't remember what it was called, but it really it made an impression on me. And one thing I always dreamed of doing was setting up a corner in my streaming studio where there was no green screen, but instead it was just a corner of the room that was just decorated like a tiki bar with just a small like two seat like bamboo tiki bar with like small glowing tikis and just like a shelf of drinks. Perhaps a shelf of beans as well. You gotta have a bean shelf in the tiki bar, especially if you want to have like coffee, like an alcoholic coffee drink, like Kahlua or something. But I don't know, there was just something about like dressing up in Hawaiian shirts and sitting and drinking tropical drinks in this tiny streaming studio podcast room with Namesake, like me and Namesake sitting across from each other with a little tiki bar between us and us, just the camera on us and us talking with chat and interviewing people and that sort of thing. So that's something that has always been really compelling to me. So the pina coladas. My drink tonight, because it's easy, is vodka San Pellegrino. I'd like to do more extensive drinks, maybe like martinis, screwdrivers, whiskey sours. But sorry to keep y'all waiting. I need to run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. We're gonna drag Frosty Foxy in here and do a sub interview. Thanks so much for hanging out tonight, everyone. Seriously, thank you so fucking much. I really appreciate it. Sorry for blocking your bathroom break. Mala, if it was that bad that I would be mad at you for blocking it, I would have just ignored the question and went to the bathroom. I appreciate you, Mala.
You're listening to Radio Cutman.
Ugh. Here we are. Slowly but surely kind of starting to get drunk. I'm officially a little bit drunk. Dark Warlord. D20s are for skill checks. What were you trying to do? Were you trying to seduce me? Because a 15 would work. If it's Dark Warlord, I think a 15 would definitely be at least just enough. Never played D&D? Oh my god, man. I gotta introduce you to 5th edition, dude. It's fantastic. I'm learning Roll20. I've been learning Roll20 and like learning how to run games online, and fuck. Roll20 is just fantastic. I wish it had skills. I wish Roll20 had a dark mode. Why doesn't it have a night mode? Because it's ass. That's the only thing that would make Roll20 perfect, skills. Is a dark mode. Night mode. Like, dude, you're trying to play D&D, but you're staring at this, like, bright white screen, and your eyes are bleeding. But yeah, Dark Warlord 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons is fucking incredible. It's so good. Someone sent me something. That was the UPS guy. Dungeons & Dragons Treasure Nest. Perfect for storing dice, tokens, and other small gaming accessories. It's a dice bag. This is fucking cool. It's a really big dice bag. This could fit a lot of dice. I don't know who sent this to me. This is fucking amazing. I would like to find out who sent this to me. Thank you. I'm going to use it to store all of my dice. Buy all the dice. I'll just get like, I have a pound of dice. I'm gonna store it in here. Zatoni? Zatoni, are you here? Did you send this to me? Who else knows that I bought a pound of dice? Hugin, was this from you? I saw you became a man of culture and bought a Chessex pound of dice. It was not from you. It might have been from Bran. It might be from Bran. Ooh boy, that's a name and a half right there. It sure is. Konnichiwa, my dude. I appreciate the follow, conservative Republican, as you put me in an awkward situation here because no politics is allowed in this channel whatsoever, and your name is inherently political. So I gotta ban you. Sorry. I mean, it was your choice to make your name that political. So sorry. No, it's not your fault. It's my fault for setting up the rules the way they are. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely your decision. It's your conscious decision. Like, it's your conscientious decision to have a inherently political username. And I'd recommend not doing that on Twitch. Though, honestly, I don't know. I can't speak for any other streamers in the way that they run their channels. No disrespect to you whatsoever, right? Everyone is entitled to their beliefs and opinions. But it was your conscious choice to make your username inherently political. Which is why I can't fuck with it, because it's just against the rules of my stream. So, best wishes.
I think that worked. Yeah.
Uh-oh. That's a little strong. That is strong. That is very strong. I'll just have to drink it as is. MMA Jim, thank you very, very much for the host. Welcome back, my friend. If I ever sent you a cigar, would you smoke it? I very much enjoy cigars. I like cigars a lot. I'm in a tough situation because the nicotine is really bad for my heart. I had to quit smoking cigarettes, and my doctor told me that I can't be around nicotine and ingest any nicotine anymore whatsoever. Because it gives me arrhythmias. So, fuck, I love smoking cigarettes a lot. But yeah, I just can't ingest nicotine anymore. What did you think of Persona 5, by the way? It was fantastic. One of the best games ever made. One of my all-time favorite games. Everyone should play it. Thank you very much for the host, Jim. I hope you had a fantastic day. We're going to drag Frosty Foxy. Sorry for bringing it up. Sure, his quitting was difficult. It's okay. It's seriously okay. Like, no way you would have known. It's totally fine. Kazgra, welcome back, Kazgra. It's good to see you. And yeah, Mr. Swanky, like, inherently, like, cigars are fucking amazing. I definitely miss them. They are great. Yeah, no apology necessary. And I will tell you right now, when your choice is between your heart freaking out or continuing to smoke cigarettes and cigars, quitting is not difficult whatsoever. So yeah, I don't want you to feel bad at all. You're all good. Hey, Sly! Good to see you, Sly. Welcome back. Thanks for stopping by, Sly. Kazgra, so fucking good to see you, man. Thanks for stopping by. I want to chit-chat with everyone more, but I have made a commitment to drag Frosty Foxy into this conversation so that we can interview our next subscriber. Excuse me. What about a blunt the size of a cigar? No nicotine. Well, marijuana is a completely different story than cigarettes and cigars. That doesn't have nicotine. That stuff doesn't hurt my heart. If you know what I'm saying. My wife suffered from arrhythmias for almost 15 years. It's scary shit. It's very scary. I've only had 3. I've only ever had 3 arrhythmias in my life, and they stopped when I quit smoking. So yeah, I totally understand. They are definitely scary. All right, it's Frosty time. My Frosty boy.
Hello.
Hello, Frosty. Would you like to state your username to the jury?
Frosty Foxy.
Thank you very much for for joining me for this subscriber interview, Frosty. I appreciate it.
No, thank you. I should probably sit up in my chair so I'm not 7 miles away from my mic.
Yes. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Did you die?
A little bit.
Wow.
Oops.
I'm just glad you're okay, man.
I had a collection of water bottles going on my desk.
A collection of water bottles.
They have relocated themselves.
Well, I'm glad that that was not an apocalyptic situation.
I scared the shit out of myself and instinctively, like, accidentally hit my mute button as well. Well,
I'm just glad
there's,
you're okay.
There's my introduction.
Well, do you have any other... Is there any other introduction that you would actually like to make, or are you good to go? It could be anything. Seriously, there's no wrong answer. You could introduce yourself in any way you like.
Well, there's really not much to me. I'm a pretty simple person, to be completely fair. I don't have a life. I play a lot of video games. I haven't really been watching Twitch for that long.
How long have you been watching Twitch?
Probably like 8 months.
Oh.
9 months, maybe.
So what brought you to Twitch in the first place?
My good friend Proxy. I started playing with him, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm a streamer," and I was like, "Oh, well, okay." So I started watching him and stuff, and actually just did a stream,
my dude.
Duo stream with him tonight. Yeah, he's been a good friend of mine for probably about almost a year now, if not maybe a little bit more. Started watching him, and then Saren is who introduced me to you.
How did you meet Saren?
Through another friend of mine. We don't talk about him. He's an asshole.
You don't have to go into anything
but
that you don't want to go into. No pressure.
No, it's all good.
So Saren found my channel, I think, during the Witcher 3 stream, and then you ended up meeting Saren, and Saren brought you here during Okami, right?
Yep, during Okami.
Oh, I am so fucking glad I met you. You popped in here, Saren introduced you, and you just turned into just the chillest, the sweetest. You showed up every day and just only served to improve people's days. You were just constantly raising everyone up, being so kind, complimentary, just lovely Frosty boy. I appreciate you, Frosty.
Well, thank you.
You found the stream because of Saren. We were playing Okami. Go ahead. What did I cut? What did I cut you off from?
Oh, you're good. As I say, Saren, I'd actually technically, I guess, been watching you for about a month before I hopped into the stream. Technically, sort of, because for about a month, Saren would just send me 23 or fucking more clips of you every day. You're like, watch these. You should come watch this guy. He's really fun to watch.
I appreciate that. Saren's been here for a while. Saren is fucking great.
He is.
So, over the course of ever since you found this channel, because naturally, when you found us, we were playing Okami, but ever since you found this stream, what is there, or sorry, not what, but is there anything in particular that you have enjoyed watching me play that stands out to you?
Obviously Persona 5, because that was a good 75% of the entire time I've been watching you.
I
absolutely loved that.
I really appreciate that you had a good time. I know I did, and you were fucking great as well. So it was like a breath of fresh air every time you pop in. I mean, that's just the way it is. You're Frosty Foxy, so
Breath of chilled air.
I see what you did there. Is there anything in particular, and it doesn't need to be like a top 3, you don't need to think of the most compelling thing, you don't need to rack your brain, but if there is anything that comes to mind, is there anything in particular that you would want to see me stream?
So on that one, I had an answer before, and I don't remember what it was. I know somebody mentioned Detroit Become Human. I've always loved watching playthroughs of that game. That's been a really good one. I don't know. I absolutely fucking love story-based games and choice-based games and whatnot, but I don't usually play story-based games and whatnot. I always play like very repetitive, either that or competitive games and whatnot.
Like Siege?
Yes.
All right, so story heavy, choice heavy. That's good to know. Like, you don't need to necessarily give me specifics. Story heavy and choice heavy games, it's a really, really good genre that I will take into consideration. So
Yeah.
when you mean like choice heavy, for example, Detroit Become Human comes to mind. Are we talking like Telltale games? The Walking Dead, Telltale, Borderlands.
Yeah, stuff like that would be really cool.
The Wolf Among Us. It's a great choice as well. I've never streamed any of those. Until Dawn is story heavy, choice heavy, but that's like a horror game, right?
Ooh, that would be interesting.
Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking of whatever comes to mind when I think about Detroit Become Human, because I'm pretty sure that Detroit is like, it's definitely the top tier example of those story heavy, choice heavy games these days.
Yeah, I think that would be like really cool. Because I know you have a lot of background in like horror games and like whatnot like that. I think, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know what my brain was doing there. I haven't actually really seen you play anything like that, and I think that would be really, really cool.
Yeah, you found this channel after last October, didn't you?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, so this October is going to be fucked.
Ooh.
It's just going to be horror game after horror game after horror game. Hey, Cute as a Bug, it's good to see you. Actually, one of the spooky games I'm really looking forward to, besides Until Dawn, was just gifted to me. This morning, I think it was. Kubi gifted me Visage. Dude, it looked very spooky. I watched NATO Potato play it, and he got his pants spookled. And spooky games. So it was really interesting. I have a very strange history with spooky games because around the time I started streaming, I was coming out of a phase where I couldn't handle anything scary. So I was at the ass end of a part of my life where scary movies, scary pictures, creepypastas, scary games, jump scare videos, troll jump scare videos, like they all just really fucked me up really bad and like traumatized me. And then I was about like a year into my streaming career, and all of the regulars in my chat very, very early on convinced me to stream Outlast. And then Outlast was very, very scary, and I got my pants spookled off, and then that evolved into like Dead Space and Dead Space 2, and then the Outlast DLC, and then other random spooky games like the indie ones and Slenderman, etc. And for some reason, I went from... I just flipped. Like, I flipped from being completely terrified of scary games to be completely addicted to scary games. And So I just want you to know, like, you're not putting me through anything traumatic, but every October, I'm always looking forward to sitting down and playing just a ton of terrifying games for an entire month. And I'm really glad to hear that you're going to enjoy it, because it's going to be very, very constant this October. It's just going to be one scary game after another until we complete them. And probably a couple that I played through in the past, like Resident Evil 7, for example. What were you going to say?
It's kind of ironic because I was born 2 days before Halloween.
Ooh.
But everything scares me. But I love watching people play scary games.
There is something special about it, isn't it? Like,
yeah.
I have very fond memories of... Because Markiplier, for example, has been doing content on YouTube for such a fucking long time, and
oh yeah,
I was watching him when he was first starting out, back when I couldn't handle a scary movie, I couldn't handle a scary game, but sitting down and watching Markiplier, for example, play through a horror game, there was something like you were sharing the scares with the streamer, you're sharing the scares with the YouTuber, so it was like manageable. It was like you could handle it because it was a shared experience between you and the person, because they were the one that was getting spooked primarily, and then we were the ones who were experiencing it from like a secondary perspective. So it wasn't as spooky and it was more entertaining for us instead of getting our pants spooked. And I'm just glad to hear that you're going to enjoy that, because we're going to have a lot of that closer to the end of this year. And honestly, anything that I can sit down and do that entertains you, I'm grateful for it, because I love you so much, Frosty, so much. I have more questions for you if you're feeling keen.
I have more answers for you.
Good. That's exactly what I'm looking for when I'm giving you these questions. That was a fucking dumb joke, but sorry, don't. Just ignore it. Ignore that.
But Realms, it's impossible to ignore you.
I already asked you what you would want to see from this stream, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there any streamer that I have introduced you to from this channel, through this channel, that you have become addicted to since you found this stream?
Oh boy.
You don't need to be super specific, you don't need to be consistent, it's just anything that comes to mind.
Let me put it this way. Bort, go to sleep.
Go to sleep, Mr. Bort.
Rebellious little shit.
Go to sleep.
Let me put it this way. Every single person that I watch on Twitch currently, other than you and Proxy, I have been introduced through you in some way.
Are there any names in particular that come to mind just off the top of your head?
Fucking obviously Nicktacular42, Dino, Average Jez, Asdos, Lunk, fucking I can't even think of everyone right now. There's so many.
That's fine. That's way more than enough. I'm just
Hugin, of course, as well.
Cool. That's good to hear. I'm trying to find like the general demographic of where all of my interviewed subscribers, end up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I appreciate you just brainstorming for me real quick. Thank you.
Like I said before, like I didn't really watch Twitch at all before. And then, I watched Proxy when he would go live and whatnot, and then Saren introduced me to you, and then after that, like after I was introduced to you and with how fucking wholesome your chat is and everything in your stream, I got addicted to Twitch, and now I don't do anything but just watch people on Twitch.
It is a pretty fantastic form of entertainment, honestly. Like, besides the YouTubers that I'm addicted to, like Donkey, for example, we're talking YouTubers that when they release a video, I am immediately there. Like, I'm that addicted, right? Besides those kind of YouTubers, Twitch is a completely optimal, completely comprehensive entertainment system. Like, if you are properly connected to Twitch, you don't need to watch TV. You don't need Netflix. I mean, Netflix is still great, and you could get like Crunchyroll for the animes that you're addicted to or whatever. But like, you don't really need it if you're addicted enough to Twitch. It's a comprehensive entertainment system, and I'm so fucking grateful for that. It's super cool.
Yeah, I get like fucking 32 different notifications from Twitch on my phone a day, and I'm just like, who do I watch? I can't watch everyone at once.
The beauty of that, Frosty, my sweet Frosty boy, the beauty of that is whoever strikes your fancy at that moment. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Who do I feel like watching today? Do I want to listen to Asdos talk about how great boobs are, or do I want to watch Nick Tacular dance around and talk about big booty bitches? Like,
I've been playing with Nick quite a bit on stream lately.
That's cool. I didn't know that.
I've been helping him a lot with his Satisfactory playthrough, and I've also been hopping in with him on Siege most of the time when he plays. That's been a lot of fun.
I'm really, really glad to hear that. Other than the hackers and cheaters.
That's just Siege. I'm used to it at this point.
Brand, it's good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. You're great. I appreciate you. Brand, did you send me this? Did you send me this? Did you send me this dice bag, Brand? Did you send me this? He didn't send it to me. I need to find out who sent me this. It's a big D&D dice bag that showed up. The UPS driver delivered it like half an hour ago. I know, right? I was talking to a couple people about how I ordered a pound of dice, and I'm trying to cross off the list of who knows. Because who else would send it to me? And it's either someone who knew that I got addicted to D&D, or it's someone who knew that I ordered a pound of dice. I'm trying to think. It could be my little brother. I was talking to him about it, and I haven't asked him yet. It's probably Dez. It's either Dez or my dad, because I was talking to my little brother about how I want to teach him 5th edition when I go down to visit him for my dad's birthday this month. Anyways. Thanks for stopping by, Brand. Welcome to the anyone that's stopping in while we're interviewing Frosty Foxy here. Welcome to the Tiki Bar.
Hello.
When you say a pound of dice, it sounds like some kind of drug. Yeah, we had to go down to the docks at midnight and meet with Johnny. Meet with cousin Johnny. He's gonna hook us up with a pound of dice.
To be fair,
I don't want to get caught with the pound of dice.
To be fair, having a pound of dice for D&D could be considered just as addicting as drugs.
Oh, Dungeons and Dragons is so fucking addicting. It is a drug. I would rather play Dungeons and Dragons than do cocaine. For sure. I would give up alcohol for Dungeons and Dragons.
Ooh.
I'd probably give up marijuana for Dungeons and Dragons. That's fucking crazy.
That is.
When I think about how addicted I am to Dungeons and Dragons, I think about like continuing playing Dungeons and Dragons every week for the next 50 years, at least once a week. I get to play it once a week, but all I want is more. I want to play it every day. It's amazing.
Why is Bork still awake?
Mr. Bork, please go to bed, dude. I mean, I'm taking it as a compliment because, like, when I was trying to hype myself up to start the stream, almost 4 hours ago. I was sitting down and I was like, oh god, I really, really hope this goes well, because I didn't announce to anyone that I was going to do a Tiki Bar podcast. I didn't announce to anyone that I was going to do sub interviews. And I was just like, this is either going to fucking fail miserably, or it's going to work out and people will show up and I'll be able to interview my subs. And then I was just like, okay, well, people are probably going to show up and I can interview some of my subscribers. But I was also like, what if the subscriber interviews are boring? But they just haven't been. They've been fucking great. I've been entertained by my own subscribers more than I've been entertaining my own viewers. Thank you, Frosty. Thank you for helping me entertain everyone today. I appreciate it.
Happy to help.
I'm not sure if I had the opportunity to say hi to Absolute Fatal yet. I love you, Fatal. Hey, Moore, welcome. Thank you for stopping by, man. I hope you sleep well whenever you get to bed. Thank you for stopping by, and anyone that's stopping in during this Frosty Foxy interview, welcome to the Tiki Bar. I really appreciate y'all stopping in. Cheers, by the way, Frosty. If you're not drinking alcohol tonight, it's just water is fine. Any liquid. I love you. I appreciate you. Cheers.
There will be later, but not yet. For now, it's Coke. And no, it's not cocaine.
Darn it, man. Frosty, can you hook your boy up, man? I need some cocaine. I'm trying to get off Dungeons and Dragons. I'm trying to quit D&D.
Sorry, man. I just can't stand to put my friends into detrimental situations.
I appreciate that, but I'm addicted to RPGing, Frosty. I'm addicted to worshiping Satan.
It's the lesser of two evils.
That is very true. That's extremely true. Yes. Because let's be fair. Let's look at it from a objective perspective, a logical perspective. If I do cocaine, if I play D&D every day for the next 50 years, I will have a good time. If I do cocaine every day for the next 50 years, I will die.
To be fair, you'd probably have a great time right before you die.
You will be broke. Well, I mean...
That too.
Dungeons and Dragons is pretty expensive.
It can be. For sure.
Foma, thank you very, very much for the raid. It's so good to see you, Foma Born. Thank you very much for the raid this evening. That is a chunky raid. I appreciate it. Do you happen to check some of the gameplay of the games I mentioned a couple weeks ago or not yet? Probably a couple weeks ago. I can hardly remember what I had for breakfast this morning.
Mood.
You could, if you want me to, if there's anything Dark... Oh, yes, Dark Cloud. Yes. I love Dark Cloud. Dark Cloud is fantastic. I do remember we were discussing that. Cheers, Foma. Thank you for the raid tonight. I hope you're having a fantastic day. If you want to blow money fast, buy Warhammer 40k stuff. I know what that's like. High school, my late teens and early 20s, I was addicted to Warhammer 40k. I played Necrons and Tyranids. And, Konnichiwa, my dude. Shit's fucking expensive, man. So expensive. Spartan, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much for stopping by and hanging out tonight, everyone. If you're coming in from the Fomaborn stream, thank you very much for checking out this channel tonight. Foma is fucking fantastic. Foma, I actually had no idea that you were a streamer, and now that I know, I'm going to shoot you a follow real quick, if I'm not already doing so. And we have, I think we might have a couple more questions for Frosty, who is being a fantastic co-host, and just your darn sweet ass self.
No, you.
I try, my friend. Thank you. Thank you for having faith in me. Seriously, you are the best. It might get a little bit more wholesome. I might be shoehorning you into an awkward situation of wholesomeness right here.
Uh-oh.
Because you already told me about the streamers that you are addicted to that you discovered from this stream. Konnichiwa, my dude. But the next question, and one of the last questions for your interview, is there anything in particular that you appreciate about the Realms community? Yeah, I know. That's,
My first reaction was gonna be My first reaction to that question is just to blanket answer it with everything, but
That's, I mean, it's a viable answer. I appreciate that.
to elaborate though.
Sure.
Well, I don't necessarily come to Twitch for, like the gameplay a lot of times. It has a lot to do with the personality of the streamer, as well as the personality of, all the people in chat. And there's not many streams, like, as I've been exploring Twitch a lot more and, discovering channels and whatnot, there's channels I don't like. But any of the ones that you've recommended to me, I've loved. But yours in particular, it's hard to really place a finger on it, but there's something about it that differentiates itself from just about any other chat, or just about any other stream, sorry. The people here are unnaturally wholesome, as well as yourself. Like, everybody's so welcoming and so loving, and, you never feel awkward or feel like you can't chat because, there's always people to talk to. Mr. Bork, you need to go to sleep.
Go to bed. Zombie down. Your name is amazing. Thank you for the follow.
And when you take all of that and wrap it all up, and then you throw your gameplay on top of that as well, it's an exceptional stream, and it's a whole nother experience, really. Like, it's extremely unique, and there's no way to not enjoy it.
Thank you. Seriously, thank you very much. I understand. I'm so fucking grateful that I can entertain you in that way. I'm glad you feel like you found a place that is unique and interesting, something different, because you're something different in all the best fucking ways. You are so quirky in every single way that I could potentially love about any human being that could ever exist. I'm glad you found a home here, and I don't want you to ever leave.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that a lot.
You're welcome. You fucking deserve it. There have been countless days where something that you have said, or just the mere fact that you popped in and said hi in my own chat, has changed my attitude for that day and just improved my day. And like,
Konnichiwa, my dude.
That sort of thing is so exceptionally valuable for me, because I have to sit there and stream for like 5, 6, 7, potentially 8 or 9 hours, and when someone like you comes in and gives me like an attitude adjustment, a positive boost, it helps me entertain people better. Thank you, Frosty. Thank you for being so patient to sit down and have this sub interview. It's been fucking fantastic. It's been almost as fantastic as you are. Just and these typical compliments and more available to valuable Realms community members. Before I let you go, do you have any questions for me? And it's totally fine if you got nothing. You don't need to like rack your brain for
Konnichiwa, my dude.
Oh, that's my secret realms. I'm always racking my brain.
Tiki Torch Guy, thank you for the follow. Zamarin, thank you for the follow. Thank you for stopping by and hanging with us tonight. This is a very different style of content that we're throwing down. I've always wanted to get the opportunity to sit down and do a little bit of subscriber interviews. So thank you for bearing with us. Also, video games happen on this stream also. And I sit around and I play them with people and sometimes by myself. And it's fun, I promise. Frosty, is it fun?
It is.
We got the Frosty Foxy seal of approval. I told you it's fun. So you got that to look forward to.
I do actually have my one question for you.
Yes, it'd be my pleasure.
My only question for you is, will you promise to never change how you are?
To never change
and
what?
To just always be an amazing person.
To never change how I am.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Not necessarily like always be the same, but more in the sense of like never stop being an amazing person. That's how I meant to word it.
Not considering anything that is utterly beyond my control, Frosty, it is my pleasure and my privilege to commit, to promise you that I will never change. I will continue to stream for the rest of my life. I will continue to be this the only thing I'm gonna strive to change about myself, Frosty, is I'm gonna strive to improve myself. And if I'm improving myself, if I'm changing in that way, I'm never gonna get less sweet with you, less compassionate about someone that I love like you, less wholesome, I think is probably how you would put it. So yeah, I will definitely change and I will grow, but I'm never gonna fucking abandon you, and I'll never abandon streaming, and I'll never abandon this community, and I just appreciate you understanding and supporting me as I grow and change in the ways that do not forsake what you're asking of me. I promise.
Absolutely.
I can definitely commit to that, and I'm not going to make a promise that I can't keep. So thank you. That's really so sweet of you to ask something like that in particular. What that says to me is it means that you are that you're proud of the type of person that I am, considering that you don't want me to change from what I am right now. So
Absolutely.
that's what I see what you mean, and I promise you that is not going to change. I'm only gonna grow and become more of what you appreciate about me. Thank you for having faith in me, Frosty.
Thank you.
More?
Do I still get to make a shout out?
Yes, you do. I'm gonna quickly thank More1 with the sub gift. Thank you for the sub gift to Fubi, bringing him back into the sub crew for 16 months now. Thank you so much for that sub gift, More. I really appreciate it. Fubi is someone who's exceptionally important to me, and it means a lot that you would bring him back into the sub crew for me. So thank you. Yes, Frosty. Your question of me, which was in reality a request of me, which is also fair. Like, you can ask whatever if you want to ask me to do something. It's just as much as asking me a question about me. Like truth or dare, I suppose, but your request of me was honestly like just the sweetest thing in the whole world. I just appreciate it. Thank you. So here's to Frosty Foxy. Cheers. Thank you for joining us and being the fifth sub interview in our first ever Tiki Bar podcast. I appreciate you, Frosty. You have closing statements. You have the floor and utter freedom. Anything that you want.
Well, I don't really have much to say, but I did want to shout out my buddy Virtuous Proxy on Twitch. Like, he has, he's been a amazing friend of mine. He's been there with me through thick and thin, and he's for a while now he's tried to make Twitch his career, and he's had some struggles, as all people do. A lot of it, he's very overly analytical of himself, and
Hey Frosty, is his username picture VP, Golden VP?
It is.
All right.
But this guy has been an amazing friend to me, and I feel like he deserves a lot, and I feel like you know, he's had a lot of people come in and out of his chat and whatnot, but I think, you know, what would really like make his day or his week or his month or however long would be, you know, the wholesome ass people here. It's like there is no people more wholesome than the people here. And
I agree. I would love to indoctrinate. Should we call him Proxy?
Yep.
Yeah. I'm actually I feel like you might have mentioned Proxy in the past, but I'm only having the opportunity to become familiar with them. So, More One, thank you very, very much for stopping by and hanging out tonight. Just so you know, we're going to be doing more of these styles of podcasts with sub interviews, and I'd really love to get the opportunity to sit down and interview you, just like I'm doing with Frosty here. Have a great night. I love you. Sleep well. More. We'll catch you on the flip side. Thank you for the sub gift again. Yes, Frosty. I followed Proxy, and I'm looking forward to going and hanging out with them. A recommendation from Frosty does not. Sorry, I just got another sub gift. A recommendation from Frosty does not come lightly, or is not taken lightly by me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yes, I'm very, very much looking forward to getting to know them better. More One, thank you for the gift sub to Bullet Sponge. I appreciate that. Dude, throwing down the sub gifts. You sexy beast. I appreciate you. Hey, Echo. Welcome back, Echo. I love you, my friend. I hope you're having a lovely day. One of my mods should be able to fill you in, Echo. Gosh, it's so lovely to have all of you here. Do you have any other closing statements for us tonight, Frosty?
Not really, other than, you know, I'm gonna go, waste more of my life on video games here in a moment, and I'll be watching and chatting and whatnot, and, I love every single one of you, and,
I love you too, my friend. Keep up the good work.
You as well, man.
You have genuinely been fantastic. Seriously, like, every single interview before you has just been top shelf, absolutely incredible, and you did not disappoint. You absolutely lived up to it and kept the hype going. Thank you for being your genuine ass wholesome self. I appreciate you. I appreciate your soul. And next time you end up in Siege, I just hope that you don't run into hackers. That is my good wishing for you.
Oh, good. I've gotten pretty good at killing them.
That's probably like twice as satisfying. I gotta be real.
It is. It really is.
All right, Frosty, please feel free to say goodnight to chat. Thank you for joining us tonight, Frosty.
Thank you for having me.
Bye, buddy.
Yeet.
Oh, lovely. Hey, Lunk. Hi, bud. Welcome back, Lunk Sauce. Lunk Sauce is a streamer that you should all definitely follow. Welcome to the Tiki Bar, Lunk. Lunk, do you have a Hawaiian shirt? We should definitely do a Tiki Bar podcast next time I'm visiting you later this month. Can I buy a cheeseburger in Paradise real quick? Or... I don't understand. I mean, I will sell you a cheeseburger. You can have it for free, though. I'll make it for you. Paradise? I was already under the impression that Lunk Sauce's channel was Paradise. I do not own a Hawaiian... Alright, well, I'll just bring one for you. Is there a voice chat room to join on the server? I don't see it. In my Discord? You just scroll down. Yeah, scroll down. Under the text channels is all the voice channels. Who's next, Skills? Unorthofox. Unorthofox is here. Oh, this is gonna be amazing. I'm so fucking stoked. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. It's treason, then. Was I put down for this? I hope so. Echo, there might be a little bit of a long wait list, and if I can't get to you tonight because I get too tired or too drunk, we are going to do this again. And anyone that is still waiting on the wait list will be alerted in advance for when we're going to do another Tiki Bar sub interview stream. I don't see an actual channel I can click on. Zatoni. What? Zatoni's a regular. He shouldn't be locked out of any of these channels. We're gonna look at the screen here. This is what I'm looking at, Zatoni. I mean, I know you know how to Discord, I know I have a lot of notifications, okay? I don't have much time during the day to get to Discord. I'm sorry. Like, you don't see any voice channels? Thank you, Brand. Thank you, man. I seem to be incapable of joining? I'm freaking out. It's also the only voice channel I see? I am in way too many Discords, okay? Don't make me scroll down this list. It's bad. It's very bad. I've reached the limit of Discords. Oh my god. 100 servers? Holy fuck. Yeah, what skills said, everybody. And I do apologize to anyone that I couldn't get to interview tonight because it's already starting to get pretty late. But I'll be here for like another hour, 2 hours. Ugh. Can somebody get the Discord invite link for... Oh, Alex is right there. Skills linked it. It might be because the category was minimized. I'm fucking dumb. Mr. Borg, go to bed.
No, fuck off!
It's a growing boy. Needs his rest. Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and I'm gonna get a beer, and then we're gonna get. I think Unorthofox is next on the list. Gosh, this is gonna be so lovely. I'm so excited to talk to Unorthofox. Zatoni, but your solution is resolved. Is that correct? All right, Zatoni's good. I'll be right back. entertain each other or something. Thank you very much for hanging out tonight, everyone. I really appreciate it. I'm not going to be drinking any more vodka tonight after I finish what's left in here. I'm going to chill out with some beers. I don't want to get much drunker too quickly. I want to see if we can get like at least 2 more, maybe 3 more minimum interviews done tonight. Lunk Sauce, you might be joking around now, but there's going to come a day, there's going to come a time when you are here in the interview seat and I'm going to be harassing the shit out of you, but also constantly insisting that everyone in my chat follow you. Follow Lunk Sauce. Peach, Tickle Peach, if it is the case that I can't get to your interview tonight, if it seems like it's pretty far off, I don't want to keep you up. I want you to be able to get to bed if you need to get some rest, and I want you to know that with you being so understanding and patient with me not rushing the interviews with all of the subs that I'm interviewing tonight, I just want you to know that I'm definitely not going to rush yours, because you're amazing. None of us ever want to sleep, Mr. Bork, but you need it, man. You gotta rest. Alright. Unorthofox. Wait, what the fuck? Oh god. I forgot to get my beer. Hey, Lunk, did you see the emote that Ryu made? can I get some Realms Pog in the chat, boys? Oh my god, Poggers, dude. Oh my god, bro, Poggers, dude. Ignore this. Ignore it. Oh, that's a chunky host, Apro. Thank you for the freaking chunky, hunky host. I love you, man. I hope you're having a good night. Thanks for stopping by tonight, man. I really hope you had a good stream. Can I get a shout out for Apro28, please? All right. Love it when you twist the stash, bruh. I'm only twisting it because it's a bit unruly and irritating. I really need to trim it down because it's fucking irritating the hell out of me. I'm sending the sleep meme to you. I'll send it to you, Realms, for you to check on when you need a laugh. Oh, thank you. Yo face rub just now. I did. How you be? I'm being pretty great, Apro. Almost as great as you. Also, welcome to the Tiki Bar. We've been hanging out for the past 420 hours, 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Hold on. We've been hanging out for the past 4 hours and 20 minutes is what I meant to say. Thank you, Tickle Peach. God, I'm such an idiot. Brain, please. Thank you, Zack Attack. I will be looking at that after the stream. Did I say 4 minutes, 20 seconds? Been drinking tonight. Welcome to the Tiki Bar, Apro. We have been interviewing subscribers for the past 4 hours and 20 minutes. And just drinking a lot. And, Under the Fox, if you're there, if you can hear me. I'm ready. Are you ready? Are you ready? It's about to get super intense. It's not gonna get intense. Anortha Fox, good evening. Hello. How are you? You're wait, are you still muted? You're still muted. You're muted, by the way.
I know, I had to mute Chrome or else it's gonna echo through my headphones. What's up?
The good old Chrome echo, you know.
Yes.
It's always nice when you hear something over Discord and then 4 seconds later it's echoing out of whatever. You know what I mean. Anyways.
Yeah, I do.
So, what time is it for you?
12 a.m.
Oh, for sure. Okay, so 2 hours ahead. Not too bad. It's not, like, entirely East Coast, but thank you very much for waiting up and joining me for this Subscribbler interview. You're crazy sweet and patient.
No worries.
This is Anortha Fox, everyone. I mean, you should have just seen her say what she said in chat, and you should also follow her. She is also a streamer. And how is Ark doing this evening?
I think he's doing good. I would hope so.
Is he, like, in your vicinity, or?
I mean, 13 miles is a bit of a walk, but
okay.
yeah, sure.
All right, I see what you mean. All right, so he's not in the other room. It's a short drive.
Yeah.
Okay. Otherwise, I mean, if Ark had been there, I would have asked you to, like, harass him in some way, you know. You know how we do.
I mean, you can just do that by saying blue is the best color in Magic, so there you go.
Oh, you mean like in Magic the Gathering?
Mm-hmm.
It's
and
not.
I know he can hear me.
I mean, I'm sure he can hear you, but Blue is terrifying, and every single time I find out that I'm gonna be dueling someone who basically plays Blue, my heart sinks. It's just basically like, oh, did you want to do something? I feel like we've had this conversation before with Yumi and Ark, like in chat, like months ago, but it's like, do you want to do something? Well, you can't do it anymore because you're facing a blue deck, but that's just how, I guess that's just how it works, I suppose. Would you like to introduce yourself to the channel?
Yeah, sure. Hello, I am an Orthofox. I usually go by my friends IRL as CC, so either one is okay with me. I like video games, music, and collecting Pokemon plushies. There you go.
Well, that's because you have good taste. Do I have? I don't have Pokemon plushies. I don't have any. I feel bad now, but they're amazing.
That's okay.
I do collect plushies, though. I feel like we've talked about this in the past as well. We're fellow plushie fans. Besides the Binding of Isaac plushies that I own, the rest of them are just kind of like unspecific, I suppose. Are you drinking anything this evening, even if it's non-alcoholic?
I guess I'm drinking the opposite of alcohol because I'm on my second cup of coffee right now.
Are you trying to stay up? Oh, for this interview. Is that... I hope I'm not asking you to stay up too late because of this.
I was planning on staying up late. I'm kind of a night owl.
I respect that. Cheers, by the way.
Cheers indeed.
I appreciate you so much, Orthofox.
Well, thank you.
I have a couple questions for you.
Okie dokie.
Where were you on the night of the 27th? I'm just kidding.
Working.
Okay, that's fair. How did you find this channel?
I want to say I got bored and I was trying to find somebody that I think was either watching Bloodborne or Okami. And I just found you. And I'm like, you seem like a cool guy. And I'm like, he totally is a cool guy.
I appreciate that. I think, so... That adds up because we were trying to get through we were trying to actually finish Bloodborne while at the same time we were working on Okami. I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you. And so whatever I was playing was already decided here. Since you found this stream, is there anything in particular that you have enjoyed watching that comes to mind?
Hands down, Persona 5.
Anything else that comes to mind? And there's no wrong answer, so if nothing really speaks to you as much as Persona 5, that's totally fine.
Persona 5 and Okami. I love that game. But Persona 5.
Okay. I appreciate that. Is there anything that comes to mind that you would really, really be happy to see me stream on this channel?
Ooh.
And if nothing comes to mind, it's totally fine. Well, so I'm gonna answer for you. I think the Witch's House would be a pretty good answer. Thank you for giving me that, by the way. Thank you very much. I'm really excited about that.
I'm excited to see you play it.
I do apologize for cutting you off. I feel like you're about to give me an answer. But yeah,
it's okay.
The Witch's House definitely came to mind, because considering that you gifted me that on Steam, I'm super stoked about it. What were you gonna say? Was there anything that you were gonna say, or?
Yeah, actually, it would be really interesting to see you play something like the Nonary game, so Zero Escape. My old roommate played it, and they're very intense puzzle games, and I just think it'd be really interesting to see you play them, because they're I don't want to say they don't spoil anything, but they're intense.
Okay, understood. Would it be safe to say that puzzle games in general, or is there like a specific type of puzzle game that you're more of a fan of? Like, for example, like Baba Is You, or like Fez, or like Katamari. Shit, I don't know. When it comes to puzzle games, it's tough for me to think of what would really fit. But are there any puzzle games in general, for example, that really speak to you when you kind of think about that genre that you would like to see on the stream as well?
I mean, go with the classic. Definitely Portal. I really liked seeing my friend play. Oh man, I can't. The Witness. The Witness was really cool.
The Witness is definitely one that, well, it's plagued me because of how difficult it is.
Yeah. I had to help him out with a few puzzles. It's
fucking crazy hard as hell, is what you're trying to say?
I do have a bit of a challenge for you though, in terms of puzzle games.
Okay. I'm open. Go for it.
Play Antichamber while drunk.
Drunk Antichamber. Were you here when we streamed through Antichamber, by the way?
I don't think I was.
Oh, okay. Antichamber tripped me the fuck out. It was great, but I didn't play it while drinking. Drunk Antichamber. Okay, so also Drunk Antichamber and The Witness. So The Witness is something that has plagued me for many years because of just how difficult it is. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
Oh no, definitely.
But I promise I'll come back to it because that island is just so mysterious and interesting. Okay, so you're looking forward to me kind of in general playing through The Witch's House, Zero Escape, Drunk Antichamber, and The Witness. I got Zero Escape right?
Yeah, Zero Escape. Basically, if you look on Steam and you look up the nonary games, there should be like one called Zero Escape, or yeah, I think it's called Zero Escape. I think the original it used to be a DS game, so I might be getting the name wrong, but
I found them right here. Nonary. Yeah.
The nonary games. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
They look hella anime, which I'm super stoked about. Okay.
They're definitely hella anime.
Nonary games. This is interesting. I feel like I've heard the name Zero Escape before, but I've never taken the opportunity to investigate. So thank you very much for the suggestion.
Yeah, anytime.
Excuse me.
You're used.
So you're a streamer as well, Unorthodox.
I mean, I try to be.
Well, if you sit down and stream, then you're a streamer.
Okie dokie.
How long have you been streaming?
I'd say like roughly like a year, I want to say.
So, what brought you to discover Twitch in the first place? Because I'm assuming you found Twitch, and then just like anyone who finds Twitch, we initially become viewers for a long time until we consider streaming in the first place. So, what brought you to Twitch? Like, I'm asking you like the whole situation here. What brought you to Twitch? How did you end up on Twitch? Who did you enjoy watching at first? Like the kind of streamers, the kind of content that you liked watching at first, and then after you got addicted to Twitch, what brought you to decide to actually try streaming? And oh my god, sorry, it's so comprehensive. It just keeps going. But when you did start streaming, what did you decide to start with? Like, how was the process, and what games did you decide to start with in the first place?
Okay.
I know that is one fucking long-winded question.
No,
I'm happy to reiterate
I don't
it.
mind.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, it is an interview for a reason, I suppose.
I want to say I kind of started getting into Twitch a little bit more like last summer, I want to say.
Oh.
And I just kind of was like, oh, like this is actually really, really entertaining. If I remember, I started watching a lot of streamers. I really like a streamer named Colmore, and I stumbled on a streamer called Best Jared, and he does like actual lore runs of the Soulsborne games, and he'll actually go to different locations and like be like, kind of explain what's going around and actually like connect points and whatnot and stuff to like.
I see what you
different
mean.
aspects of the lore, and I really like that.
So rather than beating the game as quickly as possible, they're actually trying to investigate.
Yeah, it's
I
really
like
cool.
that.
So I really like that. So I just kind of wanted something, I guess, different to watch than, you know, my usual animes and spooky TV shows. And this that gives me a little bit more, just a little bit more interaction and whatnot with people I really liked. And I started streaming as a way for me to get better at like just communicating with people, because in real life, if you were to talk to me, a lot of people say I'm actually really quiet and very like unspoken about things. So I kind of use streaming as a way to help combat you know, just the social anxiety and stuff like that. And it's really helped. It's a bit difficult still, but it's definitely helped me gain more confidence to talk to other people that aren't outside of my social group.
I completely understand exactly how that feels. Since last summer, so with this summer you're coming up on a year, effectively.
Yeah.
What have you, so like, I wish I had more time to, I'm sure you already know I'm going to be investigating your stream a lot more.
Jeez.
I think there might also be a couple people, more than a couple people hanging out in this chat right now that are looking forward to following you as well. If I could get a shout out for Another Fox again, please. If I can. So now that you're coming up on a year, I'm assuming you didn't immediately decide to start streaming when you found Twitch, but when you did, what were the games that you started with that got you started?
Dark Souls. Definitely Dark Souls.
Anything other in particular that?
Oh jeez. I remember early on I streamed Dark Souls. I think I streamed a bit of Okami, and then I think I remember like the first two games I actually like completed because like when I was starting out I was kind of being like, I'm going to stream everything at once, and I'm like, no, that's not exactly the best idea to have that level of inconsistency. So I want to say Demon Souls, and then not Rise of the Tomb Raider, Shadow of the Tomb Raider were the first two games I completed on stream, and that was just kind of like, I really like this, and it just kind of went on from there. It's been kind of difficult though, because my past job has been very much messing with my sleep schedule, and it's really hard to stream or honestly want to do anything when you've been functioning on like 4 hours of sleep a day.
I understand. Take your time. Take your time. That's the advantage. I mean, I know you got your shit handled. I definitely have faith in you.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, take your time and just take advantage of the nature of streaming, because if you continue to treat it as a hobby, it is so what's the word for it? Like pliable. Like you can let it fit around all of your other important priorities and scheduling and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I used to be really harsh on myself not being able to have a set stream schedule, but now it's just kind of like, I can't do that. I'm a 23-year-old something and whatnot, and stuff, just, you know, having to deal with the grind that is the daily life, and I can't do that. So for me, I'm trying to focus more on when I do stream, when I can stream, to make sure that I'm ready and that I'm happy and that I can be the best streamer I can be at that time.
Yes, you
Quality
have your
over
priorities
quantity.
in order. You definitely have your priorities in order. Well done. Yeah. Oh, that's you know exactly what to shoot for. You said it out loud. She said quality over quantity while I was talking over her. I didn't intend to do that, but like Another Fox knows what's up. I'm really glad to hear that. Seriously. Putting you in a situation where you've only had like 4 hours of sleep and then still wanting to sit down and stream, it's like you have to work to get yourself through it. You have to work to get by, but being so critical about yourself because you don't have a very structured and strict schedule is something that I'm extremely familiar with. There are metrics and statistics out there that suggest that even for brand new streamers, adhering to a very strict streaming schedule is the most effective way to achieve success on Twitch. And I just want you to know, you and I have both been streaming for a long time, and yes, I do think that streaming for almost a year is definitely a long time. And I've been streaming for such a long time even before I ever knew you. I just want you to understand that it's totally okay to be critical with yourself about that, but at the same time, I'm familiar with like literal years of that sort of situation. Just being down on yourself because you're not able to. Well, I don't know. It's not that you're not able to get started at the same time every day. It's that you're bummed because you're not able to.
It just kind of recreates the cycle.
Yes, exactly. From the perspective of someone like myself who is very, very familiar with that experience, I just want you to understand that, like, regardless of what the evidence suggests, it's kind of like FOMO. Like you're afraid of missing out on having a strict schedule. You feel like you're missing out on the opportunity to grow more effectively and that sort of thing. Like what could have happened if I had been consistently live on a daily basis at the exact same time every day? And while there's evidence that suggests that you might have grown more consistently because consistency breeds consistency, I just want you to know that you're really not missing out on much. Because the advantage of being able to allow your stream to fit around other schedules and other important, very, very important life schedules, like spending time with ARC or adhering to a really like strict in-person schedule of working on a daily basis, like, you're doing great. Seriously, like, since you sat down and put yourself out there and started talking in my Discord on my stream to all the people that are here listening to you, I think that they would be inclined to agree with me. This is a very long-winded way of me trying to convince you to just not let it wear away at you as much anymore. Yeah. For not being able to sit down and stream on a daily basis or adhere to a strict schedule. Because I fucking wish I did, but there's so many ifs, ands, or buts. There could have been an if where maybe if I had decided to adhere to a strict schedule, I would not have been streaming late enough for you to find my stream, and I would have never fucking met you. And that means I would have never met ARC. And if that situation was a thing, I honestly would trade 5 years of a strict streaming schedule and consistent growth for the opportunity to meet you and ARC.
Aww.
So I just thank you very much for being a part of my stream and a part of my life. I really appreciate it. I think that it's far more valuable than any like number for me. Next time you see ARC, please give him a great big hug from me, okay?
I will.
Thank you. I completely got lost in whatever the hell we were talking about, but I just don't want you. It hurts me to know that you're getting like, if I'm not saying that you are. It hurts me to know if you're getting demoralized.
I kind of had a realization that at the time with the job I was working, I was like, okay, it wasn't just affecting my stream schedule, it was affecting other things as well. And I'm like, I kind of need to put streaming a bit on a hiatus until, part of my French here, until I get my shit together and then go on from there.
I understand. It's just it's another advantage of being able to stream as a hobby. If you treat it as a hobby, you have the advantage of like it works with you rather than against you.
Yeah.
You're gonna find yourself in a situation like that multiple times throughout your quote unquote streaming career. Because ever since you sat down and started streaming, that's exactly what it was. Just so you know. And what you're doing right now, sitting here and talking to me, like even with me being halfway drunk, it's networking. There's like two different types of networking. Networking that you take advantage of and networking that is genuine and organic, like you and I getting to know each other better because just from what I already know about you, just from the time that I've had the opportunity to spend with you, I know that I'm going to support you for the rest of my life for as long as you're going to continue streaming.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. I would say you're welcome, but honestly, you deserve it. You're super fucking wholesome. I really, really appreciate the time that you have invested to come and get to know me better in my own channel, introducing your hubby to my stream. Like, it means so fucking much to me. You've just been the best of what a Twitch community has to offer. It's been like a breath of fresh air every time I get to see you, every time I get to see your husbando.
Happy waifu, happy waifu.
I feel like I'm imagining Ark is like sitting there like either cracking up or just like unable to breathe. I'm not sure.
Ark, are you okay, dear?
Yes, are you okay, Ark? Because me and Unorthofox are going to be harassing you for the rest of your miserable existence. You're great and I appreciate you. The conversation in the interviews since I've been drinking so much tonight has grown a lot more abstract, so I just want you to know that I appreciate you allowing me to just like ramble all over the place. Thank you very much.
It's all good.
You're very patient with me. I hope it's not gotten like obnoxious or anything.
Realms, with all due respect and whatnot and stuff, I work in the service industry. I'm very patient.
I'm sorry, did you say that you work in the circus industry?
Service. I work as a barista.
Oh my god, I was imagining you like taming wild lions. Okay, sorry. I'm okay. I'm totally fine. I just misinterpreted something that you said here. I was just... She's dating me, she might as well be. Oh, wow. So, you're a barista. Do you work at, like, a chain, or do you work at a independent, coffee shop?
I used to work at a chain, and now I work at an independent coffee shop.
That's where it's at. That's what I'm talking about. I hope that they treat you well. I'm not going to ask for any more details.
Oh, no worries.
To risk, I don't want to risk like doxing situation.
No, yeah. I totally understand.
Do they treat you very well?
For the 5 days I've worked there, yeah.
5 days is a lot. Like, that's
it's been like the first actual full-time job I've worked in a while, so like I'm adjusting to the amount of labor that I have to do, but I mean, it's really, really rewarding. I'm a kind of person, if I'm working a job and I feel like I've done nothing for like 3 hours or more, I can't handle it. I do not like the feeling of feeling useless at a job. If there is something for me to do, I will find it and I will do it.
I respect that. Yeah, because otherwise it just gets super tedious.
Yeah.
Yep. I completely understand. Well, that's good. I'm really, really glad that you're in a situation where it's not, like I said, fucking tedious as shit.
Yeah. Preach.
All right, let me see here. Is there anyone that is there anyone's content that I've had the opportunity to introduce you to from this channel that you've become addicted to? Any streamers that you've discovered because of this stream that you're a big fan of?
Man, it's hard for me to say that right now.
Which is fine.
Because I feel like I haven't been on Twitch as much as I used to be. But let me find something real quick.
No answer is a fine answer. I'm looking for an honest answer.
Yeah, I had someone's name on the tip of my tongue, but I can't remember. I think she was doing it was somebody that was doing an art stream that I really liked her content.
Art.
So,
Dinosaurus?
yeah, I might have stopped by Dinosaurus
Right.
once or twice, and I really like your content, so keep painting, you're really good.
I'm glad to hear that. She would be very, very happy to hear that as well. Is there anything... We're coming up to our closing questions for the evening.
Alright.
Is there anything in particular that you appreciate about this channel's community?
I mean, I feel obviously I'm not the only one who said this, but you probably have one of the most wholesome, welcoming communities in Twitch I've ever encountered. And I also love the fact that it's also a community where I feel like they really stand up for people. Like, it's kind of that, that mantra of do no harm, but take no shit kind of a thing.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that, I mean, I'm not going to, go briefly on what happened and whatnot and stuff, but, when I was sort of new to streaming, I had a bit of a situation and whatnot with a viewer, and I had no idea how to handle it. And, I ended up messaging one of your mods, and they are very, very sage and very wise. And honestly, you're definitely blessed to have them in your channel along with your viewers. I mean, it's just amazing to see what an example of what a Twitch community should be.
Thank you very much. I'm really glad that you feel that way. I had no idea that you got in touch with one of my moderators for that purpose. I'm really glad that it worked out. I'm fucking super proud to hear that it worked out. That's fantastic. Isn't it, Dark Warlord? It really is. All right. That's terrific.
Do no harm.
People have been quoted for worse.
Oh, jeez.
Before I let you go into your closing statements, do you have any questions or question for me? Thank you, Hugin. Thank you very much for that quote, Hugin. I appreciate that. But yeah, go ahead on the Fox.
So I actually wondered if I could ask for streaming advice.
Sure. So before you ask this question, I just want you to know that if there's anything that comes up later, I understand there's probably something that you're interested in asking me like now in particular, but if anything else does come up later, all you have to do is just DM me. I'm always open to provide input for a whopping $0 an hour.
Well, thank you.
But yeah, go ahead.
What's a good way to, I guess, that kind of like mode when what's a good way to combat like not knowing what to talk about like on stream, if that makes sense?
That depends. So I've been streaming for almost 5 years. This coming February, I will have been streaming for 5 years straight. And the majority of the first year of my streaming was spent with my chat moving every 15 to 20 to 30 minutes. So I spent a lot of time focusing on two things. I spent time focusing on responding or teaching myself to respond to a chat message in the way that would engage that specific chatter, that specific viewer who was chatting to me at that time. So what I would do with the messages that I was responding to was make them open-ended conversations to keep those people engaged and to keep them chatting with me, so I had more to work off of. It didn't always work. In fact, it didn't even work half the time, but it kept amazing people like Skills around for long enough to become one of my most reliable moderators in the whole world. However, when I didn't have something like that to work off of, I would talk about the game that I was playing. And for the first year of my streaming career, when I had on average 5 to 10 viewers on a daily basis, and not even half of them were chatting to me regularly, I needed to keep the conversation going, even when it was just with myself. And the advantage, the crutch that I used, the advantage that I discovered was that I was exceptionally good at talking about what I was doing in whatever game I was playing. And I still use that to this day. Sometimes I'll use it when I don't have the opportunity to look over, like if I'm stuck in an intense boss battle, and if I were to look over at chat and try and read what someone was saying, I'd probably get killed. I would just keep talking about what I was doing in trying to deal with this boss battle. Or if my chat is exceptionally slow over that portion of the stream, or if there isn't anything noteworthy enough to respond to, if there isn't a conversation that I want to continue fostering in my channel, I will find something about what I'm doing in the game to talk about. What I'm doing in particular, why I'm doing what I'm doing, what my short-term plan is for where I'm going. For example, in Dark Souls 3, why am I returning to it's Firelink, sorry. Why am I returning to Firelink? What is my short-term plan for the next 20 minutes? What am I returning to Firelink to do? What am I going to buy when I stop by there? Like, why am I using up these souls in my inventory? What is the next area that I want to tackle? What is the boss of that area that I'm looking forward to tackling? That sort of thing. It's anything that just comes to mind. There's a short-term filter, because human beings are fucking weird, and if any human being sat down and just said whatever thought comes to their mind, they would look insane. So when you're streaming, you're finding that middle ground between saying what comes to your mind, but also saying what comes to your mind but is reasonable, what is appropriate for your stream. So you're not sitting down and saying like, oh, I can't wait for this next boss, also my butt feels weird. You're saying, oh, I can't wait for this next boss, and then you're waiting for the next thought that pops into your mind that is appropriate in regards to what you're streaming and what you're doing on stream, and like what your plans are, what you're doing in game, and you're riffing off of that, because your game is, as much as someone in your chat is someone that you can interact with, your game is something you can interact with. Your game is talking to you in a different way than the way that people in chat are talking to you. But you can respond to it and you can have a conversation with it. And the game will only continue to respond to you in the way that you play it. But the way that you have a conversation about what you're doing in the game, the way that you have your conversation in the game, is inevitably going to be the thing that keeps people watching you. It might be the thing that convinces the random lurker that has never said a thing in your stream to finally say something. And that's the thing that you see people talking about on Twitter all the time, about like, oh, you just have to keep talking. Like, that's the number one thing. If you're starting out at 0 viewers, you just got to make yourself keep talking. Otherwise, someone's going to come into your channel and they're just going to see a streamer who's sitting there not saying anything, and they're not going to want to stay around and engage with you. So it's like, it's a shitty situation. It's an awkward situation you find yourself in. You're just like, fuck, I gotta keep talking. But most streamers that find themselves in that situation, they just look at themselves and they're like, I have to keep talking. this sucks. Whereas the streamers that pull themselves out of that position are the ones that look at themselves like, I have to keep talking. How do I make this doable? How do I make this fun for me? So that explanation to you is exactly how I found a fun way to keep myself spouting random shit out of my face. And more often than not, it's super fucking dumb, but it worked out. And my chat still gets super slow sometimes. And I still take advantage of that every chance I get. It's useful.
I've definitely noticed that with games that I've played before I streamed them. I was recently just streaming Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky. Whew, that's a mouthful.
Is that
really
on
good
3DS?
Game. Yeah, 3DS.
Okay.
And I kind of noticed that for me playing the game, it was easier for me to focus on talking about that game and things that I really appreciate about it, like the soundtrack and the artwork. Or Dark Souls, I might find like a point to talk about, such as the armor and the fashion and what it's based off of, or different locations in the game and how they correlate with actual real life locations. Like Los Izalith is definitely based off Angkor Wat. In Orlando, the Milan Cathedral.
You are a serious Dark Souls fan. I respect it.
Thank you.
So on one hand, a stream might attract...
Be informative.
Well, so the difference in my opinion is, on one hand, a stream might attract viewers who are interested in seeing a streamer's blind, pure experience with no prior experience whatsoever with that game, right? Like the blind playthrough experience. But on the other hand, having prior familiarity with the topic in the game, like with Pokemon Mystery Dungeon and Dark Souls, for example, might make it easier for you to connect with people who are, who are already prior fans of that topic, that, of that, that genre, that series, for example.
Yeah.
So, I mean, especially if you find yourself in a situation where it's easier for you to discuss that sort of thing, that's advantageous to you.
Yeah.
And there's a phenomenon. There is a observable phenomenon that works around that sort of situation, that will help you, convince certain people. For example, like the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series, or the Pokemon series in general, stuff like the Persona games, JRPGs, and especially games like, for example, The Binding of Isaac, or especially a Soulsborne game, Demon Souls, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, everything in between. We're talking about a series of games, or the style of game, that is so niche but also popular enough that more than likely there are going to be people that are such big fans of this game that they are so addicted to Dark Souls that they will just, of their own accord, they will go to the Dark Souls category on Twitch and specifically look for a new streamer streaming Dark Souls that they've never seen before. And when
that's
those
one of the first things I did.
Yeah, it's a great strategy. It works with all of those, like Skyrim, Fallout 4, the Dark Souls series. It's a proven strategy for growing your stream, finding that super, super passionate chunk of the community that wants to go out of their way to find the new, cool, underground, unappreciated streamer
I think
that is playing their favorite title. And literally, like what you said, you're setting yourself up for success because you're already well versed and experienced with that specific title, with that specific genre. Exactly.
Yeah.
So the people that are super addicted and super well versed in that sort of situation are going to come in and find someone that they can connect with. You're already like making the right moves. You deserve to know that.
Oh, thank you. I mean, and even then, I had tried streaming Sekiro, and I actually ended up stopping because I realized that I needed to actually play through the game before I streamed it, because it was so difficult for me to play the game and also talk with the viewers without constantly dying. I couldn't.
That game is fucking insane.
Like, yeah, it's fucking insane. I agree with you. I really admire your ability to honestly handle both. You're doing it really well, to be honest. Whereas something like Dark Souls, a game that I've played, I put 1,000 hours into this game. I had an easier time playing that game and talking to people because
you're familiar.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. So when I go into a new game and whatnot, like I plan on streaming like Horizon Zero Dawn eventually or something like that.
You'll love it.
I usually will actually play a little bit of the game first to make sure, like, hey, I can handle talking to people while playing this game. And if I can't, I play through the game first and then I stream it. That way I'm providing better content.
Yeah, so, I mean, if it's something that you're already familiar with, but it is also something that you would be really interested in continuing to play through again and again, then, yeah, you're not only are you prepared to deal with that same game, that same playthrough to such a degree that you can handle not only playing it, but also interacting with any potential people that will come and check out your stream, but it's like, you're prepared to engage with those people as much as you're prepared to engage with the game. Your attitude in that regard is super, super spot on. Like, if that's what you wanted to check in with me about, then yeah, I'm telling you right now, you have the right idea.
Awesome sauce.
I mean, I invite you to ask me anything else, and if there's anything that you think of later, you're more than welcome to just DM it to me at any time. I'm always happy to help.
I can't think of anything else, but I would like to say something.
Yes, please.
A message to the female streamers out there, or, anyone in Twitch that wears makeup. Be careful not to put on too much highlighter, or it will key your face out. That's it.
Like, key your face out?
As in, like,
the green screen?
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, I have to deal with that sometimes, even though I don't use any makeup whatsoever. If the color coming off of you might have seen this. If the color coming off of my screen is bright enough and it shines on my face will disappear. I understand. My heart goes out to anyone and everyone that uses makeup. I can't even imagine it. Shit. That's pretty fantastic. Even for people that don't end up using makeup, anyone that uses green screen software should take that in consideration. That's good input. Thank you, Another Fox.
You're welcome.
Yeah, my green screen lights, these two lights that are up on the wall up above me, they're bright enough to illuminate the green screen, but they're not the best. They're not bright and solid enough to prevent my face from filling up with green reflective light whenever any video game I'm playing fills up with the color green, usually it's the bright, flashy, charming 2D platformers. The green levels. Oh, is it a grass level or is it a level that's in a fucking forest? Well, Realms is about to fucking disappear.
Oh, jeez.
I understand. Fuck, I had to put a bunch of foundation on when I did musicals in high school, and yes, I'm admitting to doing musicals in high school. I did West Side Story and I did Seussical. That's about it. There you go. You did musicals? I did. Anyways, do you have anything else for us in Orthofox? Seriously, this is your opportunity to shout yourself out, anything whatsoever.
Yeah, I'll got 4 things. Going on the topic of the whole like lighting issue, Elf, which is like a makeup brand, makes these like little like selfie ring lights for like $12 that have been really good for lighting. Actually, it's not going to be as bright as an actual ring light, but if you need something small and quick to get the job done, there you go. If you're planning on getting a second monitor per se, definitely make sure that the monitor is like the same screen type, because that can kind of create some issues. Secondly, I actually wanted to give a shout out to a friend of mine who's also a streamer. His name's Clark Streams. He does a lot of like more like retro games, but he's really cool, very chill. Definitely should check him out. And
yeah.
Yeah, I guess if anyone is interested, eventually I plan on streaming Persona 3, so I've heard that game is very dark, and I've also heard that story's really good, and I'm probably going to cry, so I'm looking forward to it. I love games with very emotional stories that just get to you.
Don't they shoot themselves in the face to summon their personas?
Oh yes, they do.
Great. Love it. I can't wait. That's fantastic.
There's a very strong theme of mortality in that game, and I'm like, oh boy. And Greek mythology, so it's going to be intense, and I'm looking forward to it.
I dig it. Unorthofox, you've been fantastic tonight. Thank you very much for sticking with me and bearing to this interview, this conversation. It's been such a fucking pleasure.
Is there anything else that you'd like to say to me?
Take care of yourself. Remember to wash behind your ears, and next time you see Ark, give him a great big snuggle. Just a big one. And then I want you to pull him close. But so the thing is, I want you to only do this when you know that Ark has completely forgotten about this. But I just want you to pull him close, like really awkwardly, and then put your head up next to his face and be like, "This is from Realms." Give him a big squeeze around the waist.
All right, noted.
Thank you.
Thank
you very, very much. You've been fantastic. Unorthofox, follow Unorthofox, twitch.tv/Unorthofox. That's with 2 X's at the end. Seriously. After this interview, I can't imagine why you wouldn't want to follow her, but we're going to move on to our next interview. You've been fantastic tonight, Unorthofox. It's been a fucking pleasure sitting and talking with you this evening. And I will talk to you later. In regards to anything regarding streaming whatsoever, please do not hesitate to just DM me. I'd be more than happy to put some time to just providing input whatsoever, anything you need. That's everything.
Thanks.
Yeah.
All right, man.
I got your back. Have a great rest of your night, and thank you for staying up and waiting for this interview. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you. Take care of yourself, all right?
Good
Ciao.
night. Unorthofox, my friends, that was a fantastic interview. Is Zatoni next? Is Zatoni next? Unorthamazing! Oh, dude. Legit. Time for Zatoni to take the shot. Gosh. Skills, could I get you to throw down one more shout out for Unorthofox, please? 2 X's at the end there. She's so freaking wholesome. Super, super charming. I'm looking forward to seeing her streaming again. And Unorthofox, when I do see you live, Uncle Knox? when I do see you live on Unorthofox, I'm gonna be really looking forward to hanging out with you on your channel. Play whatever the hell you want. Seriously, you have the absolute right idea. Uncle Knox.
Wowee.
Realms. I want to snuggle your smeckle, you beautiful bearded majestic image of amazingness.
I was looking forward to saying hi to you, Nick. It's good to see you, Nick. I know you just popped in. I was just getting to tell you how much I love you. Do you like my Tiki? Hey, Nick, do you like my Tiki? It's real. See, look. I'm touching it. That's real fire. Ow. Haha. It's hot. It's a real tiki. That's why it's a real tiki bar. That's how you know it's a tiki bar. We're in the tiki bar, Nick.
Konnichiwa, my dude.
Kylo Ren, thank you for the follow. I'm just need to make sure there's no other follows I missed. I don't think I missed any other follows. Nick, thank you for the 8 months of Twitch Prime support. I appreciate you. Why is your green screen not on fire? It's fireproof. It's a fireproof green screen. I'm starting to get a little pretty. I'm starting to get pretty drunk. A little drunk. Pretty drunk. What a clever invention. Fireproof stuff. Fireproof stuff. A little pretty. You're a lot pretty. Oh. Oh. Zatoni. I'm so excited. I am so excited to interview Zatoni.
Konnichiwa, my dude.
It's only Wednesday. Is it Wednesday yet? It'll be Wednesday in an hour and 5 minutes. And then it will be Wednesday. And then I will tell you that I appreciate you even more than I do now, which is a lot. Thank you for the follow. You want to do me after Zatoni, or do you want to do others? Who's after you, Skills? Is there a queue to join the spiciness? I'm pretty sure there's a pretty long queue. Dark Warlord. I'm kind of just waiting until you get sloshed enough. Okay, you want me to get wasted. Dude, what if I have a cup of coffee? I could have a cup of coffee. It's only 11 o'clock. We could stay up late. I should have a cup of coffee. And then we'll get even more drunk, and we'll try to get through, like, at least 2 or 3 more interviews. Yeah, Talus has been waiting for hella days. I want to get Talus out of the way. I want to hang with Talus. Get some coffee and some water. Wait, you have to bounce? Like, you have to go now, Talus? Yo, Talus, if it's hella late for you, and you gotta rest, I want you to know, like, you'll get priority. Like, like I said to Tickle Peach, I really fucking appreciate you being so patient while I take the time with these interviews, because I am not going to rush your interview either, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, that's right, Talus, you gotta get up hella early, dude. I don't know, Zatoni, I gotta take a 5-minute break, man. I gotta take a 5-minute break. I gotta get some coffee. I gotta use the restroom. I stretch my legs. Fuck, I feel so bad. Thank you, Talus. Thank you. I'm so sorry to keep you waiting around. I feel awful if anyone's been sticking around just because they're trying to get their interview done tonight. Anyone that is not going to get their chance to run the interview tonight, I really I appreciate all of you, like, being so patient, because you guys being patient with me not rushing these interviews, like, I want to give everyone, you know what I mean? Thank you everyone. I don't want to rush any interviews, and I don't want to rush yours. I don't want to rush Talus's, Tony's, anyone's. Hey, thanks, Mark. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Swanky. Sly, I'm gonna go as long as I can, my friend. I miss you too, Nick. Thank you very much for the 8 fucking months. I want to snuggle your schmeckle, you beautiful, bearded, majestic image of amazingness. I was under the impression that was you, Nick. You're the amazing one. And beautiful. Well, I don't know. You don't have much of a beard. I gotta be real with you, so... You're beautiful and amazing. I'll be the bearded one. You can be the beautiful one. I love you, Nick. I miss you all the time, every day. It's been a fucking crazy night. Nick, we've interviewed 6 subscribers. Ashgard, Mr. Bork, Anime Mangas, Woo, Frosty Foxy, and Unorthofox. Over the past 5 hours and 15 minutes. It's been a very, very busy and very tiring day, and I didn't want to sit down and play Sekiro because it was just super intense. I couldn't fucking handle an intense, focused game. So I've been waiting for the opportunity to sit down and do subscriber interviews for a while. And, I mean, I didn't know how many we were going to be able to get through over the course of a night, but it looks like we're probably not going to be able to get through like 8 or 9. But that's fine. Because I don't want to rush shit. I don't want to rush anything. I don't want to rush any of these interviews. This is my opportunity to get to know the people that I don't know very well that like to sit and watch my channel. It's fucking crazy. I'm going to be heading out for the night. Like I said, I'm happy to join during another stream. Sly, get your name in with skills. Because we're going to be doing this at least once a week, maybe once every other week. Talus, if you can give me 5 minutes, I'll be ready to go, buddy. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'm going to stretch my legs. I'm going to get another beer. Pardon me for just a minute. This is the first actual break that I'm going to take. I will be right back. Wow. So yeah, that music cut out, and I left all of you to sit in silence. Hooray. Wow. Silence. And introspection. These things and more I would love to avoid. Boop, 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 boo, doot, doot, doot. Hi, Little Trouble. I appreciate you. Welcome back to the Tiki Bar, my friends. Devoury, I don't know if I had the opportunity to say hi to you yet, but I know you popped in a lot earlier and I wanted to say hi. Might have got wrapped up in a pretty intense conversation. Thank you for bearing with me. Also, you're fucking great. Y'all have a good night. I won't lie. I think you made Unorthodox week with that interview. She was great. She was great, and I hope that she will harass the heck out of you on my account as soon as she sees you again. Because you're also great. Talus Amaranth. Yeah, we should do Talus and then Dark Warlord and then Skills. And if I can keep doing more after Dark Warlord, then we should do more. Because I didn't get this fucking fresh cup of coffee for no reason. Wait, did I not say Zatoni? Sorry, Talus Zatoni Dark Warlord. What I meant. I don't want to exclude Zatoni. I really want to do Zatoni's interview after Talus. Yeah, Skills. I really appreciate you sticking around, Skills, because you've been instrumental here, and I'm just gonna. You're gonna be the last interview before bed. We'll just do a recap. It's gonna be the Skills recap. In fact, fuck it. We're not doing a single Skills interview. Every fucking time that we do a Realms Tiki Bar interview session, any Realms Tiki Bar interview session that has Skills running logistics for me, Skills will be the recap at the end of the stream. Every time. Lil Trouble, thank you for the 5 months of support. I appreciate you. Also, Lil Trouble is a fucking fantastic streamer. Throwing down on Age of Empires 2. Hope you guys will send her a follow. She's so wholesome and so adorable. Nah, you don't have to take notes, Skills. You just give me a recap on how you felt everything went. I probably won't be able to go tonight then. Is it going to be too late for you, Dark Warlord? Shit. Yo, like I said, Dark Warlord, I appreciate you just being patient with the whole process and not, not making me rush the interviews or anything, because I don't want to rush yours. But yeah, after this, I have to do Zatoni, because it's pretty late for Zatoni too, and he's been waiting up. You have a good night as well, Ark. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for the 5 months again, Little Trouble. Really, Zatoni? I mean, if you're sure. If you're sure, Zatoni, then I'm more than happy to get to Dark Warlord before you. That's really quite admirable. Okay. Talus, Dark Warlord, then Zatoni. Oh, this is going to be great. Because it's 11:15, 45 minutes to midnight, and I am drinking a fresh cup of coffee. I don't drink coffee this late, unless it's important. And guess what? It is. That overwhelms me, Lil Trouble. Seriously, you've done an amazing job. It's an honor. Good evening, Talus.
Hola.
Are you about to give me some little taco kisses?
No. I'm probably the worst Hispanic you'll ever meet. I speak enough Spanish to get myself into trouble because I get drunk, to find the beach and tell you that the library is on fire. I don't eat guacamole or sour cream. So, hands down, worst Hispanic ever.
I'm definitely not a sour cream fan, but I can't get enough guacamole. You're really not a guac fan?
No, guac, avocado, none of it.
That's fair. I will absolutely not judge you. I'm gonna switch the text over here so that it says your name instead of an orthofox.
I have no idea what Skills is trying to say. Something about cilantro, which I know is an herb. Something about the hot cheese. Something about hot cheese. Or devil cheese.
Cilantro is the man with the devil's cheese. Thank you, Skills. Mr. Bork, I hope you have a fantastic night, and you better fucking get to sleep. You better fucking sleep. Go sleep. Get rest. I'm Zadoggy, welcome back. I smoke cilantro. Ah, yes. Satan's cilantro. The jazz cabbage. The devil's lettuce.
I believe that'd be salsa cabbage.
So Talus, you've been waiting up for the past 5 hours or so for this interview?
About that, yeah.
I really got to tell you, this ain't gonna be it. There's a lot of multiplayer stuff I promised to play through with people and shit, and I do feel genuinely sorry for disappointing you in regards to Monster Hunter World and stuff. And then beyond that, I'm just constantly at home with mostly playing single player stuff over showcasing other streamers on my channel by playing multiplayer with them. But my fucking god, you are great. I love everything you do. I love your top hat. I love your dapper ass Cthulhu. And if there's one thing I'm looking for all the fucking time, it's for an opportunity to showcase more of your absolute hilarity on this channel. And I just want you to know that I'm going to be continuing to look for opportunities for that in the future. Thank you for
I
waiting.
appreciate that. That's fucking awesome of you to say. And I love the top hat. It actually wasn't my idea. That was Wicked's idea. I just ran with it because it fits.
Dapper Cthulhu.
Dapper Cthulhu.
Okay, so I have several questions. Talus Amaranth. From what I understand, your username, from what I could deduce or decipher, has nothing to do with Cthulhu at all. Is this correct or not?
This is absolutely correct.
Okay. So, where did Talus Amaranth come from? And where did the Eldritch connection in your branding and design come from?
Talus, the first part of the name, was inspired from several D&D characters I've played. I've used the name a lot. So I've been playing D&D since 2nd edition, back when I think I started at like 8 or 9 years old. So I've been playing a very long time.
Damn, you got started early. That's badass, dude.
Yeah, I've been playing a long time. And so it was a name that I've repeatedly used over and over again. Usually with the surname Kildrana, which is something I just came up with when I threw a bunch of letters at the wall.
Sounds like a drow last name.
Kind of, yeah. And then Amaranth actually came about. I was listening to Nightwish.
Ooh.
And it's the name of one of the songs on at the time was one of their either British or Japanese only releases of, I want to say Dark Passion Play, I think. So it was a release only in a country that wasn't America.
I see.
And the song itself is baller, so I just kind of adapted it. The Eldritch connection came from my love of literature, so I read a lot. To give you kind of an insight on the amount of reading I do, I killed all 7 Harry Potter books in a weekend.
Ugh, holy shit. Did you sleep?
Yes, that was including 6 to 8 hours of sleep a night.
So then you did nothing else that weekend other than sit around and read?
Exactly, yeah.
And you also read as fast as fuck?
Yes. Maybe not as much anymore, but my best recorded time in high school, in middle school and high school, when I used to do the reading comprehension things. You would read a paragraph or a page, and then you would answer questions about it, right? So you'd read it as many times as you could in like 30 seconds or a minute, whatever it was. You would flip the page over, you would answer the questions. I could comprehend with 90% accuracy at 1100-ish words a minute.
Is that Wicked?
That is Wicked. That's
Hey,
Wicked in the background.
Hello, Wicked. I just barely caught that.
Yeah, she's slightly off in the back. She's rocking the kiddo so that he doesn't wake up.
That's very sweet. Yeah, I don't have anything to compare speed reading to. It was always, when I was growing up, the thing was always typing words per minute, right? Like Mavis Bacon,
Number Muncher. Yeah.
Yes.
No,
yeah.
I can't type fast. I'm a hunt and pecker. So I'll hunt and peck I'll hunt and peck kind of from the home row, but I hunt and peck. It's pretty terrible. And so yeah, when I was very little, I shouldn't say very little, I was 12 or 13, I got into H-craft. And a friend of mine, I'm sorry, I should say friend of my dad's got me the Necronomicon, and I crushed the Necronomicon.
Like,
been a Lovecraft fan ever since.
Okay, are we talking like the Necronomicon as written by what, Aleister Crowley, or
no, the Necronomicon collection of H.P. Lovecraft?
Okay, sorry. Yes. Okay, so just Lovecraft fiction. Understood.
Yes. No, I have not read Aleister Crowley's Necronomicon yet.
I don't recommend it. Yeah, I'm more interested in fiction than occultism.
Occultism can be interesting, but that's something for today.
I just want to play games, man. I just want to play video games. I want to hang out and play, speaking of Eldritch Horror, I want to play Arkham Horror with you. Like, really badly.
Arkham Horror. Oh, Arkham Horror.
You enjoy it?
I love the game.
Okay.
It took many hours to learn. All 700 something pieces that come in the box.
It takes forever to learn the fucking game. I totally understand. I'm going back to the Bay Area to visit my little brother and my dad for my dad's birthday later this month, but the last time I was in the Bay Area, I spent like 4 days in a row sitting around with Dez, my little brother, just pouring through the instruction manual, learning how to play Arkham Horror.
Yeah, Wicked and I sat and watched something like 5 hours to figure it out.
It is quite extensive. Holy shit, it's so extensive.
Yes, it is. Very extensive. But that makes part of what makes it fun. And eventually I want to pick up a lot of the other Eldritch horror type games that are designed in that same way.
And
they're just very expensive.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The only one that that really meant anything to me was Arkham Horror. I'm not familiar with the expansions, but I visited a friend of mine in Colorado who introduced me in Namesake to the game, and since then I've just been like, I think about it a couple times a week, that sort of thing, and I was just like, well, it's like 75% off on Amazon, so I'm gonna snag it. And just
that's a good deal.
Oh yeah, it's a fucking expensive ass game, so I managed to snag it for dirt cheap, and it's just been sitting in my cupboard until I had the opportunity to open it up and learn it with Dez. And in regards to other tabletop, you said you grew up on second edition, right?
Yes, I played second edition initially. I got out a little bit during third edition because third was garbage.
Oh yeah.
And then they released 3.5, which turned everything around and hands down is my favorite system. 4 is trash. I won't touch it with a 25.5-foot pole.
Have you been playing much 5th edition?
I do like 5. I like 5 for its simplicity. And I like it as an introduction to 3.5. So if I run a 5 campaign, if I run it as a 5 campaign, is it introduces skills in a way that 4th couldn't do on a smaller scale. So you only have that limited selection, whereas in 3.5 you have a giant fracking list of them.
I'll tell you right now, Chad. You know a 3.5 D&D fan is a real 3.5 D&D fan when they claim that 5th edition is an introduction to 3.5. That's, I gotta tell you right now, that's great. Also fucking hilarious. I love it. So, and the reason I find it funny is I'm not addicted to 3.5 like you are. I'm addicted to 5th edition, but I definitely respect and appreciate the merits and how beautifully designed 3.5 is.
I'll tell you the biggest thing, the biggest reason I like 3.5 more than 5 is simply for customization. All right, when we talk about getting into an RPG, we talk about getting into a role, right? Building a character from the ground up. 3.5 has so many customization options. You could have 5 different people playing the same class. They could all be playing human, and not a single one of them could be anywhere near the same as the others. There is just simply so much customization built into it that it, like, when you build 2 characters that are the same, you build 2 fighters, quote unquote, they're going to be vastly different. With 5, it's a little harder because of the squashed skill trees, because
it depends on archetypes.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so even the archetypes are very similar, amongst themselves.
In 5th edition, you play the same. If 2 people in one group are playing the same class and same archetype, they're playing the same character, not considering the way that they RP the characters.
Correct.
So, and I will definitely submit that is really, really important to take into consideration, because I would never want to play. I don't want to play clone characters in a group in 5th edition. I don't want to play a fucking fighter of the same archetype as someone else who's playing the fighter as the exact same archetype. I'll settle for same class, different archetypes. There's inherently different things, even in the way that they suggest that you RP those different archetypes. Like the different archetypes behave differently. That's the exact reason that they fall under the archetypes. But like, oh man, I see exactly what you mean. I could not settle for a situation where I'm playing the same class and the same archetype as someone else in the same group. Unacceptable. Even if I was DMing that group, I'd insist, like, you guys can play the same classes if you're really interested, but just the same archetypes? No. Unacceptable. I will not settle for that sort of shit, dude. I see exactly what you mean.
Yeah, and so I like 5. Like, I introduced some of my friends to 5. They play 5 a lot because it's what they're used to, right? It's because of what they like, and because it's simpler. Because combat is more streamlined. Because character creation itself is more streamlined. So it's it makes sense as to why people like it, and I understand why people like it. And I like. I'm not bashing it in any way.
No, I understand. Yeah.
I prefer 3.5 for its customability. It's like building a PC. Yeah, you can buy your console, right? And somebody might have Xbox or PS4, PS4 Pro, but when you get into the PC builds, that's where things really start to get interesting because you can do so much more with it.
So yeah, that's fucking hilarious, dude. Like, that's absolutely hilarious. 5th edition is console gaming. 3.5 is building your own PC. That's fucking hilarious. God damn it, dude. I'm sorry. I apologize to any Xbox fans. But I'm biased, and I would be inclined to say that 5th edition is PS4, and 4th edition is Xbox One, and 3.5 is building your own PC.
You would not be wrong there, Realms.
I'm sorry, Xbox One gamers. Oh, thank you for that, man. That changed my perspective on something, and I really appreciate that. I really enjoyed that a lot, Talus. Thank you, buddy.
Oh no, yeah, no problem. I enjoy expanding the of others as I've had mine expanded. Most of that was just growing up without TV. Gasp. No, literally from the time I was 8 until the time I joined the Marine Corps at 18, I did not have TV and high speed.
Do you mind if I ask how old you are now?
I am 32.
So, you joined the Marine Corps when, shit, I mean, the internet still, I mean, I suppose there was shit like StarCraft, but other than that, like, the internet was still merely a shard of what it is today, just a fraction of what it is today.
Oh no, not really. It was where I lived, because I lived, so for any of you techno guys out there, the main switch that my internet would connect to is 5 miles from my house.
So you're just in the boonies.
Yeah, I was in the boonies. There are 6 different boosters to get from my house to the switch. So the quote unquote high speed internet that house, that he's supposed to get 15 meg down, it's a good day if he gets 1 point.
I understand. Was that around the time that you were 18 years old?
Oh no, he got that after I was already out of the house. Until I left. Until I left, I was still on dial up.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me what it sounds like. Yeah, it was pretty accurate, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, so during your dial-up days, what PC games were you familiar with? Did you have that PC, that like retro PC gaming phase that you were super addicted to, like a retro PC game like Half-Life or fucking Doom, StarCraft, Warcraft 1, 2, anything?
Unfortunately for me, I say unfortunately, but it was good for me. I had an iMac, Strawberry iMac. So the only games I could play were made by Blizzard. So I played StarCraft, I played Warcraft, I played lots of Diablo 2 on dial-up, which was terrible.
Well, I mean, it wasn't a
Uh,
problem when you wanted to play it single player, I suppose.
No, single player was fine, but when I wanted to hook up to my buddies, I had throw my iMac in a backpack, ride my bike 7 miles to his house, hook up to his internet, and then we could play online.
So what you're saying is you would open up Diablo 2, log into Open Battle.net, and suddenly, like a barbarian, would fly out of nowhere and insta-kill you.
Pretty much.
It was good times, man. Really good times.
That was my first introduction to world PvP, and it was why I would never ever play on a PvP server in WoW.
I'm very familiar with that feeling. I connected early in my Diablo 2 career. I was playing a necromancer. And I decided to fuck with Open Battle.net, and like someone came out of nowhere who was like hacking like crazy and just insta-killed me. But they left me a Stone of Jordan that was just like crazy overpowered. And whenever I played offline, I believe I can't remember. It wasn't closed. I'm pretty sure it was not closed, but I'm pretty sure that I had access to that Open Battle.net character even though I was offline. And when I played through, I had access to that one broken ass item, and it just carried me through insane difficulties that I never thought possible. And that was a time where I was struggling to get through Diablo 2 by myself. I was just that young and didn't comprehend how to actually get through the game. So it was pretty compelling for me, pretty interesting, kind of opened me up to a completely different world there.
Open Battle.net was good and bad about that. You could take your single player character online, but then your computer would crash because somebody was hacking and there was a virus and it freaking threw your Battle.net freaking client all to crap. It was terrible.
This is classic fucking retro PC gaming we're talking here. I appreciate the nostalgia, by the way. And Lil Trouble, thank you for hanging out tonight. I hope you have a great rest of your night. I hope you sleep well. Thank you for the resub, by the way. And for bearing with all these fantastic interviews. And Talus, I really appreciate you sitting down and having this interview for me. It's as I said before, it's a pleasure to be able to showcase you on my channel again.
It's an honor and a privilege to be here.
So, in my opinion, like you're a professional streamer. You are a very professional streamer. And I think that anyone who's sitting here listening to this conversation can definitely tell that you put that forward as well in this conversation. I really appreciate that. There's a level of professionality that I've always appreciated about your stream in general that is detectable in the way that you're continuing this conversation with me. Thank you, man. Thank you for bearing with me and waiting while I shot the shit with I don't remember how many other people. I've never been in a situation where I've stopped drinking alcohol to take a break and drink coffee, but it's definitely helping, and I just appreciate this opportunity to ask you a couple questions.
Oh, I've enjoyed the conversations you've had. It's been enlightening. I've gotten a few new follows out of it, and it gave me time to build my my Twitch Sings playlist for Dino Sorceress.
Oh yeah, she's really going ham with that shit, isn't she?
Yeah, I made the fortunate or unfortunate mistake, however you want to look at it, of snapping her some of my driving home from work karaoke. And she says, Twitch Sings when?
Some of the cheesy stuff?
Fallout
Like-
Boy, The Phoenix, some Gaelic Storm, Irish stuff. I think something else.
Spice Girls. If you want to be my lover.
That's on my guilty pleasure playlist. I haven't actually karaokeed it for anybody yet.
Oh, you don't have to. You don't ever have to.
I will admit, guilty pleasure, Backstreet Boys, NSYNC. If I get sauced enough, I'll do on Friday when I do my Twitch Sings.
I'm looking forward to watching your Twitch Sings. He out here singing.
I'm so embarrassed.
He out here singing sea shanties. So from your, and I do firmly believe this, from your professional streamer's perspective, how, considering that, like I mentioned earlier, I asked earlier that you've been waiting around, which I sincerely appreciate your patience. But you've been waiting around for the majority of this broadcast, so I just wanted to check in with you and kind of see, like, how do you feel things are going in relation to everything that we've been doing on the stream this evening, and that sort of shit. I could definitely use a little input. You have a more artistic eye in regards to like broadcasting related stuff, and it definitely comes through in what you put forward in your broadcast. I'd love to hear your opinion. How do you think all of this is going so far, Talus?
Well, I mean, the fact that you are calling me professional, asking me for my opinion is humbling, because I've been watching you for a year now or so, a little over a year now, and I've been trying to model mine something like yours because I love the Realms community. I want a community like that, to build up around, and so, like I said, your honest, I think I said it best in a random tweet like a week and a half ago. You are at your best you when you stop trying to be you and you are you, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
And so, I don't want to use the word wholesome because it gets thrown around a lot. But just, you are you, and that comes through. Like, it's not a persona, it's not an act. It's not anything. It's you just sitting down, enjoying playing games and talking to people, which is what I want to do. This is kind of my my social activity, I guess. On Wednesdays and Fridays is my opportunity to get out and talk to people and be social, because between my job and family life, I don't get to do it as often as I used to.
And you got to
of
wake
course,
up at the fucking butt crack of the morning to get started.
yeah, butt crack of dawn is unfortunate about wake up time. But that's why somebody got smart and invented coffee.
It's very convenient. It's
It
like
is.
legal cocaine and not as bad.
Because I'll go through by myself at least half a pot a day. It's a lot of coffee, and it's Black Rifle, Beyond Black, so it's strong and dark.
Just the way I like it. Oh. So
brown chicken, brown cow.
I have questions for you, my friend. I
have answers.
Inquiries.
My answers might even be relevant to your inquiry.
Before we move forward, guys, seriously, if what you're hearing on stream in regards to Talus is not enough to convince you to send him a follow, then I just can't help you. Seriously, just go follow this gentleman. Oh man. I spoke to you, I mentioned Phantasy Star Online 2. I know you're super addicted to Monster Hunter World, and you'll probably get even more addicted because of Iceborne. I'm so sorry that it's just not speaking to me the way it used to anymore, man. But I'm still looking for that opportunity to continue to share these adventures with you. And if you're interested, Phantasy Star Online 2 is probably going to be a main jam for a while, and I'd really love to run around with you and learn the challenging content with you. But that's just a prior warning, just something for you to keep in mind. No pressure.
Oh no, absolutely. I unfortunately got introduced to Phantasy Star after it officially died, so I only got to play around with it for a couple of months before I couldn't get any further. And
one or two?
One. Phantasy Star Online 1. And so I had the itch to play it for a long time. I didn't even know 2 was a thing. Like, apparently 2 has been out for quite some time now in Japan.
Yeah, since like 2012. It's crazy,
yeah, I didn't even know it was a thing. And then you mentioned Phantasy Star Online coming to the West, and it was like, well, okay, that's gonna be a thing. Because I have been looking for the next great MMO ever.
Me
WoW
too,
went
man.
the way of the dodo. Ever since WoW went the way of the dodo. So I mean, maybe that's it. I like Monster Hunter World because it's challenging. It does give me the opportunity to play with other people. But I mean, maybe Fantasy Star Online finally kicks me.
It's my addiction and my preference for MMOs was formed by my experience with Terra Online, specifically because the style of combat was skill-based, real-time action combat instead of tab targeting and waiting for skills to come off cooldown. You had to actively dodge everything, etc. The heals were like active healing. You got to fucking mouse over the person exactly when you press the heal so that the heal gets to them, etc. It's very reminiscent of the action combat, the real-time combat of Monster Hunter World, for example. And
Right.
because of that, because of the way that my preference for MMOs was formed, it was very difficult for me to get into things like World of Warcraft. It was very difficult for me to get into things like Final Fantasy XIV. And I've never played Phantasy Star Online 2. I know a bunch of people in the West have fucked around with the Japanese version, just connecting to the Japanese servers, and it's been around since like 2012 from my understanding, but it's the only other thing that has molded my preference for MMOs as much as Terra was something that Skills mentioned, and something like Average Jez mentions a lot, is sitting around and playing Phantasy Star Online on the GameCube and the Dreamcast. And even though the hype had already died at that point when I tried it just like you did, I sat around and played through Phantasy Star Online single player like countless fucking times. And when I see like Phantasy Star Online 2's content, when I see the mechanics and the gameplay, it's very reminiscent of Phantasy Star Online 1, which hits all those perfect nostalgia feelings, but it's also far more active, far more fluid, less blocky, less janky, and it's something I'm really excited to try, especially because it's going to be free to play. And if it happens to hit all those perfect points, I will definitely stream it on a daily basis. But if it just turns out to be a flop, then, I'm not going to stick around and just feed a pointless beast. But it's something that, like, literally, like you said, I'm always looking for that next MMO craze, the one that doesn't necessarily infect everyone the way that Fortnite did, but the one that hits the nostalgic preferences that formed our specific stylistic mechanical preferences for the kinds of MMOs that we prefer to play. If it just so happens that that's the right thing for us, my friend, my compatriot, it would just be the ultimate honor to be able to wander around and cause all of the shenanigans in whatever fucking MMO it turns out is the next thing that really like sinks its teeth into us, sinks its hooks into us. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, absolutely.
Whatever it is in particular, the specifics, it doesn't matter to me. Whatever it is, whenever it happens, I just want to run around in whatever gigantic MMO town is the main town on the server we play on, and just like run around in circles and pull some dumb shenanigans. Like, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, I am well aware of the shenanigans. Wicked is actually really good at shenanigans. Her and I actually used to play WoW together. We used to play Diablo together. We actually had side-by-side gaming stations in the living room. So her PS4 Pro, her TV, my PS4 Pro, my
That's
TV.
adorable. That's absolutely adorable. Relationship goals? Just saying.
Met.
Relationship goals.
Yeah. And then when we finally had the space for it and I got her gaming PC, we had it set up perfect. So her desk was on one side, my desk was on the other for the computers, and we could literally just spin our computer chairs around and go to the PS4s.
Not bad. Ease of use. I like it a lot.
It's just unfortunate because now I have to buy 2 copies of everything.
I don't mean to patronize you about that, but Oh, you mean 2 copies of everything because of PS4 and PC separately?
Yes.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, yeah, Talus, it's you and Wicked. That means 2 copies. One for you, one for Wicked. Like, sorry, I was about to patronize you, and then I actually understood what you meant.
Yes, two copies of everything, which ends up being 4 copies of everything, depending on how it goes.
That's, oh my fucking god. Oh, at that point, honestly, like, I would just ignore console. Just
we have been. I really only have the exclusives and stuff that you really can't get on PC on my PS4. So I have, Persona 5, I have the Spider-Man. I got her all the Uncharted, Dishonored, Assassin's Creed, stuff like that. That's all mostly PS4 stuff.
Do you have
And
any
I
other
really
consoles other than PS4?
So I have an N64, I have GameCubes, I have the Nintendo, the retro Nintendo and Super Nintendo. I think I have a Super Nintendo around here somewhere. I have my PS3, and my PS2, which I really need to hook up again because I really have been itching to play some Gauntlet Dark Legacy with the multi-tap.
Ooh. I think I have Dark Legacy on my GameCube. The one I'm looking for is Gauntlet Legends, but they never released it on GameCube, which pisses me the fuck off. It's only on Nintendo 64.
Yeah, yeah, and that's highly unfortunate because that game is so hard to find. It's so expensive. You do,
dude. I'm pretty sure there's a version of Gauntlet Legends on Steam, like a remastered version or something.
I hope not, because I really, really don't want to spend any more money before payday. And that's the only reason, because if it's on there, I will have to buy it, and I'll have to buy Wicked a copy as well, because otherwise I will be in the doghouse forever, because that's, if it's not her favorite game, it's in the top 5.
It's called Gauntlet Slayer Edition. It's a 4-player online cooperative multiplayer remaster of Gauntlet, and it's pretty good, apparently. It's also on sale for $5 instead of $20.
Well, I guess I will be buying it tomorrow.
Yo, if you buy it, you and me will find 2 other people. Let's stream through the whole thing.
Oh, absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Speaking of stuff that's on sale and games that I'm going to be getting to, a friend of mine, I should say he's really an acquaintance. I've gone shooting with him a bunch of times. He owns a bunch of really fun guns and has all kinds of great hobbies. By himself, built a game that's on Steam. They're going to be trying out.
What's it
here
called?
soon. It's called Scavenger SLV4, I believe. Hang on, it's on my wish list.
SV4?
Yes, SV4.
It's very positive.
Yes, very positive. Derek is the nephew of a friend of the family, and he built the game from the ground up by himself. When you have some time, take a look at the intro video. It looks amazing. Should be a good playthrough.
I'm seeing a lot of I'm seeing some kind of, I don't know, it looks like a bit more of a realistic No Man's Sky. Like it's more like focused on realism for sure. It's not cartoony. It's really straightforward.
Not having played No Man's Sky, I can't make any comparison. But it looks really good. The attention to detail in it is great. So like, for example, as he's going through this little intro video when he's talking, you see him like drop the little rover onto the planet, and the rover has that super grainy black and white image.
I saw that, yeah.
And that's that detail that he put into that. It's amazing. So I can't wait to play it.
I am going to leave you hanging for the better part of a minute as I run into the kitchen and get another beer, my friend. And we have some very serious questions.
Very serious questions.
And I better get very serious answers. Otherwise, I will be disappointed in you.
Uh-oh, no disappointment. I can't have Realms be disappointed at me.
I'd be inclined to believe that would be impossible. But I mean, I wouldn't know. I've never seen you poop in a bag and set it on fire and leave it on the front steps of the White House. But I mean, I suppose that would change your opinion on someone if they were to do something like that. I'm only giving you an example of something that might change my perspective about a person.
Skills is gonna time me out for X seconds, where X is joke answers. Oh man, so I gotta come up with a bunch of dad jokes right off the bat. Come on, you can't put me on the spot like that, Skills.
Wait, what? No, if you come out with dad jokes, then you're just gonna get timed out for however many. Okay, so I see what you're doing here. I understand now. I see. Okay, all right. Before I go, would you be interested in running some Dungeons and Dragons over Discord?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, I'll be in touch with you about that. We're gonna be, Bran and Skills and myself are gonna be organizing a bunch of one-shot teaching games, and we have a list of players who aren't so familiar with 5th edition, and we don't have very many people that are particularly familiar with it. But getting you involved, I think, would be very beneficial.
Yeah, more than happy to teach. More than happy to play any class you'd like me to. I'm pretty diverse. And regardless of whether we go RP heavy or dungeon crawl heavy,
it's going to be a mixture of both. It's going to be about middle ground with a lot of theater of the mind stuff.
Cool. I like theater of the mind. So go get your beer. I'll be here.
I will. Jeez, listen, man, don't rush me, okay? I got enough going on. I don't need you to come in and boss me around on my own channel, okay, Talus? Jeez.
But beer.
He's right, chat. He's right. Damn it. It's not bossing if it's correct. It's not bullying if it's... I'm just gonna stop. I'm gonna stop myself there. I don't want to... Hey, Skills, could you put Dark Warlord on the list for that? That'd be great. That'd be great. Pulpari, did you want to get involved? Whisper Skills. Skills is gonna be... what would you call it? Correlating, running logistics? Fuck, I don't know. No, there's a word for it. There's a word for it. When you're the person, for example, if you were to go to a convention, like TwitchCon, for example, and there's a bunch of meetups, but you're the one who always ends up organizing all of those meetups and having to communicate with everyone. You're a coordinator. Thank you, Pulpari. Thank you. Skills will be coordinating on this one. Be nice to Talus. Yeah, I invite you to co-host as much as you like, Talus. You're a great streamer, and you should talk to chat. I'm gonna go pee and grab a beer. So it's your stream now. Have fun. It's yours. Talus is in charge.
I'm currently stuffing my face with cheesecake, so I apologize if you get any weird chewing sounds. But while Realms is getting beer and coffee, it looks like, yes, Skills cheesecake. Wicked makes the world's best New York style cheesecake, and no, I don't put any toppings on it because that's blasphemy. Blasphemy. No cherries, no raspberries, none of that horse shit. New York style cheesecake. Plain. Homemade. Delicious. No, Hugin. No. No raspberry sauce. No cranberry sauce. No, although I don't know anybody who's ever put cranberry sauce on cheesecake. Sorry, MMA Jim. Nope. Unorthodox. No. Not even fresh blueberries. No. I like fresh blueberries. I love raspberries. I am addicted to blackberries. None of those things go on cheesecake. Ever. Also, unpopular opinion, Cheesecake Factory cheesecake sucks. I'm okay with that, Poolpuri. A piece of cheesecake on top of a piece of cheesecake would be great. Blow raspberries right back at you, Dino. Hey, if you don't like cheesecake, Dark Warlord, that's fine, but you at least tell me that you like chocolate cake. I mean, I'm not going to judge you harshly for liking toppings on your cheesecake. I appreciate plain cheesecake completely. Not a cake guy. Are you a pie guy, Dark Warlord? If somebody's not a cake person, they're a pie person. I've found, at least in my experience. Okay. Question for you, Dark Warlord. And I'm gonna judge you harshly for this. Do you put pie?
Do you put what?
Cheese.
On what?
Apple pie.
No.
Apparently that's a no. Apparently that's a thing. Is people put cheese on apple.
I don't even like how I feel when I think about cheese and apples. They need to be entirely separate.
Yeah, it's like a medium or a sharp cheddar normally. No, just no. No. I think it might be an East Coast thing. To be honest with you, because I didn't find out about it really until I was in North Carolina. But I could be wrong. Being in the Marine Corps, I deal with people from all over the country, so we just get an amalgamation, different cultures and subcultures. So it honestly could be from Washington State here, and I wouldn't.
I understand. Skills, I'll DM you about that in a minute. Maybe it's gonna depend. We might just have to make an entirely new server specifically for it. I'm not sure yet. I'm sorry to step away again, Talus. I gotta make one quick phone call, and then we'll be good to move through the rest of this interview. I appreciate your patience, bud.
Hey, no problem. Do your thing.
Thanks, man.
So I will admit, I do like cheese and apples together, and much to the chagrin of Wicked, I enjoy dipping cheese in caramel, which she says is an abomination. I enjoy it, especially since you can't eat all that caramel with those. It just doesn't happen. So I tell her she can't knock it till she tries it. She refuses to try it. Won't eat cheese unless it's on pizza. Okay, Dark Warlord. Pineapple on pizza, yay or nay? You definitely needed to try it, Dark Warlord. Anybody who has not tried pineapple on pizza, all right, I'm gonna give you the secret. All right, pineapple on pepperoni pizza. All right. The reason I say this is because the slight spiciness of the pepperoni pairs itself really well with the sweetness of the pineapple, right? Because they are opposing tastes. All right, on your taste buds. So good, right? Not a fan of Hawaiian. I don't do ham and pineapple. Not a thing. Oh, that sounds good, Zatoni. That sounds really good. Pineapple, bacon, chicken, and jalapeno. That sounds good. Oh, if you're allergic, Fatal. No, I'm not trying to cause you. If you're allergic, obviously you're not gonna eat the pineapple. Pineapple is also the most metal fruit, just so you all know. It's the only fruit that's acidic enough that it eats you as it eats your stomach as you eat it. So, metal pineapple.
I want you to eat me, Talus.
Don't tempt me. Cannibalism isn't outside of my wheelhouse.
I'm not talking about cannibalism. Sorry, I'll stop.
Bow chicka bow wow.
Bow chicka bow wow. So yeah, my mom sent me a cryptic text message that worried me for a second, but she just wanted me to just check and make sure that we had enough dog food. So we're fine. We're fine.
Moms, right?
They had to fucking go and give birth to us and shit. I didn't ask to be born. Jeez, so inconsiderate, man. Bringing you into life and shit. God. Where is Pupper? Oh, that's why she was asking. She's actually on her way up here to drop them off. She, so like yesterday or the day before yesterday, she stopped by and, she brought some friends over to like show them the property, and cause like she had like grown up with them or something around here and they hadn't seen it since like the late 40s, mid 50s or whatever the fuck. And then, she told me that she was on her way to the San Francisco Bay Area, so she took the dogs with her to go get them groomed, and now she's on her way to like, fuck, I honestly don't know where, but she's passing through here like in like 45 minutes to an hour, maybe a little bit later, to just drop the dogs off real quick, and then she's going to party somewhere else, maybe somewhere in Nevada or like Texas or something for fucking 4th of July with all her friends and stuff. My mom's a party animal, dude. But yeah, she's gonna drop the dogs off. She just wanted to make sure that there was enough food for the dogs when she dropped them off. But yeah, I make sure that Sully and Keebler are not neglected. They're great, and they deserve to be loved and fed. Realms had me worried taking a call this late. Honestly, this late, it'd only be like Lunksauce, Namesake, Bran, or my fucking mom. Well, probably my dad and my little brother too, maybe, but my dad and my little brother would check the stream. If there was an emergency, like, my mom, my little brother, and my dad would just pop in chat and be like, it's an emergency! Anyways, I'm good to go for... Yeah,
right.
Anyways.
You were ready for serious.
You know what is serious and that I'm ready for? You have to say what, Realms?
What, Realms?
Some serious hot Talus Amaranth lovin'. Wowee. You have to imagine there's air horns. You can't hear them, but the stream can.
I can make the sound.
Thank you. In case I don't have air horns available, I'll make sure to give you a call.
Yeah, maybe when I'll stop by, I'll on my way down to Arizona to go move 3 hours from Dino and Dopefish. I'll bring my trombone and
so
air horns for you.
You are moving to Arizona.
Yes, in November.
Okay, so when I go visit Dino and Dopefish, I get to visit you and Wicked too.
Yes.
And wait, Fatal, are you in Arizona or are you in? Oh, Fatal is in Arizona. That's fucking... I get to visit so many people just from going to one state. It's great. And then Spooky Fun Dead is in Arizona as well. Spooky's amazing. Hey, Zero Fangs. Welcome back, Zero Fangs. It's good to see you. Yeah. Talus. I have questions for you.
I have answers.
Would you like to introduce yourself to the channel, Talus?
Hola. No, I'm kidding. So as everybody knows, my name is Talus. I'm a variety streamer. I am the one of the chosen of Dapper Cthulhu. You can see me with my top hat most days. Avid wearer of kilts, and avid wearer of socks with sandals. Don't judge me, it's comfortable. And Yeah, I mean, if you really want to know anything else, you can just ask me. I won't say I'm an open book, but I'm not a closed book.
I appreciate it. Zero Fangs, I'm doing pretty well. I appreciate you stopping by tonight. We're doing the Tiki Bar podcast, interviewing some subscribers, fellow streamers. Talus.
Yes.
How did you find this stream, Talus?
If I recall, it was during your Monster Hunter World days. I was coming through. I'd been on Twitch for a little while. I'd done a couple of Final Fantasy streams for 1 or 2 viewers, and then I was kind of lurking around. I was trying to watch some Monster Hunter World because I had just gotten into it, and it was you and I think it was you and Red Mage and somebody else. I don't remember. We're like, oh, you're going to you need some help, and you guys ran me through like 26 Nergigante kills or something to get me all the Nergi gear and his longsword in like one stream. And then it wasn't long after that I started playing Persona 5, and that you mentioned that you wanted to play Persona 5, so I sent it to you.
Yeah, you were crazy fucking addicted to it and constantly singing its praises, and then I was like, oh yeah, I kind of might be interested in giving it a try, and then this beautiful gentleman just mailed me a copy of Persona 5. And I was just like, well, shit. I'll put it on the top of my priority.
And then 250 hours later, you finished it.
Yes.
And
Persona fucking 5.
Fatty Ray!
Oh my, that's a chunky raid. Carlin, we have Za, Bolty G, Alfina, Jittery James, Steffi Trash, Professor Catfish. Hello. Thank you for the raid.
That's some chonky raiders there.
Seriously.
Some chonky raiders.
I wish I had some Za right now. The more I drink, the hungrier I get. I think it's kind of like, it's just in the nature of pizza in regards to how much beer and whiskey and vodka you drink. The more you drink, the more you want pizza. Am I wrong? Or do you think that's...
No, I think that's pretty legit. Pizza and tacos seem to be the go-to whenever I'm drinking.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, there's something easy about it, but there's also something, I don't know, compelling. Alfina, thank you very, very much for the suggestion. Again, I really appreciate it. I haven't had the chance to look for anything, but then again, oh fuck, what the... God, these are teleporting. Then again, I also haven't finished very much of this, so I'm not in the need for more whiskey yet. I appreciate you, Alfina. Za, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Welcome on in this evening, everyone. Tonight I am joined by a friend of mine, Talus Amaranth, among a couple other subscribers who we are interviewing in the Realms Tiki Bar. It's a sub-interview night. We're hanging out and getting fucking smashed. Shit. Should I take a shot?
I think this would be shot worthy.
I think that...
I got about an ounce left of my scotch.
I didn't know you were fucking drinking whiskey.
Yeah. I mean, I'm out of cider, so whiskey's the only other alcohol I have.
My dude.
Now listen here, Talus. You're out of cider, but you're also out of sight. That's it.
I was like, compliment? Question
yes,
mark?
Yes. What? What did you expect? Let's switch.
I don't know. I was expecting you're out of sight, so I expect to hear you drink so that I can.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like I can't see you. Listen, man, I don't need to see you to know that I love you. You bench. Hey, can I get another air horn for that? All right, thank you. Let me appropriately thank all these raiders for coming in this evening. This is not the typical style of content that we generally stream on this channel. Usually it's some focused playthroughs of Sekiro, Soulsborne games, RPGs,
Konnichiwa,
JRPGs,
my dude.
roguelites, etc. Just thank you. Thank you very much for stopping in this evening. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Alfina, I love you. But that should not be new news. That should not be news to you. That should definitely be. Hey Bull, hi buddy, it's good to see you. Can I get a shout out? Skills, if you're hanging, could I convince you to throw down a shout out for Za, to Alfina and to Bull TG, please. Carolyn, it's so great to see you raiding in tonight as well. Fucking pleasure making your acquaintance this evening, everyone. My name is Realms, and we're doing the Tiki Bar podcast and subscriber interviews this evening, so gonna be a bit more sufficiently drunk than you would generally see me on this stream. Hello, Indigo! Welcome back. Thank you for the Twitter follow, by the way, Indigo. You're amazing, and I adore you. I hope you're having a great day.
Konnichiwa, my dude.
I'm under attack by a cute German Shepherd. No.
Professor Catfish, thank you for the follow. We have Za, Jittery James, thank you for the follow. Hosted Radio, thank you for the host. Steffi Trash, thank you for the follow. And last but certainly not least, Za. That is a fat raid and has definitely just blown up the channel tonight. Thank you very, very much. I'll drink to that. Oh boy. Oh boy. Dark Warlord's about to get a really fucking drunk-ass interview, but I'm stoked. I'm very stoked. It's gonna be kind of interesting. It's kind of like witnessing the degradation of my interviewing capabilities as I continue to ingest more and more alcohol. Just get drunker and drunker. It's kind of cool to see how the spectrum changes or whatever. Just imagine I'm saying something really smart and engaging. Okay, Talus? Can we just pretend? Cheers.
I'm good at pretending. I'm super good at pretending.
Here's to Talus and Za. Za, thank you for the raid. It's such a pleasure to meet you, and I'm looking forward to popping by and harassing the shit out of you with love. Compassionate harassment in your channel. Pleasure to meet you. And Talus, cheers to you, my friend. I fucking adore you and everything that you stand for. I wish you the best.
Cheers.
Cheers. Yeah, no apology necessary, Indigo. Just be yourself. That's all I ever want you to be. I'm just happy to see you. I'm doing pretty good, Bull. Bull TG, seriously, fantastic streamer. Highly recommend you send him a follow. As well as I am Alfina. And the beautiful, beautiful, pure-hearted gentleman that I am talking to right now on Discord. His name is Talus Amaranth. He's a fellow streamer that I love very much.
Sorry, were you talking about me? My dog just ripped my headphones out of my head. Ow, that hurt.
Dude, we were talking so much shit about you. Like, you should feel so bad.
Hey, all the shit he's talking, completely true. I'm a horrible human being. Straight from the horse's mouth.
Cute as a bug, thank you for the lurk tonight. I hope you have a great rest of your night. Sleep well. Same to you, Zero Fangs. Thank you for hanging out. I'll see you next time. And we'll see you when I'm playing video games again. Woo. I think I got like well, we've been streaming for 6.5 hours. I probably got like a good hour or two left in me, maybe. Jittery James with the 10 bits. Thank you, my friend. Those pride bits. So, Talus, you found us because of Monster Hunter World.
Indeed.
Sorry, I gotta interject. Do you use anything in your hair? It looks really nice. I appreciate it. No. I don't. I just shampoo it with herbal essences. whatever shampoo is the cheapest at the discount grocery store that I go to.
It's probably Herbal Essences.
Yeah. Dino Sorceress told me to stop using Head and Shoulders, so I stopped. But I don't know. I know that Herbal Essences still isn't the best. Thank you, Zaw. That's really sweet of you to ask. I appreciate the compliment. I don't use any conditioner, and I just shampoo it in the shower every day. Ooh. Head and Shoulders is bad. I think it's because of the sulfates or something, random bystander. It's pretty bad. So, when you found this channel, we were streaming Monster Hunter World. Other than Monster Hunter World, is there anything in particular, Talus, that you have greatly enjoyed watching on this channel?
Well, I really enjoyed playthrough of Persona 5.
Well, thank you.
All of the plot twists, watching your reactions to that was great. And then I always like watching your Soulsborne run-throughs. Because at certain points you seem to channel Aaron from Game Grumps. And he was how I got introduced to like streaming and YouTubing of video games was with Game Grumps. Yeah lemons. And so
lemons. Jump and shoot, man. He's gonna
jump and shoot.
I'm gonna run to the right, and I'm gonna jump and shoot. Thank you. Yeah. All right.
So you channel out you channel out his energy sometimes, and it's always fun to watch. Your Bloodborne playthroughs, I'm huge jealous of because I'm never going to be that good at Bloodborne. And then watching you play through Isaac, I think if I have to pick three, is going to be Persona 5, your Soul playthrough, because you have just such a. And it's going to sound really weird, but it's a child. No, even though you've 1 million or 3 million percented Isaac, every time you play it, you have that kind of childlike wonder and awe of, it's legitimate fun for you no matter how many times you played it.
I understand.
No matter, it's that.
I appreciate that. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, my friends, compatriots, all you have to do is find a game that constantly surprises you on a daily basis, even after you put almost 1,000 hours into it. And you too can experience that childlike wonder. So I'm not entirely sure if I would be able to experience that every time in something like Persona 5, but I think it's still worth playing through again and again. Maybe on like a yearly basis, maybe like every 1.5 to 2 years. Experiencing Persona 5 story, for example, on the first time through was definitely that sort of childlike wonder. Except it was really serious and everyone's life was on the line. Fizzy Fish, great to have you stopping by tonight, my friend. I really appreciate you coming and hanging out, bud. Hope you're having a good day. Welcome to the Tiki Bar. Same to you, Indigo Dragon. For real, though, your hair looks like silk. Maybe it's, whatever. Maybe it's Maybelline. Maybe it's what? Maybe it's natural? Maybe it's...
Maybe he was born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline.
There you go. Maybe, yes. Thank you. God damn it. I'm really hip with the references.
My memory of jingles comes from not watching them as a kid. Like I said, for the 8 to 18, I didn't have TV, so jingles stick in my head something fierce. Like not even like super glue, more like double bubble epoxy stick in my head. They stick and they stay. As my wonderful wife has called me on several occasions, the fount of useless...
Of useless what?
Information.
I don't know if it's entirely useless. It's entertaining the shit out of me, that's for sure.
Well, then it's not entirely useless.
The fountain of not entirely useless knowledge.
I like it.
If it's knowledge, is it not inherently useless? So I suppose if it's information, there you go. That's the difference between knowledge and information. I suppose it's what you do with it.
Yeah, definitely what you do with it.
So Talus, besides Persona 5 Royal, is there anything that comes to mind that you would be very excited to watch on this stream in the future?
Cyberpunk.
Okay. Should I still include Persona 5 Royal?
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
Because if you don't have it by the time I have enough money for a second copy, you're getting a copy again.
Well, shit. I'm so okay. It really irritates the shit out of me that for us Persona 5 owners, that we can't just purchase like the Royal expansion. You know what I mean? Gotta buy a brand new game. Great.
Yeah, it's understandable. It's frustrating, but I can see why they did it that way. So I mean, you're adding a whole character, all right? You're adding more confidants. You're adding more scenes into the whole game, more content. They may not fall within like the end. So trying to buy a DLC that inserts itself into the middle of a story or more toward the beginning of the story is a lot harder to design.
I see what you mean.
Than simply breaking it apart as programming, then sliding it in and releasing it as a new game.
Yeah, because if you buy a brand new game, then there's no way you can be in the middle of a playthrough when you add on the downloadable content.
Exactly.
Besides Persona 5 Royal and Cyberpunk, is there anything that you're looking forward to? It doesn't necessarily need to be anything specific. It could also just be genres.
I'm looking forward to the Final Fantasy VIII remaster. For me specifically, because that's one of my all-time favorite games, and fact that it's
do you mean 7? Like the remake?
No, not the 7 remake. I'm excited about that too, but also at E3 they announced the 8 remaster.
Okay.
Which supposedly, from what I read today, is getting voice acting as well as the full 4K resolution update.
That's legit.
Yeah. So I'm super excited about that. Much to Invarial and Chitose's. There's a specific scene in it they make fun of. The main female protagonist comes up to the main male protagonist and says, "You're the best looking guy here," when he's completely pixelated because they didn't have the technology at the time.
I think I remember that from the original game.
And so that's gonna get the whole thing is getting a full update, and I'm super excited about that.
I dig it.
So I will definitely be playing that. I will definitely be playing all of the episodes 7 and then maybe finally finishing Final Fantasy 15 because I've owned it forever and only played like 3 hours.
Yeah, me too, man. I've owned it for forever and never played a second of it. I should probably get to that. I should really get to that. Hold on. Let me just make sure that's on my list.
So 12, all the 13s, and 15 are stopping me from being able to once again say that I've beaten every released game that's a Netflix game.
Okay, I see. Well, you could knock them out of the way and just say that you've accomplished everything. And, sorry, random bystander, I have to head to bed. Have a good night and have fun with the interviews. Hope I see you do this again soon. I will, and I'd really like to invite you on for an interview as well, Random. Seriously. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for listening. I'm really, really grateful that you enjoyed your time here, seriously. Though, I gotta be real, it probably couldn't be helped with the amazing people that we've had the privilege to actually have a conversation with this evening. and hopefully have one with you as soon as well. Random, I love ya. Random bystander here. Fucking one of my all-time favorite streamers, someone you should most certainly follow as soon as possible and spend some time in his channel. It doesn't get much better than Random. Seriously. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by tonight, Random. Unrelated statement, one of my fish I'm tending to is pregnant and I don't know what to do when she lays eggs. Well. I don't either.
I can tell you what you don't want to do is scoop them out and make caviar out of them, because that would make your fish very sad.
Thank you, Talus. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What do they call the fish eggs in sushi? Like maguro or something? Ebi?
I think it depends on the type of fish. I think every type of fish has a specific egg. Roe. There you go.
Roe.
Zatoni and Warlord got it.
Ebi is shrimp. I almost did a spit take because of that, Talus. Hey, Talus, you're doing a good job, man. But yeah, Indigo, your fish is probably gonna have some fucking babies. And I honestly, I mean, besides anything what a Google search could probably enlighten you about, I'd definitely be like making sure that the tank is nice and clean, and that after the eggs are laid, that you're just ready with a little bit extra fish food. I can't imagine anything else. For the majority of it, it's my assumption. I'm not a aquatic creature expert. In fact, the way that I even just said that should definitely suggest that I am not at all qualified to comment here, but I'm pretty sure that your fish that is laying these eggs should be fairly qualified to take care of these fish in the earliest portion of their life after they've hatched. Beyond that, I mean, you should be ready to feed a bunch more fish, I suppose. It's gonna be a very populated tank. And depending on the type of fish, they might start eating each other because fish are fucking crazy. I remember when I was growing up, like maybe like 6, 7, 8 years old, I had a bunch of goldfish. I had a bunch of goldfish that we bought from like PetSmart or Petco or whatever the fuck. And every day there'd be a new goldfish missing in that tank. And over the course of the next couple weeks, we bought a fuck ton of goldfish, but they were all tiny, right? And then like every couple days there'd be a new goldfish missing, and then like there was a point where there was a lot less goldfish and a bunch of tiny ones, and then one of those goldfish was just suddenly getting larger and larger and larger, and this tiny fucking goldfish just got like huge, and all of these other tiny goldfish just started disappearing. And he was just like eating all of the other goldfish and just getting gigantic, and he lived for like 10 years. Just this tiny fucking goldfish that grew to like a massive size, to the point where he was just like occupying his own fishbowl, and no one else could even fucking could even step on him. Like, oh my goodness. I can't remember what we named him. It was a fucking hilarious name. It was like Goldie or something like that. And he was just the most brutal, like Genghis Khan of all the goldfish. He would just destroy all of the other goldfish that would try to occupy his space. It was hilarious. How much bourbon do you have left, Talus?
So I'm out of whiskey in the glass, but I have a whole other couple bottles.
No, I'm not gonna make you pour anymore. I just wanted to drink with you. Cheers, my friend.
Cheers. I have water around here somewhere. There it is. I should probably go get more water before I go.
I mean, before you go to bed, you should drink a glass at least.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
which streamers has this channel introduced you to that you have become addicted to?
Dino Sorceress and Invarial and Lung Sauce. Top 3. I enjoy watching a lot of people from the channel, but I would say those are the 3 that I watch the most that I've since I've been introduced to them here.
I appreciate it. Excuse me. Is there anything in particular that you appreciate about the Realms community?
Well, I always like the sheer like generosity and outpour, the goodness that comes from them. I mean, on a whim, they funded your Nintendo Squanch in like an hour.
That was very genuinely surprising. Yes, that's a fairly good point. Please continue.
And just they all let's see, to put this the right way, they all very much kind of that self that you put out. So they're all very genuine, they're all very caring, they all to switch into Marine speak, they don't put up with bullshit. Omega and Skills bring the banhammer, and everybody else is like, but that's a thing. Okay, bye.
Right?
Yeah. She was just.
I used to have fish, and one of them was like the queen of the tank. She ate almost every other fish in that tank. Yep, I'm familiar with that shit. God damn, it's crazy. It's like one of them is just like, I'm the dominant fish. All of these other fish are gonna fucking die. Goodbye, other fish. You're dead now. You're my meals. Everything okay, Talus?
Yeah, that was wicked. Just come down to remind me of the time and the dog was.
Oh yeah, it's starting to get late, which is why I want to wrap up this interview and let you get it, hopefully a little bit of rest.
Oh yeah, I'll be good.
Well, you're a Marine. Like, you could fucking manage on 0 hours of sleep. You're a living badass, to be fair.
That might be a little bit of an overstatement, but I'll take it.
I mean, I suppose every Marine is a badass in their own way, but I'm saying you are a living badass.
Okay.
Before I let you get into your closing statements for this evening, is there anything that you would like to ask me before I let you go?
Having been a kind of silent, like, lurker, like on the fringes of my streams, because I see you pop in occasionally. What if you could have me do one thing to improve my stream even a little bit? What do you think it would?
It's a good fucking question. That sort of streaming consultation should be reserved for a bit more of an extensive meeting.
Okay.
But I will follow through with you. It would actually be, so I've been in a position where I've had the opportunity to sit down and provide input and streaming consultation for people the likes of, like, your namesake, Random Bystander, Asdos, Danbot, Odie Dragon, etc. Like, and I charge all of my clients a whopping $0 an hour. That's the joke, I suppose, but it would be my utmost pleasure to be able to sit down and actually provide you with, like, a comprehensive assessment, because I'm not the end-all be-all in regards to providing you with input on what you can do, what your options are to improve, to provide better retention, to attract newer viewers, to provide more viewers, etc. But I'm pretty fucking adept at being able to look at any streamer's presentation and providing an idea of the way that it is perceived and a way that it could be adjusted to provide better retention or attract more viewers, that sort of thing, it would be my absolute pleasure to sit down with you when I'm not sloshed and give you a better answer and give you something a bit more comprehensive.
I will. I look forward to that.
I promise you, I've got your back, man. I'd just be providing you with like input, information that you could just kind of interpret for yourself, and in the end, the most important thing that streamers can do is just kind of like utilize the input that feels right.
No, absolutely.
Regardless of who is giving you advice or input about your channel, etc. It's just like, most importantly, whatever resonates with you is the most important thing that you should utilize. And if you feel like it's within your wheelhouse, or if you feel like it's appropriate, if it's an appropriate direction that you would want to aim for in regards to improving your stream or adjusting your stream in a certain way, like only if it resonates with you, only if it's something that you would feel good about putting forward and presenting. So I suppose I might be able to draw input from this, but just thinking about my impressions of your channel in general, for someone who is growing as a streamer, in the area that you are growing at the level that you are currently working with, that you are growing with, your quality of broadcast is easily one of the top tier streams for someone who is growing like you are. There is an element of luck, naturally, that is involved with growing initially as a broadcaster. There's an element of networking, and it could be networking for a beneficial purpose, like someone who networks with someone to get a leg up on the competition, but you don't do that. You network with people unintentionally, and because you don't intend to network with people, you as a streamer, you end up networking organically. All of your networking is involved with people, like literally the definition of this situation right here. I'm putting you on my channel because you're someone that I have a ton of faith in. Like, I genuinely appreciate your personality and the way that you imbue your content with your personality, and I want to showcase what you have to offer to the rest of my extensive community because I just have faith in the content that you produce. And that is the definition of the result of what happens when you network with other streamers organically. Being involved with NTH, participating in invitational multiplayer events, situations, etc. Like, there's a difference. There's the separation between intentionally networking with streamers because you think you can take advantage of them and take advantage of their success, and the type of networking that Talus Amaranth does, which is organic. People that Talus Amaranth has faith in, and people that have faith in Talus Amaranth because they've had the opportunity to get to know you. Naturally, one is a whole lot less genuine, but is more effective, and then the other is far more genuine, but also slower. And you're getting there. And in regards to all of the other people that are fighting alongside you, for every inch, just like you are, and who are getting there at the same rate that you are, you, in my personal opinion, and I feel that it's a fucking correct opinion, Talus Amaranth is providing the highest level of content, in quality, in everything that there is to offer. Like, shit, fucking, I just got to sit down and have a private stream with you, man. That's, well, it's pretty fucking valuable to me. That, oh my goodness. Excuse me, pardon me, So not only am I a little bit drunk, but I'm also very, very passionate about what I'm saying about you right now.
I really appreciate that.
So there's a couple of... Alright, so first and foremost, there is a lot that you can find, that you can do. There is always more that you can do to provide more exposure, to find more of an audience, to attract more of an audience, to network better. There's so many different tried and true methods. There's so many different strategies. A lot of them are a lot less genuine. It's always possible to sit down and actually like investigate and evaluate the entirety of a streamer's content, whether that streamer is just a singular streamer, or if there's someone that spreads themselves between doing streams and videos, or just videos only, a content creator in general. It's always possible for someone to sit down and evaluate the entirety of everything that a single content creator is doing and find things that can be improved on. In particular, my expertise is streaming, and I would like to commit to sitting down with you and figuring out exactly what we can do, but I'm way too fucking wasted to do that evaluation at this moment in time. But I love you, and you have done absolutely nothing other than improve my fucking life and make me a happier person. And I would like to just give back to you and hopefully find some way to expedite and exponentially improve the rate that you are growing as a streamer. There's always something more. One of like the unified or universal, one of the universal laws of fucking streaming, even someone who has like 100,000 viewers, one of the universal laws of streaming is that there is always something more that you can do to improve your stream. There's always something more that you can do, whether it's improving the audio, the video, just the quality, your engagement, your interactivity, the way that you use social media, which is definitely like Sheshin's expertise, for example. I'm not great with social media. I try and rely on the way that I present myself on my channel to hopefully maintain retention of the people that enjoy watching me sit around here and just fucking bullshit constantly on a daily basis. But there is always something that you can do to improve your content, whether it's in the way that you engage, the way that you attract, the way that you present your audio, your video, your game choices, your strategies. There's always something. And I may not be the best, but I am fucking free, especially when it comes to someone that I absolutely adore and love with my whole ass heart. And I'm more than happy to sit down and see if I can't at least help you develop a strategy to grow more effectively. I know I have a pretty decent track record. I can't make any promises, but I have definitely helped people grow. And I want to help you grow because you're Talus Amaranth and you've done nothing but support the hell out of my channel and produce, like I fucking said, literally top tier content. So, I'll be in touch with you about that. You and I are going to sit down and talk off stream for a while, and we're going to figure some shit out, okay?
I appreciate that. That's awesome.
You're welcome. You deserve it. It is absolutely my pleasure. I'm starting to get very drunk, Talus. How did I do?
And you, pretty good. Pretty good. Not the worst drunk interview I know. That's me. But very well. So, I unfortunately do need to go.
Oh yeah. You got to get up at like 4 a.m.
Yeah.
So before I let you go, do you have any closing remarks? Would you like to shout yourself out? Would you like to thank anyone, plug anyone, anything? This is your closing statements. It's all yours.
So in closing, Realms community, continue being awesome. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll be around. You'll see me. And if anybody ever wants to play Monster Hunter World, add me on Steam. I'm always looking for more people to play.
Talus, you've been fantastic. I feel like this was one of the longer interviews. More than half of this was not an interview. It was like you were a co-host. You were fantastic. Like, I'm not trying to build you up for no reason. Like, you're born for this. You're a fantastic entertainer. You have everything that it takes. Your stream is fantastic. You are a professional broadcaster. You're a professional co-host. I love your attitude. I love how fucking supportive you are. I love how you build on everything. The conversation. You're terrific. Just if I was in a situation where I needed to immediately call on someone to support me as a co-host in a podcast situation or a broadcast situation, you would immediately come to mind. You're fucking fantastic, and I love you to death, dude. Whenever Wicked is within your vicinity, please give her a great big hug from me. You've just been fucking incredible, man. You've knocked me out of the park tonight, and I really appreciate you just like... Because more than anything, more than an interview, I've gotten drunker and drunker, and you have helped me along late in the night. Rather than just be an interviewee, you have been a co-host, and you've just fucking killed it. Thanks, man. I love you, bud.
Absolutely. Anytime, Realms. And Dark Warlord, you're up. I'm out. Catch you on the flip side.
Absolutely fucking fantastic, my friends. Absolutely fantastic. Talus Amaranth, everybody. He helped keep me going. He helped keep me focused as I got drunker and drunker, and I am now officially pretty drunk. Starting, okay, Dopefish. I'm not starting. I am pretty drunk. I'm not starting to be pretty drunk. I am pretty drunk. Jittery James, Skills, Zatoni, Dark Warlord, Dopefish, Talus, Hugin, anyone else? I'm Lil Trouble. Thank you for hanging tonight. Nick Tacular, I love you, bud. Indigo, you're just the best. I fucking adore everything about you. You're amazing. I love you. Oh, Zatoni is still patiently waiting. Pool Puri, thank you for chilling, man. Anyone else that I might be missing? I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. Sorry for lurking, was just enjoying the voices. No apology necessary, Zaw. No. No. You're not allowed to apologize for lurking. You just got done with your stream. You raided with a fat raid. Like, your stream is over. You probably need to eat. You probably need to chill. You gotta get ready for bed. You gotta probably get a little bit of paperwork done. Whatever the fuck. Maybe an email or two. Like, no. No apologies allowed. You have business to attend to. You got done with probably a long-ass stream. I just want you to take care of yourself. Your responsibility is not to this channel whatsoever. I got the feeling it might be too late for you after the next one. I can wait for another day. We'll see, I guess. I mean, you're very, very kind and understanding, Zatoni. I don't want to have to wait because I want to talk to you tonight because I love you. I gotta pee real quick, and then we're gonna pull Dark Warlord into the next interview. Give me just a moment, my friends. Okay. Boop. Boo-doop, boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Damn, Mark has been chilling in chat all night. Mark, I fucking appreciate you, by the way. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to an interview with you this evening, but I want you to know that you'll be priority for the next time we do this. You're fantastic, Mark. I've been following you for a while per this boy's recommendation. I'm very happy to hear that. Nicktacular is as amazing as you are, and a fellow Australian. Oh yeah, Dope Fish, you better get ready for it. And every time we do the Tiki Bar sub interviews, I'm gonna start 100% sober and just keep drinking the entire time. Speaking of which, I understand that Dark Warlord is supposed to be on the docket right now. Dark Warlord, I gotta get you in Discord, man. I gotta drag you into the Tiki Bar. Dark Warlord isn't in the Discord. Well, I guess that means he just misses out. I am? I don't... Name is just Dark? There you are. There you are. There you are, buddy. You have to admit, you only just popped in at the last second there, though. I know you just did. I just saw you pop in.
Yeah, I didn't know I had to be in a voice channel for this thing to work here.
I can't drag you into my voice channel unless you're in another voice channel, Dark Warlord.
Oops.
That's okay. I forgive you. It's fine. We can get past this. We're going to have to work together. There's going to be a lot of forgiving involved. We're going to have to exercise a lot of forgiveness. But I think...
Let me turn off push to talk real quick.
Oh, yes. I invite you to do so. Let me know when you're ready.
All right. I'm good to go.
It is lovely to have the opportunity to interview you, Dark Warlord. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, it's lovely to be interviewed by you.
Oh. So, first question. It's a new question.
Oh?
We are getting into... We're getting into the shit of the stream this evening. So I just want you to understand that if you would like to continue with this interview and this little Tiki Bar hangout, two things. One, you gotta drink, but it doesn't have to be alcoholic. Second, you're gonna have to consent to whatever my dumbass drunk bullshit shenanigans presents over the course of this interview / Tiki Bar hangout.
Let me get a cup of water real quick.
He doesn't have any liquid. He doesn't have any liquid ready, ladies and gentlemen. Ah, unforgivable. Do you just go? Do you not have like a little bottle of water with you at your desk or anything? Are you like? You don't need water? You don't need water to exist, do you? You just don't need to drink anything. He doesn't need any liquid. Oh, he's gone. He's just like... Wait. I'm gonna turn the tables and interview Realms instead when he is at his drunkest and find out all his secrets. That's what Skills is gonna do tonight, Nicktacular. Welcome back, Dark Warlord.
Alright, I got my water. I did have iced tea, but I finished that like several hours ago.
Well, iced tea has caffeine, right?
A lot of sugar. And yeah, I guess caffeine from the tea, but that was a long ass time ago.
I don't want to make you drink any extra sugar like caffeine if it's especially late for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's 4 in the morning.
So yeah, you've been.
And
waiting.
I gotta get up at 7.
Fuck.
It's fine. This is important to me. I stayed up for it. It's worth.
You are important to me. Also, I don't want you to die because of me, though.
Nah, it'll be fine. I have to get up at 7, do something for like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and then I'll go back to sleep for like 2 more hours, and I'll be good to go.
That's not too bad. You'll be all right.
Yeah, I'll probably be fine.
Holy fuck. I mean, speaking of being dark o'clock, I must away. I will be lurking. Have a fantastic morning, everyone. Take care, Dope Fish. If you're going to go to bed, sleep well, buddy. I'm going to take a...
Bye, Dope. See ya.
A cheers, Dark Warlord. Take a shot of water for me, my friend.
There it is.
Refreshing. Hydrating.
Certainly.
So I wanted to commend you and express my gratitude for the past couple months. I know that I've been...
that was since probably around the start of Persona 5. I've been here literally every day.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to mention.
I thought that's what you were gonna say.
I know I've mentioned it to you before at the beginning of a stream.
Yeah, once or twice.
I find it pretty fucking incredible because I know that I've been away on a couple of hiatuses, but even before that, a couple of times, before and after every single one of those hiatuses, I start my stream, and you just pop up within like 5 minutes of when I started, and I just want you to know, I want to express how fucking grateful I am to see you just popping in at the beginning of every single one of my streams. It's been it's something that's made me feel very, very confident. It's helped to relieve a lot of apprehension about sitting down and actually pressing that start button initially. It's pretty fucking incredible of you to be ready and available, and I hope I'm not pulling you away from anything in particular, but I thank you, man. You already fucking knew. You already knew.
Yeah, I mean, I love being here. Whenever I get the notification on my phone, if I'm not busy, and as soon as I'm done being busy, the first thing I do is open the stream, because this is where I want to be, just chilling in this chat, in your channel.
Fuck, that's amazing. You are fantastic, my friend. I really can't even begin to describe to you how fucking grateful I am about that.
I mean, this, for me, is the best stream ever. Why would I want to watch any other stream when Realms is live? That's how it feels for me.
Holy shit. Thanks, man. Thank you, buddy. God, man, that's so fucking sweet of you to say, bud. Thank you.
It's absolutely true. That's why I'm here every day.
How long ago did you find the stream, Dark Warlord?
According to exclamation mark how long, about a year and 2 months ago.
Do you remember what was playing on this channel?
Yeah, I had a brief Isaac kick, and you were the top viewed Isaac streamer or something, so I opened up your stream and I liked it. And I remember shortly after that you were playing Bayonetta, to give you a sense of the time frame.
Yeah, I'm familiar. Yanni convinced me to stream through it. So I'm going back to school pretty soon, Dark Warlord. I'm signing up to. I know I've already mentioned this to you. I'm signing up to go and work on my business degree. You seem to be pretty solid in figuring out where I'm going with what I'm. Yeah.
You're gonna mention something about how I offered to help you with your math homework. I mean, as much as I can, I would be glad to help you. I'd be honored. As long as it's not statistics, because I have no fucking clue what's going on there.
Well, I think it's noteworthy that you offered to help me with my math homework, considering that math is like one of my worst all-time subjects.
Yeah, well, when you said that, I was like, math is my favorite subject, so of course I'm gonna help out my favorite streamer if he's struggling there.
I do struggle with math, but I was actually I spoke to you about something else is what I actually intended to mention. When I finally start going back to community college, it's definitely going to cement a much more strict and solid schedule. And
I also figured this would come up too.
Oh yeah, considering that you're the only person that I've spoken to tonight that I'm actually interested in discussing with this. I do have you over Discord right now. I understand it's being recorded permanently in perpetuity on stream. But yes, I want to mod you. I have for a while.
I'd be absolutely honored to be your mod. I mean, it would be my first time being a mod, which is pretty cool.
I mean, you'll be fine. I'm sure you've already figured you just follow Skills and Omega's lead, but the thing about that is just like I mentioned in the past, and I'm more than happy being open about it because I'm super fucking serious about it. You're super fucking fantastic with everything in that regard, and it just relies on whether or not my inevitable very, very strict streaming schedule when I'm focusing on streaming while also having to deal with going to school on a daily basis and seeing how that changes inevitably changes my streaming schedule is going to basically determine, and it will be up to you in the end. I'm telling you right now, once that schedule is determined and once my streaming schedule has to conform to my school schedule, and once that streaming schedule is determined as a result of it, I'm gonna get in touch with you and I'm gonna basically ask you, does this feel appropriate? Does it feel like something that you would be comfortable conforming to? And if that is the case, I'll mod you right there. I just want you to know.
I mean, I'd be willing to just do it whenever I'm around or something, if that's fine with you.
Oh, well, that's what all the moderators do.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, but I think pretty much any schedule will be fine. Just, I guess you'd have to keep in mind that I'm 3 hours ahead of you.
Oh yeah. Which would be advantageous to you because, well, if I am able to start my stream a lot earlier on a daily basis.
Yeah, that would definitely make it easier for me to be
because
here, but
it's 4 a.m. for you right now.
Yeah, if it was 1 a.m, there wouldn't really be any problem. There wouldn't be too many problems, but it's 4.
How old are you, man, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm not gonna answer that question.
That's okay. That's fair. So, you found this stream because you were on an Isaac kick, and
yeah, I only have 40 hours on Isaac, so that could probably tell you how brief that Isaac kick was. But
40 hours is not brief in the slightest.
I mean, that's also, I had the brief Isaac kick a little more than a year ago, and since then, all cumulative, it's like a little more than 40 hours. It's not really all that much of a kick.
I see what you mean.
I was into Isaac for a couple weeks, so yeah, you're the top viewed Isaac streamer. Figured I'd check you out, and you were cool.
I appreciate that. I mean, well, it's fair enough. You know what I mean? Like, if something inevitably engages you for up to 40 hours, that's, you got your money's worth. Shit, I'd be
I bought all
happy.
the DLC, so
Ooh.
I mean, I figure if I get an hour out of a game for every dollar I spend on it, it's worth. So, and I did.
That's one of my favorite philosophies for money spent versus time entertained by whatever you spend that money on, whatever game you spend that money on. I like that a lot. Since you found this channel, which is, I think, honestly, I feel like you found this stream earlier than any, well, let me double check. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you have found this channel earlier or longer ago than anyone else that I've interviewed over the course of this evening. Would you agree?
Possibly.
Would you throw down an exclamation point how long for me real quick? Yeah. Oh yeah. All right. So far, compared to all of the other people that I've interviewed on this channel tonight, you found me at least 2 or 3, maybe 4 months earlier than anyone else that I've spoken to this evening. And since then, is there anything in particular that you have seen on this stream that comes to mind that you really enjoyed seeing on this channel?
I will give a brief disclaimer. There were several periods where I was completely just not watching your channel.
That's fair.
Especially like after when I first started watching you, I didn't watch your channel for a few months, and then I came back for Subnautica, and then I didn't watch for a few months and came back for Persona 5, and I've been here since.
That's okay. Like,
if my memory serves me.
It's just part of us being ourselves. You know, we just kind of like float around. I totally understand. So is Subnautica and Persona 5 noteworthy for you?
Yeah, absolutely. And Darkest Dungeon.
You will see more of that.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it. It was really fun, especially because it was a semi-birthday stream. For like the last couple hours I was there.
That was pretty recent. Happy birthday, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, I promise you I'm not going to give up on Persona. God, I almost said Persona 5. Darkest Dungeon. I won't give up on either, to be fair, but...
Since it's 4 a.m., it's my 2-week birthday versary.
Hey, happy birthday, my friend.
Thank you.
Again, I really do appreciate you staying up and staying up late for this shit, man. It means so much to me, buddy. Seriously, I was really looking forward to the opportunity to sit down and just ask you these questions. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking forward to the chance to get to talk to you, so I think it was important enough for me to stay up.
Konnichiwa, my dude.
Thank you, man. Melee Mage. Hopefully I'm not butchering that. Thank you for the follow, Mage. Go ahead, Dark Warlord.
Oh. Shit, I forgot what I was going to say.
That's okay. I mean, considering that you've stayed up until 4 a.m., I think that's an inevitability, and considering how much I've drank, that probably is for me as well. I have more questions for you, if you're feeling keen.
Let's do it.
Is there anything in particular that you would be very excited to see streamed on this channel?
More Darkest Dungeon, and this one is the big one for me. Dragon Quest XI on the Switch. Specifically on the Switch. Because exclusive bonus content when it comes out in like November.
Copy that. So I wouldn't want to get it for... Wait, it's not on Steam, is it?
It's on Steam and PS4, but the Switch version is going to have exclusive bonus content that won't be released as DLC on the other versions, and it's triggering me because I won't get to play it because I don't have a Switch.
I will stream through it then.
And I also don't want to spend like $500 to get a Switch and the game just to play through it a second time.
Yeah, I completely understand that. Yeah, I was gonna get it on Steam.
Yeah, definitely get it on the Switch.
I will get it on the Switch. I'm gonna switch over. Sorry, that was not, no pun intended, but I will switch over and get it on the Switch instead. And remove it from my Steam wishlist. Anything else that comes to mind?
I I guess Persona 5 Royal.
Okay.
Because Persona 5 was so great, and also watching you stream through it was just as great. So yeah, I think going through that a second time sort of would be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, considering that even if Royal wasn't going to be released, I would sit down and play through Persona 5 from scratch, or at least do the New Game Plus run, regardless. So if I'm going to play through it again, might as well do it with the new character and the new content. It's fairly obvious. I'm excited about it.
Yeah, I still got to get to my New Game Plus run. I want that damn platinum trophy.
You'll get it, my friend. Well, shit, I would be inclined to work on my platinum trophy if it weren't for the fact that there's going to be a brand new game.
I need like 5 achievements.
That's pretty close. But
yeah, it's like
I'm guessing you're working on the hardest ones, right?
I mean, it's like some of them are just like one of them. It's just fuse a persona that is unlocked when you get the true ending. One of them is completely random chance, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, and then there's only like 1 or 2 others after that. So,
including what I'm assuming is, well, besides the actual platinum trophy, I'm assuming the last ones are just fucking obnoxiously difficult.
Clear New Game Plus is actually not a trophy, which I find ironic.
Interesting.
Yeah, you have to fight like a secret New Game Plus only boss, which is like ridiculously hard. That's one of the trophies. And then fusing that last persona will simultaneously give me complete the compendium and fuse that persona. So
that's pretty legit, though. I'm glad to hear that.
If I can recall, those are the only 4 I'm missing, not including the platinum.
All right. Well, whenever you do decide to sit down and focus on that, I hope that it comes smoothly, my friend.
Oh, I remembered the last one. There's like in-game video games, and one of the trophies is to play all of them.
Oh, God.
So I missed that on my first playthrough, so I'm gonna have to do that in New Game Plus. But yeah, then I'll be done.
I watched like 1 DVD and I played like 1 like Punch Master or whatever the fuck it's called. I'm sure you know what I mean.
Punch Ouch.
Punch Ouch! Oh my god! So
yeah, they're all
good.
like puns on old NES game NES games and stuff. All the names.
Shit, even the references in the movies that you go and watch, like the Avengers reference or whatever.
There's one that was like really. There's like Brooklyn '89 or something like that. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was something along those lines. It was pretty funny as one of the DVDs.
It's really cool. I'm really glad that they actually included those English pop culture references.
Or maybe it was like Hawaii 5-0. I don't remember. Something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck. Now that we're talking about Persona 5, I'm getting like super nostalgic and I want to start it again.
It's so great.
I need to clear Sekiro, Dark Warlord. Man, you gotta give me a break, dude.
I need to clear like 87 other games before I go back and do New Game Plus. So
yeah, I understand.
And I have a lot of like cleanup stuff to do too, like finishing post games or achievements or whatever, and other stuff.
Do you primarily tend to focus on achievement hunting like WoW, or do you just focus on clearing games if it's not really speaking to you?
I mean, it depends on the game. If it's not really speaking to me, I just won't even finish it. I don't know. Certain games, like that I really love, like Dragon Quest XI. I want to get all the Steam achievements in it. I need to beat Baba Is You. I need to do the post game of Dragon Quest VII. I need to finish Dragon Quest VIII and play through that post game. I need to do The Witcher, which actually I plan to stream through.
Witcher 3, right?
Yeah, The Witcher 3. Probably Borderlands 2. There's so much stuff I have to play. And just wrap up.
Just so much good shit to look forward to, my friend. Baba is amazing. Baba
is hard.
Well,
Baba is not you. Baba is hard.
You've gotten a lot farther in the game than me, right?
I mean, that first stream when you got it, I started a little before you, so I was ahead of you, but by the time you finished the stream, you were past me, and I've played it a little bit since then, and I've really been struggling with it. So we're probably around the same place.
I'm gonna fuck with it again and see if I can't get a little farther, but it's mind-bending and boggling.
It's so hard. Like, some of those levels are crazy, and then like when you unlock the new worlds. I mean, I've been trying those, and the first couple levels are like pretty easy to get the hang, like the new mechanics of the block, like the new blocks or whatever. And then just the difficulty skyrockets, and you can't progress.
Fuck. So,
It's
what kind
so
of blocks are we talking about? You don't need to explain them, but just tell me some names.
There's a pull.
It's a pull.
There is a pull.
Interesting.
There's a telly.
A teleport. Wow. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Those are the two notable ones that I can remember.
All right. I'm interested to see how far I can get. And I also wanted you to know that when I do stream Darkest Dungeon again, which will be pretty soon, I invite all back seating. So
yeah, I've never played it, so.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just excited to watch it because it was so much fun to watch.
Did I get your name in the game?
Yes, you
okay,
did.
good.
When the one time you rolled my name like 5 times. You were rolling for like 3 names, and you rolled my name like 5 times before you finally got like a third name.
What class
something
did
crazy
you get?
like that? I got like the axe lady.
Oh, the
Hellion.
barbarian. Oh, beautiful. Good. It's a good class. It's one of the best. I'm still learning, and from what I understand, especially early game, I shouldn't be so attached. My voice quality in Discord is tanking right now, so I'm sorry if I'm like, you know what I mean? Like,
It's not terrible. I mean, it's completely intelligible. Like what you're saying, I can hear what you're saying perfectly fine.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, it's saying my voice connected is like super bad right now, like 1 bar, but yeah.
By the way, Realms, it's 4:20 in the morning right now.
Hey, smoke marijuana on a daily basis.
I do not condone these activities.
That's the good shit, man. That good shit. Listen, Dark Warlord, see how much green I have? Look at all this green.
Damn, that's a lot of green right there.
That was the dumbest joke I've made all night. I'm sorry.
It was pretty funny. I like bad puns.
It wasn't funny, my friends. Dark Warlord was just being kind.
I mean, it made me chuckle.
Okay, alright. I'll take it. So, let me see if I have any other questions for you.
Oh, I wanted to say some other things I can't wait for.
Please go for it.
Farting around in PSO2 with you.
That will be
Never really been an MMO person, but
absolute pleasure.
Sounds fun. And still waiting on the NTH Minecraft server.
Working on it. I'm excited for it as well.
Oh, and I remember you mentioned you wanted to do a co-op playthrough with me sometime, and I'm excited for that too. I did have an idea for that, by the way. Wolfenstein Youngblood.
Ooh.
So, when it comes out, if you want to do that, just hit me up.
I will.
Be down.
I absolutely will. Anything else that comes to mind?
No, that's it.
I hadn't considered Youngblood yet. I'm stoked to see what it is.
I mean, it's Wolfenstein, but 2-player co-op this time.
Right, yeah. But like the Bethesda version of Wolfenstein, yeah. So it's gonna have some fucking crazy shit. It's just gonna have fucking insane shit happening constantly.
Something like that. I imagine it's gonna be a ton of fun, and that's the point of games, so.
Do you have any questions for me this evening, Dark Warlord?
I mean, I said I was gonna plan to stream through The Witcher 3, but I've never streamed before. I want to ask if you could promise to come check out my stream a couple times if I do decide to stream.
Yes, it would be my pleasure.
And also, I feel like there's definitely some questions you missed that you asked the other people that I would like to answer. I can't remember them exactly.
Yes, absolutely. Let's see. Have we done what do you want to see in this channel?
Yes.
Have we done... Oh! Are there any streamers that you have been introduced to because of this channel that you are addicted to now?
I wouldn't say I'm addicted to any streamers except for you. From the streamers I've seen in your channel, the only person I've even watched a few times is Lunk. The few times I watched him, it was pretty chill, but for the most part, I haven't really gotten to check out anybody.
I understand.
I don't know, too much realms.
Hey, listen, I appreciate your dedication. First and foremost, foremost, it is sincerely appreciated. I think if anything, the two best things I can do are introduce potential viewers to streamers that I love that they might become addicted to, and hopefully entertain anyone as much as possible, right? Too much, more like not enough. Thank you, Dark Warlord. Thank you, man. Thank you, Hugin. I'm heading off, dude. Have a great fucking night. Catch up with you soon, my friend. Have a great night, Nictacular. My friends, please follow Nictacular. Seriously entertaining guy. Rest well, Nick. I hope that I can get you on this stream for an interview pretty soon as well. I'm probably going to do this again next week sometime or the week after for sure. Dark Warlord, do you drink like liquor?
I have not ever had any liquor before.
Beer? Cider?
Never.
Just wondering.
I've never had any alcohol before.
Fair. Well, if that's not your thing, I understand. If it ever becomes and I end up meeting you in person, I would love to buy you a beer. Beyond that, I have more questions for you.
All right. Keep them coming.
Is there anything in particular that you appreciate about this channel's community?
The fact that it's just so chill. I don't know. I just chill in the stream a lot. I mean, I don't talk that much, which obviously you know. I just kind of say something every now and again, but it's just so chill. I have a lot of fun watching your stream. And for me, this is completely true. Your stream, to me, it's like home. It's like it's where I always want to be.
That is utterly one of the greatest compliments I've ever received. Absolutely real with you, man. Thank you. Thank you, seriously. That's fucking...
It's absolutely true. I love this stream. Again, if I didn't, I wouldn't be here every day.
I understand. That's absolutely fair. Shit.
Even if for some reason I'm in the mood to watch somebody else, which almost never happens, I still throw down a lurk.
Thank you, Dark Warlord. Please let me say, I've had the opportunity to definitely get to know you better since you've spent a lot more time here since Persona 5, and I've grown to rely on you. Seeing you popping in and saying hi at the beginning of every one of my broadcasts has served to no meme intended, but I'm pulling from fucking Undertale. It's served to fill me with determination. And I really
That's a game I've never played.
Which is fine. I mean, it's...
Oof. I haven't gotten to a lot of like big titles. I don't know. Probably too much Dragon Quest or something. Forehead.
Says he hasn't gotten to a lot of big titles and plays fucking Dragon Quest 11, but...
I mean,
I know how fucking
is the only big Dragon Quest title. At least in terms of the West.
Oh, I see what you mean.
All of the old games, yes, it's the grandfather of JRPGs, but games before 11 were never really that like mainstream in the West. especially not when Final Fantasy is sitting right next to it and made by the same company. Everybody in the West plays Final Fantasy, but in Japan, it's all about Dragon Quest.
Yeah.
And I would like to say I literally almost cried when they did the Dragon Quest reveal in Smash. I screamed and I almost cried.
I'm really excited to see the Dragon Quest XI hero in Smash. More so than I
don't
could
even
ever
have
be
a
for-
Switch. I don't even have Smash Ultimate. I still almost cried because I just love Dragon Quest so much.
Well,
probably my favorite game franchise.
Okay, so I'm definitely going to stream through 11.
In terms of single player games, anyway. CS:GO is awesome, but I suck at it.
CS:GO? Really? Interesting.
I love CS:GO. I'm just so bad. Oh, it's like every other game. I love games. Terrible at them. F.
Okay, so what I wanted to say was, from the perspective of someone whose only intention, whose only ultimate goal is to provide a stream where someone can feel at home. What you said, coming from someone whose opinion, whose judgment I so deeply respect and appreciate, having you say something like that, to me, especially when I'm starting to get pretty darn drunk, and it's like, it's got me in a super emotional position, but understanding that someone I just so deeply appreciate and respect actually feels so at home. Not just even in an attempt to provide addicting or entertaining content, but from doing my absolute best on a daily basis to hopefully provide a place for people to feel at home. Having you say that you feel so welcome here, so at home here, is just mind-blowing for me, man. I really so fucking appreciate that. I'm so glad that you feel that way. Thank you so much, Dark Warlord, and I just promise you that I just want to keep I don't want to let you down. That's my ultimate fucking goal, for someone like you to feel so at home here. Thanks, man. Thank you very much, dude.
No problem. If it wasn't true, I wouldn't have stayed up till 4 o'clock in the morning for this interview, and I wouldn't have said it.
I understand. I absolutely understand. That being said, it is super fucking late in the morning for you.
Yeah, it's 4:30.
You have to get up pretty early, and you need to rest.
Yeah. If I pass out as soon as I lay down, I'll get like less than 2.5 hours, but it's fine. Worth.
Well, you'll get up early, and then you said you're going to get another couple hours after you're done.
Yeah, I'll probably get like 1 or 2 more hours, and then handle my business for the day.
The daily business.
Yep, like getting a haircut and all that junk.
Funny you should say that. I'm going to get a haircut in the morning as well, actually.
Damn.
I'm sure you'll look plenty dapper, my friend.
Thank you.
That being said, before I let you go, you can never leave. Ha 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 ha. I'm just kidding. I wanted to let you know.
But I don't want to.
Well, I don't want you to
Monk-ass.
either, but I also don't want you to die from lack of sleep.
I'll be fine.
So we find ourselves in the conundrum of being in the presence of people that we deeply care about, because you want them to take care of themselves, you don't want them to suffer, but you also don't ever want to let them go. I'm sure you understand what I mean. So you put me in a very awkward position, Dark Warlord. I'm going to have to insist that you never leave, but also that you go to bed immediately. But before I let you go, I just want you to know I'm really excited to bring you into our Dungeons & Dragons 5th Edition learning games.
Yeah, I'd love to try it out. I've never played. I mean, I played like 20 minutes of D&D ever. So
it's fine. I mean, the learning
love
process
to learn
is,
it, and
it's designed for that. You might need your own dice, if anything. Like worst case, you might need your own set of dice.
You can probably roll dice online, right?
Yes, you can.
Good enough.
There are apps for that. I'll be getting in touch with you to we're gonna be working. I'm gonna be working with a couple of very close, trusted friends to make sure that it's as accessible as possible. And D&D 5th edition is really fucking cool because all you have to do is just sit down and start playing. I don't need to sit down and give you any sort of primer. It's fantastic. And I can't wait to
life easier.
Exactly. I can't wait to fucking derp around with you in Dungeons and Dragons, my friend.
I can't wait either.
From the bottom of my heart, it has been a pleasure, and it continues to be a pleasure to get to know you better. I fucking wish you the best always, and if you ever need anything whatsoever, all you have to do is shoot me a message. Seriously, you're the fucking best. Thank you for being there for me, man. Seriously, thank you for having my back, buddy.
Thank you, and I'd like to repeat everything you just said to me right back to you.
Understood. Absolutely understood. Thank you. And, okay, so there's just a lot of ands, I understand, but before I let you go, before I send you away, before I just fucking continue to compliment you, you are openly invited to address the stream, to shout yourself out, because you're about to start streaming as well. All of these people in chat have had the opportunity to get to know you a little bit better, as I have as well. So you can plug anything, you can thank anyone, you can plug yourself or shout yourself out. If there's any closing statements that you have for the chat, for myself, anything whatsoever, the floor is yours, my friend.
Alright, so first, thank you, Realms, for providing such a great and amazing stream. Thank you, chat. You guys are awesome. Love you guys too. Yeah, if I do stream, expect to see some Witcher 3, at least in the beginning.
It's a really good choice.
Yeah, just picked it up on the Steam Summer Sale. I don't know if I will be able to stream, but yeah, if I do, please check me out. Thanks. Yeah, that's about it.
Thank
love
you,
you
man.
guys.
I love you, my friend, and you should just immediately get as much rest as you can.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, take care. Hit me up anytime, and I'll see you on Friday, I assume.
Yeah, because you're gonna be gone the next 2 days for some D&D.
I'm gonna be gone, but I'm also gonna be getting in touch with you about the very same D&D over the next couple days.
So that is the learning thing is which day of the week, just so I know.
We actually haven't figured exactly when that's gonna be yet, but we're gonna be getting in touch with everyone and figuring out when it's gonna be best for them. And then we'll determine. So it's not going to be just one. You know what I mean? So like, if you can't make the first one, we're going to arrange and organize each consecutive one to fit with each consecutive member's ideal schedule. So you're not going to miss out. And honestly, I would rather die than let you miss out. I've had the opportunity to hang out and run around with you in SCP and fucking derp around with you and shit. I know exactly how it is to get the opportunity to play games with you, which is exactly why I wanted to run cooperative stuff with you in the future, and it's the reason that I'm so adamant to drag you into Dungeons & Dragons as well.
Alright. Yeah, thank you.
Alright, I'm going to shut up. I'm going to let you go to bed. I appreciate you, man.
Alright.
Have a good night, buddy.
Good night. Cheers.
Good night, Dark Warlord.
Gonna take this last sip of water and then hit the sack.
Cheers, bud. Sleep well.
And you too, whenever you get to bed.
It'll be pretty soon. But you'll be asleep first, I hope.
Yeah, I imagine after you wrap up with skills and possibly also Zaitoni. And then I'm pretty I imagine no more than that is in the cards for tonight.
You know me pretty well, I have to say.
I mean, we've also been discussing that same thing, like no more than Zaitonian skills for like the last hour.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Shit, fuck, dude. When I look at my clock and I see that when I look at my clock and I'm like, oh god, it's hella late. It's 1:40 in the morning, and then I realize like, it's late for me.
Yeah, no, I'm 3 hours ahead of you.
Yeah.
Just, whenever you see me around, keep that in mind.
I will.
Sometimes I'm actually up at like weird hours, like 2:30 in the morning. I remember the other day watching some Sekiro. By the way, never played a Soulsborne FromSoft game. Oof.
I hope you don't mind it. I'm pretty addicted to Sekiro, so.
No, yeah, I love watching it. I've just never played it, and I don't think it's the type of game that I would like to play. But yeah, it's great to watch.
That's fair. The Witcher 3 has some combat elements that are similar in some ways, but I hope that you enjoy it.
I had expected the Witcher 3's combat to be similar to Skyrim, which I have played a little bit of, but never finished.
It's not similar to Skyrim at all.
Oh.
But don't give up on it.
That's the impression I had. I don't know.
The Witcher 3 is the fucking best thing in the whole world. Don't give up on it.
Yeah, I won't.
All right, I appreciate that. I'm grateful for that because I'm gonna stream through it again pretty soon too.
Yeah, one last question.
Yes, of course.
I mean, what can I compare The Witcher 3's combat to? Like, so I know as a reference.
That's a pretty good question. There is a combat element in Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 that involves locking onto an enemy and strafing around them and dodge rolling. But in Dark Souls, it's much more specific and much more strict. If you fuck up in the slightest, you're going to get hit and probably take half of your health. Whereas in The Witcher 3, you will be able to lock on enemies and dodge roll around them, but you'll have so many more advantages because you're a fucking Witcher. You'll be able to cast spells, shield yourself, and literally like what Skills mentioned, you're going to be dancing around your enemies like Batman does in the Arkham games. There's going to be combos and stuff. You're going to need to be keeping track of like enemies, like not single enemies. You'll fight single enemies, but more often than not, you'll fight groups of enemies that you need to keep track of other minor enemies' positions, their placements, but it's a lot less complicated than it sounds when it's being described, again, because you're an expert Witcher, and you're gonna be fucking face rolling all of these, like, regular human enemies that have no idea how to deal with a flipping, sword-swinging, like, demon-slaying ninja in the Witcher universe. So you have a lot of advantages, but there is still some action combat inclined mechanics in regards to the way that you play the game, but it's also extremely open to interpretation because you can run in and try and time your dodge rolls perfectly to dodge enemies' attacks, or you can run in with like a whole bunch of magic prepared and just set everyone on fire and then they burn to death. And when they hit you, their attacks get reflected because you have a magic shield, and you could spam hella potions, and all of a sudden you're just like insta-killing everyone and melting them with like poison. So there's a lot of freedom of choice in the way that you decide to play. And then again, there's also like the difficulty levels. So if you pick normal mode, it's going to be a lot more forgiving than if you pick Death March, which is kind of insane, but still doable if you play the right way. There's a lot of freedom, and I don't think you're going to be disappointed as long as you give it a solid chance, which is the thing that I did wrong. The first time I tried The Witcher 3, I didn't give it a chance. I played the first encounter, and I didn't like it, and I gave up on it for like a year. And when I came back to it, I gave it a solid chance for like 10 hours, and I realized that it was one of the greatest experiences I've ever had. Gesundheit, my friend. I appreciate you asking. The Witcher 3 is one of those games that I will insist is a must-play for every single gamer, PC gamer, etc. It's just,
I don't know. I'm not like an action RPG type of person. I'm more the JRPG guy, obviously.
I understand.
Dragon Quest nerd. Persona 5 also. But yeah, I'll definitely give it a shot.
If it doesn't speak to you, I understand, but the true reason that people give The Witcher 3 a chance is because of its cinematic storytelling. The combat is not necessarily where the game really shines. It really shines in the relationships and the the narrative that the game weaves and presents to you. It's a fucking masterpiece. It's better than anything I've ever experienced in that regard. So that's the reason why I insist that everyone experience the game. I hope it doesn't disappoint you.
Yeah, I hope so too. That's $15.
Oh yeah.
I mean, $15 is also like 75% off, which is great because summer sale. But yeah, still it's $15. So, I mean, from what I've heard, I expect it to be amazing. I expect it to be many, many hours, huge open world. So
I promise you, it is. It convinced me to sink like 150 hours into it.
Yeah, I'm excited. Yeah.
I hope it doesn't disappoint you, my friend.
Yeah, I hope so too.
I appreciate you, and when you start streaming, please DM me, and I will be there. And I hope you sleep well.
Thank you.
I'm not gonna drag this on anymore.
Too. All right.
Get some good rest, Dark Warlord. Thanks so much for joining us tonight, man. This was a fantastic interview, a fantastic conversation.
I must agree. Yeah.
Good night, buddy.
Good night, Roms. Good night, chat. See you guys later.
I'll talk to you soon, man. Rest well.
Yep. All right, bye.
Bye-bye. Woo! That was fantastic. Dark Warlord is fucking amazing, man. God, I appreciate that guy so much, dude. If you still hear me right now, Dark Warlord, just sleep well, bud. Sleep well. You are absolutely killer. I appreciate you to fucking death, man. Just rest well. The question of the night, do you have energy for Zatoni? Yes. Zatoni and then skills. Let's do it. We're in the home stretch. MX, welcome back. Darkney, welcome back. Rain Soundwave, so good to see you. It's a good question, Zatoni. Don't push it. Zatoni is weighted to the very end. So either we interview Zatoni now, or we let him go to bed and we get him first on the next Tiki Bar podcast. I know you're fine waiting, because you're amazing. You're absolutely beautifully patient and compassionate. I appreciate you understanding, Zatoni. Yeah. Alright, so here's what we're going to do in regards to Zatoni. Zatoni is going to be first, or he's going to be the immediately next whenever he pops in during our next Tiki Bar interview podcast. But also, and thank you for allowing me this freedom, Zatoni. It's really, really considerate of you. But also, Zatoni, you and I are going to sit down and do a Tiki Bar podcast together. Just you and me. Nothing but you and me sitting around shooting the shit and talking, getting stoned, drinking for 5 hours. If you're cool with that. All right. If that works for you, I appreciate you. Like, I feel like I just kept you waiting up until the very end just to let you know that we can't sit down and have this conversation. But I definitely would want to sit down and have that conversation with you when I am less wasted. So you are very considerate, and I fucking appreciate the hell out of that. I just realized why chat isn't showing up on screen. This whole time. Yeah, it was under everything. Chat was under everything this whole time. It wasn't showing up now because I'm not using the green screen. That's why it showed up when I was using the green screen. I just thought Streamlabs wasn't working. Oh, I know it hasn't made anything worse. Rain, you're amazing. I appreciate you, by the way. I know it hasn't made anything worse. It's just that I just find it hilarious that I didn't realize, like, oh, it's behind my webcam and it's not showing up because my webcam isn't green screen tonight. Here's the difference. This is what it looks like. Whoa, dude. Whoa! Whoa! You could have a green curtain or an empty abyss next to you. Rain! Why do I need an empty abyss next to me when I have an empty abyss inside me all the time? Hey Alex, welcome back, my friend. Skills, you should be free to join the Tiki Bar at your leisure.
Look, I didn't want to just jump in here, get all
skills.
crazy with it. You know.
As a moderator, I invite you to do so.
Oh shit!
You have
look. It's recorded, full permission.
Oh yeah,
you heard that. You heard that, everybody.
Moderators equals free reign.
Oh hell yeah, Pagu Champu. All right. So I don't know how you want to do this. I don't know if you want to run through the questions first or.
Oh, you're getting. I'm interviewing you. That's for sure.
Oh hell yeah, brother! Yeehaw! Dude, I got my drink ready. I got a mixed drink of Monster and Chardonnay.
Monster at almost 2 a.m? How late are you planning on staying up?
Well, you see, there's this thing called being young, and caffeine doesn't really hit me that hard. So I could chug like the end of a Monster and then still go to sleep in like a couple hours and be chilling, you know?
That is either the worst or the best combination.
So here's the thing, right? I took a sip of the Chardonnay and I was like, ooh, okay, maybe, okay, kind of cool. And then I tried it and I like got a little dribble of Monster in it, and I was like, you know what? That's actually kind of good. I don't know why it's good, but it is.
I dig it.
Yeah. But also, just so you're prepared, I have modified versions of your questions to throw back at you. So get ready for the drunk answers for
Oh
this.
God. I'm so excited.
Yeah.
This is legit,
Also,
dude.
I just wanted to bring up the fact that whoever coined the term the devil's lettuce missed a huge opportunity for great alliteration. Because if they would have just switched it to Lucifer's lettuce...
Ooh. I'm sure it's been done.
I mean, yeah, but it needs to be popularized. You know what I mean?
Right.
It needs to get there.
Lucifer's lettuce.
Yeah, exactly. You know? And I also, just real quick, are your sleeves mirrored, basically? Because they looked like it, but...
You mean my tattoos?
Correct.
Yeah.
Not your shirt sleeves, correct.
Oh yeah, my tattoos are... So they're not exactly the same, but they're like the same style of design across both of the shoulders, half sleeves, the front of the chest. So it's just it's filigree. It's So
yeah, but
it's just filigree. They're not like intentionally drawn the same. They're naturally different.
it's just stylistically the same. I
Yeah.
got you. Yeah.
Thanks for asking, man.
Yeah, no. Tattoos are fucking cool, man. Like I've always thought about getting tattoos, but I've just been waiting for something to like strike me. You know what I
Something
mean?
will.
Something that
Something
I'm
will.
like, yeah, something that I'm like, yo, that needs to hang out on my body for the rest of the time. Let's do it.
You already took it into consideration. Like, that's literally the most important thing, because most people, which you deserve a lot of fucking respect for, is most people will only consider the first half of that. They'll be like, oh, this is what speaks to me, but they don't actually put themselves in the shoes of their future selves 20 years down the line, thinking like, am I still gonna want this on my body?
Right.
But you do.
I mean, honestly, I think the one thing that I could feel comfortable with is like something that is very lightly, like, not a super hard reference, but something that hints at Dark Cloud. Because that's actually, I don't know if you could call it an objectively good game, but it's my favorite game.
It's
It's just
yours.
something I have to qualify because, like, the game is really cool, but there are some flaws that when I play it now, I kind of pick at, but I'm like, fuck it. It's a great game.
You still have that emotional attachment, and
Right.
every single game has something wrong with it. It's up to us to decide whether or not we care enough to look past its flaws.
Exactly. And I definitely care about Dark Cloud enough. Also, Zitoni, not sure. I love them both. I like the humor in the enemies presented by 2, but I like the seriousness presented by 1. If that makes sense. Because the first one, I don't know how much you know about Dark Cloud, but the first one is kind of has a slightly darker storyline, and 2 also carries that, but it has more humor in the enemies, and it's like got a more fleshed out dungeon system. It's more visually appealing. But, you know, that's just what happens when there's advancements in a system, you know?
Yeah, they're gonna build on it. They're gonna be like, we could have made this shit better. Let's give it a shot.
Yo, dude, what if we just, like, added a mechanic here that makes it even better, y'all?
We should make a whole nother game for this.
Whoa, it's almost like sequels are a thing. Whew. Hell yeah. But, yeah.
I can't tell you how glad I am that I get to finish off a sequence of, like, shit, what, 6-7 interviews in a row to just like shoot the shit with you before I wrap shit up for the evening. When I'm drunk and I don't have to try to actually like keep my shit together because you know me and like you're so fucking supportive, dude. Like I fucking appreciate it, man.
It's only been 4 years. It's, you know, nothing, you know. I don't know if you saw it, but I like jokingly said to Zitoni that we're accidentally going from like the earliest followers to, or like the most recent followers.
Oh,
to
I see
the,
what you're saying.
Like most distant followers.
I
you know?
see what you mean.
Yeah. So it's just been slowly like pushing back, and so it's like, you know, sitting there and finding you when you're like playing Isaac with Dez back in the like, you know, 70. I think I still remember this, follower number 74. So, you know, I remember I forget what the 100 follower thing is, but I think you were like raffling away a pizza or something.
Yes.
You were like, I'll buy you a pizza.
The 100 follower celebration was we were giving away a pizza to one lucky winner. It was Floral Print. Do you remember Floral Print? That was the name of the winner.
See, now that you say the name, it like strikes a memory of seeing the name in chat, but I don't like remember that much.
They
about
haven't
them,
been
you know
here
what I
for
mean?
years, but
Right,
yeah.
right, exactly.
Floral
They
Print
got their
won the pizza. Yeah, they
they got their pizza and they dipped. They were like, "Hey, I got the best thing that I could get out of this stream. So thanks. I'm outie."
I hit up Floral Print on Skype. God, that's how you know how old it was. And so basically, I was like, "All right, this is how we're gonna do it, Floral Print. You're not gonna tell me your name. You're not gonna give me your address. You are going to give me the closest location and the phone number of your favorite pizza place near your house. And I'm gonna call in. I'm gonna order the pizza, and I'm gonna pay for it." And then I'm going to tell them that, like, hey, another person's going to call in and give the address where this needs to be delivered. And so I gave Floral Print the order number, and he or she called in and gave them the address and the order number, and they delivered it to their address. And Floral Print hit me up like an hour later and was like, "I got my pizza." And I'm just like, "Yeah, all right."
Pizza acquired. Mission complete.
I still have the screenshot of Floral Print hitting me up on Skype saying, "I got my pizza." It was amazing. I still have it somewhere. I'll DM it to you when I find it.
Well, yeah, no, that's a relic. That's like, even further from now, we're gonna like pull that up and be like, "Holy shit. 8 years ago, really?" Like, you know what I'm talking about?
We're about to hit the 5-year streamiversary in next February.
Man. That's a 24-hour stream /S, Kappa?
I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it. I will do a 24-hour stream after I get partnered.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah. That's the real one.
I've never done one before, so I think it's inevitability, man. I think that, like, I don't need to push for it. I don't need to make certain moves or make any strategies. I just got to keep doing what we're doing and just fucking making connections.
Right. Because then, especially because, you kind of stream a little bit late, and then people like try to pop in and they're like, "Oh no, you're ending right now." So then like the 24-hour stream would be an interesting way to kind of like connect everyone,
That's pretty solid. I appreciate that.
All right.
Did I mention that I'm learning Roll20 recently, right?
Yes. You said that earlier tonight.
I'm digging it.
And
It's
yeah.
super legit.
So
I'm about halfway
thing
through the
that's really-
tutorial.
Yeah, the thing that's really cool about Roll20 is just how accessible it is, and the fact that, I don't know if you've hit it yet, but when you make a new character sheet, you can run through like a character, I think they call it like a character mancer or something like that, where it just runs through different decisions that you make when making a character, and it just slaps the character sheet together for you, and it makes it super easy. Yeah. And then like you can do it for specific levels too. So it'll run you through like the process of making like specifically a 5th level character or something like that, and it'll just push you through all the different options. And there's like, they have a premium service, and the biggest thing about that is it allows for dynamic lighting, so you can have people's tokens have their actual vision ranges and let them just explore a dungeon. So if that's the way you want to run your game, you have those tools available to you.
I
where you can
understand.
just let people move their little tokens, but the only problem that I've seen with that is it gets really finicky when you try to start a combat on your players. Because as soon as you do that, people start moving their tokens around like, "Oh no, I want to be here because combat's starting, so of course I want to be here." But it's like, that's not where you were.
You can't start over there. You have to roll fucking initiative.
Right. That's what we call movement, and that happens on your turn.
You can dash 60 feet if you would like. It's not going to get you halfway to where you want to be, but feel free.
The one really interesting house rule that I've come across recently is allowing people to use their reaction to move. So they can use their reaction to move, but then doing so, you're immediately losing like your attack of opportunity, or if you're a caster, you're losing your counter spell, or any like options that you as a class have on your turn to like retaliate against something, or,
Right.
you know, use your reaction for blank, you know. So there's a definite trade-off to it, which is why I think it's really interesting, but it also allows you that repositioning when a combat's starting. If you want to blow your reaction just to get 30 feet or whatever your move range is in the direction you want to be, go ahead.
Could that be abused by blowing your reaction to just get behind an enemy as quickly as possible for flanking?
Well, if you're using flanking, yes. The problem is with flanking, it just creates way too many opportunities for both the player and the DM's characters to just get fucked. So it just changes the pace of combat in a way that I personally don't like, and I actually try to stray away from flanking rule, because flanking rule just makes, if you want to, it makes the help action irrelevant, because there's a help action you can take to give someone else advantage on their turn. So if you're not that great at smacking people, give your homie advantage, and then they'll just smack people even harder. You know what I mean?
So that Rogue could still get sneak attack without taking advantage of flanking.
Well, yeah, because rogues don't need that flank. They get sneak attack
when they have advantage, yeah. Which is why they're always trying to flank.
Right. They also get sneak attack if an ally is within 5 feet of a target. So regardless, they'll get
I didn't know
attack
that
in that scenario.
So they just still get it. Like, it doesn't even matter if they're flanking with advantage. They just still get sneak attack.
Right, because the thought, like the role play behind that is your homie is, you know, taking big slashes at him or whatever,
distracting
and you're just
an enemy.
running behind him, and you're like, oh hey, look, that's your lower back, Kika! You know, oh hey, that's your kidney, Kika! You know,
goodbye kidney.
It's nice knowing you. Yeah. I only had one of those. The other was stolen by another rogue.
I met this one rogue in a tavern, and all of a sudden I woke up in a bathtub filled with ice.
I woke up in a bathtub full of ice, and I was a little dazed, but, you know, I was alive. So, hey, what can I say?
I mean, I was alive. I'm grateful to be alive. I ignored the scar down my left side. It's fine.
Yeah, nothing happened. I feel like my pee is a little bit more yellow, but, you know, what can you do?
It just burns when I pee a little bit, okay? It's only a little burn. I would be worried if it was a big burn. I'd see the local apothecary if it was a serious burn, but it's just a little burn. I'll be fine. Lay on hands, we'll be fine, dude.
Right. Just give me a little lesser restoration, get that fucking alcohol poisoning out of me, and I'm chilling. So fun fact, that's actually one of my favorite, like, because I don't think it exclusively describes it, but alcohol is kind of a poison. So if you have a hangover and you really don't want that fucking hangover, just cast lesser restoration on yourself and you're chilling.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, I'd if I was DMing, or I think, in my opinion, any DM in their right mind would accept that logic to cure any general any general hangover, just in D&D in general. So yeah, I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah. That's where my, like, you know, super picky use of language and understanding of language helps for D&D for stuff like that, because it's like, well, it does say you can remove poisons, and yeah, okay, go, yeah, have fun. Like,
so you're a rules as written kind of guy, huh?
A little bit, but the thing is, the rule of cool always wins. If somebody's trying to do something super cool, but technically they can't, I'm just gonna say, fuck it, dude. You really wanna flip off a couple chandeliers and, like, you know, do the splits upon landing and try to, like, punch the dude in the gonads? Technically, a little bit past your movement range, but go nuts. Also, nice raid, Pog.
I'm really glad to hear that, Skills. I can see how Acquisitions Incorporated has influenced you because of that.
Yeah. Yeah. Rule of cool has always been a big thing.
I'm assuming I could just jump up and slash the chandelier rope and swing up to the ceiling and jump to the second chandelier and then do a flip off that and land on the enemy and stab him in the face. Sure.
Look, there's got to be one Patrick Rothfuss for every DM. There's got to be one player that the DM just is like, yeah, yeah, for sure, do it. Because it's like because the thing is, like, when you're constantly coming up with creative things and when you're sticking to a theme, like Viari literally just has a weakness for chandeliers. So when you're sticking to that constantly and you're just like you're just playing to your character, it makes me want to reward you for it by letting you do it.
Either letting you do it, or if it's exceptional, rewarding the player with inspiration.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the other thing too. Is like, because you get these hard ideals or bonds or flaws, and if I see people playing to those ideals and flaws, I will give them inspiration. If they make a really stupid fucking pun, I will give them inspiration.
Yeah, exactly.
If there are certain things that when they happen, I just can't help but be like, yeah, no, take inspiration for that one, because it makes it more engaging.
Yeah,
because people want to get that inspiration, so they start playing more to their flaws and playing more in their character.
It's like appropriate to the narrative. I read somewhere that if you're playing real D&D, then you can meta as much as you want, but if your character doesn't know it, then you can't play like your character knows it. And then on top of that, if your character would do it, then do it even if it's bad. And if your character wouldn't do it, then don't do it.
Even if it's good. Yeah, exactly. That's the biggest thing, and it's like in my D&D game that I'm playing right now, the funniest thing is I struggle so much with wanting to give good ideas to the party, with wanting to give oh, hey, maybe we should do this, or hey, maybe we should do this. But my character has a -1 wisdom and a -1 intelligence, so I just have to sit there.
Yeah, he wouldn't know.
Yeah, I would, I'm not super stupid. Every once in a while I'll have a cool idea, but I'm not going to go super far into it. But the last session I played was fully RP, and it was puzzles and tests of character. And when we were at the puzzle part, it was so fucking funny because our whole group out of character, not that great. In character, there are a couple smart ones, but so we just kind of, in that particular section, we kind of just, there was an unspoken agreement that we may not have to RP our intelligence of our characters, because it was a doozy. There were like a bunch of different riddles that we had to solve that he was giving us, and so we kind of had to pull out all the stops there. But in any other situation, it's like, I'm gonna play to my character. I got tested with a test of selfishness. I'm a neutral good cleric. What am I gonna do other than be selfless? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's like that's not even a question for my character.
Okay, so give me a sec. Shimmy, thank you very, very much for the raid this evening. Thank you so much for stopping in and supporting the channel tonight. I know that you said that you need to get out of here and you need to get some rest. Thank you for stopping in to show some love. Lovely Shimmy. Seriously, she lives up to her name. She's fantastic, wholesome, sweet, charming, and absolutely lovely. I hope you'll send her a follow. House Flipper, though.
Yeah, I was about to say House Flipper. Okay.
Maverick, I hope you're having a lovely night, Maverick. So lovely to see you again, my friend. I wish you the very best always. You are catching me, Shimmy as well. You are both catching me at the very end of what has been a long 8.5 consecutive hours of Tiki Bar partying, drinking, and interviewing subscribers, which, as is officially customary traditional, is official tradition to wrap up with a skills recap, and man, I gotta say again, I know I said this a little bit earlier, but it's such a pleasure to be able to just kind of unwind and not have to put on a show, but I can actually just sit and have a conversation with you like we always do. Skills, you know that feeling when you know that someone is a fucking really good friend of yours, and then you're like away from spending time or interacting with them for months, potentially years, but then you link up with them again, and when you start hanging out with them again, it's like no time was ever spent away.
Exactly.
You're just picking up from the exact same spot, and I'm so grateful that I get to rely on you for something like that, because it's a breath of fresh air, bud, to just be able to not have to fucking care about putting on a show. I don't have to care about impressing you. You are just fucking super supportive. I can just sit down and talk to you about anything for like literally forever. If I didn't have to sleep or eat or anything, I could just sit and just talk to you for the rest of eternity, man. I appreciate you, dude.
Just become a lich and you'll be fine. Just get that phylactery going and just hang out.
If there was a way, I'd be making some calls, man, because then I could just sit around and stream forever as well. But then also,
this is Tom's phylactery service. What can we do for you?
All of the clerics and paladins would be hunting me, though. I'd have to make a deal with them or something. I'd be like, listen, I'm a lich, I understand. I know that makes me inherently evil, but I'm not trying to like pull any bullshit, so I will work with the clerics and the paladins just as long as they don't fucking destroy me.
All I want to do is live forever so I can gamble, alright? Like, I'm just a gambling lich. Ain't doing nothing. That should be, I feel like that should immediately be a song.
Lord, I was born a gambling lich.
Oh Lord, I was born a gambling lich. Yeah, pretty much.
Zatoni, I'm really glad you feel that way. I feel the same way. Skills is a great conclusion to the Tiki bar this evening, and I do apologize that we couldn't drag you into to an interview. But I'm really glad that you offered to abstain for tonight, specifically because I'm not too drunk, but I'm definitely drunk enough and tired enough to the point where I would be concerned that I would have rushed our interview. And that's why I'm glad that we didn't sit down and have our interview tonight, Zatoni. So you're going to be... Yeah, go ahead, Skills.
I was just going to say, and he saw two people that were like, oh, I need to go to sleep. I got shit to do. And he was like, yeah, no, you go. Yeah, no, you go.
Zatoni gave up his spot twice.
Yeah. Big homie chilling.
That's fucking insane.
Yeah, and he said, he was like, man, I'm just trying to chill here anyway. So it's like, cool. Hey, stock up on that yummy green, and then it's a party next time. Poggers.
Skills, did I mention that I bought a pound of dice from Chessex?
You didn't mention it directly to me, but earlier when it came up in stream, I was like, hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, so I got like 8 D4s, 6 or 7 D12s, 8 D6, 8.
You mean 6 or 7 pointless dice?
I got 8 D10s and I got 8 D100s, like one in the 10s place, one in the 100s place, and then I got like 50 D20s.
Look, that's the big one. Everybody wants a bunch of different D20s so they can be like, oh, well, I'm rolling for poison damage. Let me grab all my green D20s. Let's do it. Hell yeah. Because that's literally what I do. Also, I want you to know, last time you came to my house and I busted out my dice, you're the only person aside from me that has rolled my dice. I'm very superstitious about my dice. But when you came over and you were like, ooh, we're gonna roll these, I was like, oh yeah, for sure. I'm not even worried about it.
I feel bad. I'm the same way about my dice though. Like,
nah, dude, it's cool.
Hopefully I didn't curse your dice.
No, dude, I just passively put all my dice down and they landed on 12, 13, 15, 15, 16. So I think they're fine. I think they're fine.
We'll see how it goes. It's like every time you think of me, you roll like nat ones. All right, this one's for realms 1-1-1-1. Like, oh god.
There's also a specific ritual that I undergo before rolling my dice, including, Zatoni might appreciate this, blowing weed smoke on them. Because, hey, who says dice can't get high? And if you're the one who says that, you're wrong.
That's fucking fantastic. I love it, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody that gets like super superstitious about their dice does like, because I had been jokingly like blowing smoke on my dice, and then one time that me and my friends played, I didn't do it, and I was rolling like shit, and then like 2 hours in, I was like, I didn't blow smoke on them, and I was like, okay, yep, I have to do it every time now.
I see. Yeah, I have one set that I love a lot, but that's the set that I will allow other people to roll.
Mhm.
And then I have one set that I just never let anyone touch except for me.
My precious.
And so the only thing I'm suspicious about other than that is when I let my D20 sit, I always put it one up.
I completely understand that school of thought, but I'm of the school of thought that whenever you don't like set up your dice, whatever your dice roll on, that's what they naturally want to be at.
So you leave
don't
them
wanna-
there?
Yeah. If they're on a 20, if they're on a 1, if they're on a 12, if they're on a 6, chilling. They're chilling. That's just, that's the way I handle it. But
Yeah,
I completely understand okay, I want to see the ones. I want to see you shitty little ones. Y'all ain't happening other than right here.
Yeah.
Like that kind of thing.
Shit, yeah. I just reset them to 1 all the time. I'm just like, all right, back to 1, back to 1.
Yeah.
You can spend more time with a 1 just so that you'll be more inclined to do anything else.
Yeah. A 2, we're fine. A 1, get the fuck out of here. Dude, that's basically, honestly, that's literally rogue players, by the way. Once they hit there's a thing called unreliable talent. Unreliable talent? Yeah, good job, me. Reliable talent that lets them treat any die roll on a skill check under 10 as a 10.
Ooh.
So they literally cannot roll under a 10 on skill checks at a certain level.
Plus their dexterity bonus, probably. Like,
yeah, depending on what the skill check is,
Yeah,
if
exactly.
they're investigating or trying to bust a lock or something like that. But I'm a DM where every single one, you fucked up. I don't care.
Well, yeah, if they roll a nat 1, then yeah, that's gonna be a
Yeah.
crit fail regardless.
It's funny because rules as written. See, this is where, fuck the rules, baby. We going wild today. The rules as written say that there's no critical fails on skill checks, and that's bullshit. Like,
There should be. There always should be.
Right.
I'll run it that way.
Yep. Just busted your lockpick set. Have fun. What you gonna do? Find another one. Smile. Shit like that. That's it's really fun. I don't like the way that some people handle combat ones because like for people with a lot of attacks in a round, if they get their shit stuck in a wall or they could like throw their weapon away or something like that, it can kind of make combat just you kind of have to trudge through combat. So I'll make it like, maybe they hit themselves or they hit like an ally near them, but
Yeah.
I'll never take away their ability to attack again. Because it seems a little cheesy.
I understand. I don't know. I don't know how I would handle it in combat. Like in combat, I mean, depending on the situation, depending on the bonus to hit, I still suppose even if they did roll a 1 with their bonus, it could still potentially be a hit. I mean, depending on the AC of what they're attacking. If it was garbage,
Right. There are, yeah, especially when you get into higher levels in your proficiency bonus and whatever your main stat is, it ends up being like, plus 10 to hit, plus 11 to hit. So it's like if you're fighting those little, like some huge thing or some shitty little thing, then you might still hit. Like if you're a level 13 adventurer and you're trying to hit a fucking sewer rat, you fucking hit it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. You demolished it. All right. Are you happy with yourself, though? That's the real question.
I really need to take into consideration how I would handle a crit fail during combat. It would definitely be, in my opinion, regardless of the bonus, it would be a failed attack. It'd be a miss. There would need to be something detrimental that would happen to the attacker. But beyond that, I don't think I'd put them in a situation where, like you said, it would prevent them from being able to attack next turn. I don't think I'd feel okay with putting them in a situation where they couldn't attack on the next turn again. But it'd just be something detrimental, like you slip. Like, for example, if they were attacking and they crit fail, I would make them fall prone. I feel like making them fall prone would be pretty appropriate.
Yeah, like they trip, they put way too much weight on the wrong side or something, and they just fucking trip, and they're laying on their back, and they're like, I'm a turtle.
Your feet slip out from under you, and suddenly you're on your back.
Yeah, especially that, like, depending on the creature that they're fighting, like, just making them fall prone would be pretty fucking rough.
Very scary.
It's like,
that could be extremely fucking scary, because now the thing attacking them has advantage, right?
Exactly. And then, no, not auto crit. Auto crit is if you're unconscious. That's the fun one.
Ugh.
Yeah, if anything, that's why I think rolling low on perception checks while watching for camp is the most interesting thing to deal with as a DM.
I see where you're getting with this.
Yeah, because it's like, okay, party's asleep, and if you miss it, they might be coming up directly behind you and then just auto crit, pretty much auto hit one of your compadres. And
your friend gets stabbed in the face.
Yeah, they get stabbed in the face for, oh wow, 34 damage. Have fun. Oh, you're level 2.
Insane. Yeah, that's actually really compelling. I never took that into consideration. That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
That's probably why it's so important to use skills that prevent you from being ambushed in Darkest Dungeon, for example.
Well, see, okay, so the really interesting thing about, so last time I was holding this back while you were playing Darkest Dungeon, but one of the bigger things in Darkest Dungeon is torch manipulation. So being able to, like, kick your torch up to like 75% to 50% to give you some of the bonuses, but not use too many torches. But then as soon as you're about to end combat, you kill your torch because you get more loot from it.
I see what you mean.
Yeah,
I see.
So you end up doing stuff like that where you kind of have to like play it kind of risky and like sit on 0 torch for a while, and it creates for some. Playing the game that way is really interesting to me, because it's like, you risk it for the biscuit, baby.
Yeah, I really dig that, and I know you've been holding back. I really respect your restraint. But when I play I was almost said Dungeons and Dragons. When I played Darkest Dungeon, they got one of the words in the name. It's
Darkest Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah.
And this invitation goes out to you. It goes out to Hugin, who gifted me the expansions for Darkest Dungeon. It goes out to anyone that is interested. Darkest Dungeon is going to be a backseating situation like The Binding of Isaac, except on steroids.
Because with Isaac, about Isaac, so there are only like small things that you're like, oh shit, what is this? Oh shit,
people
what is
in
this?
chat are like reminding me, like, oh yeah, this is how this is gonna interact. Just so you know, like, I'll find an item in The Binding of Isaac. I'll be like, wait, which star sign was this? And they'll be like, oh, that's fucking Aries, that's Cancer, and I'll be like, oh, thank you, and then I move on. But in Darkest Dungeon, it is going to be a team effort. I want all the backseating. I just want to learn everything about the game as quickly as possible. I'm excited about it. I'm really excited about it.
Oh my god. Yeah, dude, the hard mode of that. So the biggest difference between the hardest game mode and the other two game modes is the other two game modes, there's no time limit. In the hardest game mode, they give you 99 weeks to do it all. So you have to super efficiently make use of every single week you have.
And get lucky.
Right, and min-max like a motherfucker, dude. You gotta min-max like you've never min-maxed before.
Fucking insane. I'm so excited about it. That because at the end of the first at the end of the first Darkest Dungeon playthrough, I was super discouraged and demoralized. And then the next day, I thought about the game and I was like, I could try it again. And then the day after that, I was like, I'd really like to try it again. And then the day after that, I was like, I need to play Darkest Dungeon again.
Right. It's
I
funny.
need it.
The game calls you back to the pit. It calls you.
It calls you from the void.
Dude, I was
Confidence is
while
the
you
slow,
were-
insidious killer.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things to say. But one of like my favorite voice line in the game, I was literally like sitting here waiting for you to run across it, because there's a voice line when you get
Hesitation.
crit.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. No. Hesitation is defeat. I thought you were saying hesitation is a. Never mind. Just go ahead.
When you get crit by an enemy, one of the voice lines that will pop up is dazed, reeling, about to break, and it's fucking great. It's so stressful because like you
That's
hit
so
that
good.
crit and they fucking clap your cheeks, and then it's like, okay, yeah, thanks narrator for just taunting me. I love it. I love getting my cheeks clapped and then my confidence clapped.
It's
I
literally
appreciate
like a reminder from the narrator that you're getting shit on. You just got shit on. Air horns.
Yeah. That's basically what the narrator is there for. Just to fucking shit on you for no reason. Well, for a reason, but, you know.
He's there to add flavor.
Right. Take you to Flavor Town.
Yeah, I was saying that confidence or whatever is a slow and insidious killer, and then I looked over from the corner of my eye and I saw Hugin say hesitation is, and I was like, oh, sorry, he's correcting me. Hesitation is a slow and I was like, wait, no. No, it's not. Hesitation is defeat.
Hesitation is defeat.
Were you
just gotta...
Were you there last night during that meme, the hesitation is defeat meme? When the dude came in and just kept on saying that again and again and again? And I was like, yeah, some rando came in and was like, hesitation is defeat. And then I died and he was like, hesitation is defeat. And then I died again and he was like, hesitation is defeat. And I died again and he was like, hesitation is defeat. I was like, wait.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me double check. Is hesitation defeat? And he was like, yes. And I was like, you said it 4 times. And he's like, I'll say it every time that it is necessary. And I was like, all right, you have taught me well. Watch me not hesitate. And I just instantly banned him. It was great.
Hell yeah. Dude, honestly, not gonna lie, that sounds like somebody who would also watch like Darkest Dungeon playthroughs and just spam voice lines.
Well, I mean, I can definitely tolerate that because it's such a good meme with Darkest Dungeon. Like,
right.
In my opinion, the narrator and his voice lines is like the most beloved thing about that game.
Oh yeah. Twitch chat. I've watched other streamers play Darkest Dungeon, and Twitch chat loves spamming voice lines. It's their favorite thing to do.
Yeah, for a while there, there were a lot of streamers that I ended up meeting. I could name like 2 or 3 just off the top of my head that I met within the past like year and a half, 2 years that ended up getting partnered because of Darkest Dungeon. You know, I met them when they were streaming for like 20 or 30 viewers, and then they started streaming Darkest Dungeon on a daily basis, and suddenly they blew up to 75 to 100 viewers a day because of Darkest Dungeon. And so I looked at Darkest Dungeon, and I never even sat down to actually consider how difficult it could be. And I was like, you know what? Shit, I'll put Darkest Dungeon on my streaming games list. We could do this on a daily basis. Let's get partnered because of Darkest Dungeon. It'll be totally doable. I'll be fine. No, that was not.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Little did you know that you were the secret 5th character in your party, and you also take stress damage.
Oh, yeah. Oh my god, that game's so fucking stressful. Rain, have a great night. Thank you so much for hanging out tonight. I hope you rest well, and I appreciate you so much. I just looked at Darkest Dungeon and I was like, oh, I'll be fine. I could handle this.
Yeah.
I beat Dark Souls. I beat Bloodborne. Oh, we'll be great. No.
We're chilling.
That game is fucking insane. And I'm so excited to get good at it.
Not only is it hard, but it just picks at your brain too. It just picks you away mentally.
It fucks with you so hard.
But see, it's interesting that you say you'll add it to your stream library, because one of the questions I was gonna ask you, we're doing it. Segue, great segue, Pog Champu.
Before you go into extensive questions,
uh-huh,
I want you to reserve all of the official standard questions for this interview segment.
Mm-hmm.
For the next skills recap.
Okay. I'll write them down more neatly so I can read them later.
I appreciate it. I want to reserve the interview questions for you, because this has not been an official interview. I would actually like to do that with you during our next Tiki Bar podcast.
Oh hell yeah. Hey,
and
content.
I will be able to approach them more seriously with a clearer head, and not after 9 hours straight of streaming.
Which, by the way, that's a fucking long stream, dude. Like, you know, some people might look at it and be like, well, you were just sitting around talking. Like, all right, you just sit around and talk for 8 hours then, 9 hours.
I've had some really, really fantastic people that are easy to talk to, luckily.
You know, I did notice that. There were a few that I personally enjoyed more than others, but that might just because I have a bias towards people that say they like Dungeons and Dragons.
So, Talus.
Yeah,
that I have to say, Talus was every single interview, every single conversation with all of the subscribers was fantastic. Talus was my highlight. Talus is a born entertainer. Like, he is a professional streamer and approached it not as an interview. He approached it as a co-host. He did a fantastic fucking job. That, and I just got to talk about his experience with like 3.5 and 2nd edition and D&D in general. So it was super fucking great to be able to talk to him about that shit.
Yeah, So the only thing I took issue with was comparing 5e to a console. That's the only. I was like, no, don't do 5e like that. Don't do 5e like a console.
It could be 5e could be the Nintendo Switch of D&D.
Yeah, but it's still a console.
That's fair. That's still fair. Like, but 5e deserves more respect.
Yeah, I understand the comparison, of course.
Super
it's just
streamlined. I love it so much, man. It means the world to me. 5e is just so fucking special.
It's just funny because, like, the only reason I know so much about 5e is through watching various like streams or podcasts and being like, oh, what does that do? Let me look that up. Oh, what does that do? Let me look that up. Oh, why are they doing that? Oh, what? I just wanted to understand how these people were, seemingly arbitrarily just like fucking rolling dice and making cool improv story happen.
May I just say, it's an absolute honor to have been able to introduce you to Acquisitions Incorporated.
Oh yeah, dude, I had no clue about them, and then you were just like, oh hey, here you go, check this shit out, and I was like, oh hell yeah, more content.
I really need to get into Critical Role, but I'm just so glad I discovered Acquisitions. They're an official book now. Like, we could run into them in game if we explore the Sword Coast.
Oh, don't worry. I've thought about that. I've thought about, like, just, man, there are so many different ideas bouncing around in my head, especially, like, after that last session that I just played. Like, no spoilers, but that whole palace of like, riddles and tests of characters, like that whole idea is really appealing to me now. Like doing something similar, but not copy pasting, would probably be something that I do eventually.
For the established campaign, like the serious one, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
For the serious one, I want to have a very established campaign set in the Forgotten Realms that just like goes and does its own thing for a while. But just like Acquisitions, I want us to end up playing through all of the adventures, like the 5th edition adventures, like Horde of the Dragon Queen and fucking Tomb of Annihilation, the Ark of the Mad Mage, etc. I want us to play through every single one, have all the generic adventures. Go ahead.
Yeah. The way I was actually planning on starting the campaign is because that's the thing I've always had an issue with. Whenever I'm like starting an essay or starting a conversation with someone,
starting players at first level.
Dude, okay, look, starting players at first level really, honestly, to me feels like, when do we get level 3? When do we get level 3?
That's fair.
Like that's basically what it is. And I don't know if well, some people like to run flat EXP and some people like to run milestone.
Milestones from encounters is my favorite, in my opinion.
Yeah, milestone is the best way to do it because your players aren't constantly keeping track of EXP. And not only does that mean they're not sitting there doing math, it also means that when you finally say, oh, hey, you're level 2. Oh, hey, you're level 5. Oh, hey, you're level whatever. They're like, oh, shit, really? Woohoo! It's not like,
fuck yes.
Yeah, it's not like, oh, I'm about to be level 5. Oh, it's about to happen. It's, you're sitting there anticipating it for hell long until it finally happens.
Bran is running his own homebrew world and has been for a fuck ton of time, right? I was introduced to his homebrew campaign, which is currently at level 4, when their rogue moved out of town and he had to drop out. So starting at level 4 is fine. I've had a great time learning Artificer with this group. But recently, Bran started us at level 1 in a brand new campaign in his same homebrew world. And I did not begin to realize the subtleties and the intricacies of the beauty of starting a campaign at level 1 until Bran actually introduced me to its magnificence. And I think that starting a campaign, especially if it's not a pre-built adventure, like an official D&D pre-built 5th edition adventure, a D&D DM starting their players campaign at level 1, and getting the players invested. So basically, like what you said, when players start at level 1, the most players that are looking forward to with their class is getting to level 3 for the most part.
Right.
And a good DM, because Bran, he mentioned to us that he was not particularly experienced with starting players at level 1, other than pre-built campaigns and one-shots, but a really good DM gets you invested in what's happening and distracts you from looking forward to the level 3 milestone and all the amazing like archetypes that you unlock at that point and all that shit.
Right.
And it's still possible. I was not under the impression that it was possible to be excited about being level 1. I thought that as soon as you were level 1, all you did was look forward to being level 2 just because you were one step closer to being level 3. I didn't realize like the majesty of actually being invested in being super weak and being scared about taking 7 to 10 damage from a fucking skeleton. It's great.
The other thing that it's actually really great for is the question that people struggle with a lot is, why is my character with the party? So if you start at level 1 and you're constantly with the same party, it helps like bridge that gap. Because I again, referencing the game I'm in right now, there was almost a major moral dilemma within the party that would have caused, I believe, 2 separate party members to completely just split off, and my character was 100% ready to dip, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm ready to roll a new character if this shit goes, X direction, because they were about to force the taint of hell upon a neutral good cleric, which is never gonna fly. So I was about to be like, y'all are some shitbags, later.
I understand.
Yeah, so it's like but then that reaction becomes different if these are the people that I've been with since I started adventuring, so I can maybe understand where they're coming from, why they picked this.
Yeah, your character
So
is
it's like-
invested.
Right,
That's
exactly. I can't
badass,
just leave
dude.
these people, So it's like the conversation becomes different when you do start at level 1. So like I can understand the pull to starting at level 1, and I can understand the pull to starting at level 3.
Yeah.
I know I'm just an antsy little fuck, and I'm like level 3.
Totally
level
fair. Totally fair. if you're able to start at level 1, I think it's appropriate if you can
Oh, yeah.
get the commitment from the players to stick through it. Because if the players can stick through it, then the characters have stuck through it, and these characters have a connection because they've been through it. They've been through the shit, through thick and
Right.
thin with these people. It's actually that's really cool to consider. That goes
Yeah.
all the way back around to us talking about like playing your character.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's the biggest thing. Because I know that there are some people in the game, and some people not specifically D&D, but some people in other like role play scenarios where they might have all the meta knowledge in the world, but the biggest thing is being able to say, yeah, I have the knowledge, my character doesn't. I feel this way, my character doesn't.
It's one of my favorite
stuff like
ways to
that.
play.
Right, because if you're always playing, oh, I'm an omnipotent character that understands everything and I'm going to meta everything. All right, well, I'm sorry to say, but that'll probably be your last session at my fucking table. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because that stuff is just infuriating to play with, you
And
know?
as a DM, I want the players to be there to play the game and play their character. I don't want them to be there to play me. Like, I ain't no
Right,
bitch.
Exactly. Right, and it's like, it's another thing where it's like, if we're all committing to, the biggest thing is D&D is a game, sure, but it's a game to facilitate a role play and a storytelling experience.
A
in my
narrative,
opinion. So it's like,
yeah.
Exactly. So if you're not carrying the narrative as well as carrying your character into the narrative, then why are you here? Are you just here to roll dice and hit big numbers? Because if so, I mean, I think video games are better for you. Not
Yeah,
Dungeons and Dragons,
fuck
you know?
exactly, dude. Or at least go play, like, Adventurers League.
Right. If you play, find a more combat heavy setting. Find a more, we're just like 95% combat, 5% roleplay. And if that's what your group is cool with, then, shit, let's fucking run a evil campaign. Let's fucking
Just murder.
make you get. Yeah, because there are ways that you can make an evil campaign interesting. And it's like, if you can find the group for it, then sure, yeah, man, fucking go for it. That's just not my cup of tea.
I mean, the theater of the mind is, for me, the most compelling thing, but I also want that balance, the middle ground between roleplay and combat. And
right.
They should be, like, intertwined. The roleplay should be involved in the combat.
Yes, because, man, I can't tell you how many times my character has almost died because he really fucking wants to save somebody.
Well, you're playing your character, though, so that's fucking
Yeah.
badass as shit, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
My character has almost died in literally every single session except for this last one. And the only reason I didn't almost die in this last one is because I was good at riddles and I didn't take any damage from my like test of character, quote unquote.
I hope your DM is considering giving you inspiration every now and then for playing your character so appropriately.
Okay, let me be on it. Like, this DM is brutal, but brutal in a fun way, because it's like the sessions are really cool and I've noticed he doesn't really give inspiration, but that's cool with me because honestly, every single session has been just like packed with interest for me. Like every single session has been really intriguing. So the way I look at it, I'm like, man, he's just holding all the inspiration for his fucking map building and his world building. That's fucking all right, cool.
So he's super brutal, like, but pardon the generic meme, but is he putting you guys through the Dark Souls of D&D?
I wouldn't say so because like I guess that's an interesting thought. Kind of. It's been brutal, but it's been fair. So I mean, I guess that's an accurate description of Dark Souls too.
Yeah,
so I mean,
it's
sure,
pretty
you
fair,
know?
except for a couple of bullshit, a little bit of bullshit. Bullshit like a 15-foot wide lightning bolt.
Okay, look, man. All I know is I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for that crisp, fucking fatty lightning bolt that I can just slap on him and be like, all right, cool, this is what we're doing it. I'm gonna upcast it too. We're casting it at a higher level. We're pumping all the fucking damage into this bitch. Cause lightning bolt as a 5-foot wide spell, pretty fucking good. You know, it's debatable as to whether it or fireball is better in certain scenarios. But if it's a 15-foot wide and I'm just gonna upcast it, fuck, that shit's strong, dude. I'll take it. A
15-foot wide lightning bolt is bonkers. Like, all he had to do is just say that there was multiple lightning bolts coming down the hallway. He didn't need to say that there was one 15-foot wide lightning bolt, which is the reason that it filled up a 15-foot wide hallway. Just like...
No, well, it definitely was, because it was cast by an enemy spellcaster. There was an enemy spellcaster that cast lightning bolt on us and was just like, blow! And so, you know, if that's how the spell works, then I wrote that shit down.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you at
know,
all.
I'm keeping note of it. I'm ready.
That was fucking hilarious when you first told me about that, man.
Yeah, but you know, it's one of those things too where it's like, sure, I kind of want to argue with him about it, but I'm more concerned about, hey, we're playing D&D, we're having fun, and
exactly
at the end of the day, the DM's word, the rule book is a guidebook, so it's not hard set rules. It's like, this is how you should do it. So, you know, if that's how he wants to handle his lightning bolt spell, then sure, all right, cool.
Yeah, it's the DM's ruling. Like, you accept it and you fucking move on. There's no need to fucking
sit there and rules lawyer him about it.
Yeah.
I
respect
some
that a
psychic
lot.
damage. Yeah. My favorite thing is joking about giving people psychic damage when they argue with me too much as the DM. That's the best thing. Oh man, your character just took roll 1d4. Oh wow, 2 psychic damage. Man, I wonder why that happened.
They keep griping and complaining and they just take more damage. You're just taking psychic damage. It's just happening. Something
man.
It's as if your character feels as if they just get this strange feeling that there are two godlike beings, like, in some, like, other threshold of existence that are just, like, arguing within the vicinity of your character, and just the latent psychic AoE is just causing your character to have a headache, and you take 3 psychic damage. Congratulations.
Wow. Oh, man.
That's so... I love that. Oh my god, that's fucking hilarious, dude.
That's my metagame punishment. When people want to metagame, take some psychic damage, baby.
So, I agree with that completely, as long as the metagaming
is fully intentional.
Well, I mean, if the metagaming bleeds into the way that the character behaves, that's where I draw the line.
Yes.
Other than that, in my opinion, all of the players can metagame as much as they want, just as long as they don't behave on information that their character doesn't have.
Well, because, you know, just like we talk about playing the character, you know, there's a separation between the character and me. That's why, for me, it's really easy, because I can say, hey, DM, what's going on? Or, hey, what's going on? But then when I shift into this voice, everybody knows that I'm playing my character.
I see what you mean.
This is my character's voice, so I just talk like this. And so it's like, it's a very easy separation to make.
Out of
And so
character and
that's-
in character. Yeah.
That's like the biggest reason that I push for people using voices for their character. I understand if it doesn't happen immediately, but if you can settle upon, even just going like this and oh man, this is my character.
Even
Or,
if you don't end up using like an accent or a type of style of voice, like if your mannerisms change when you are talking in character, like you're even if you just use your exact same type of voice for the character you're playing, but they're presented differently in the way that you speak, then that's passable for me. Like fuck it.
Yeah, exactly. Especially, if people can do that immediately on their first session, perfect. And then if you feel comfortable with doing a voice later, cool. But if you can still keep that separation while,
There
if
needs
you
to be
can't do the
some
voice,
difference.
That's cool.
It needs to be
Yeah.
discernible by the rest of the party and by the DM. That is my only requirement in regards to like RPing. There needs to be some difference. We need to be able to discern when you're out of character and when you're in character. It's that simple.
Yeah.
That's fucking legit as fuck, dude.
Yeah, no, there are certain things that I've like picked up and just opinions that I have about like how the game should be run. And that's, part of why I think it's like really cool that it's such a big game, but when it all boils down to it, it's just your group.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
such a big, expansive game. And so the thing that I think the rule book provides is a way to explain your story to other people who follow a similar set of rules and for them to understand. When you say, hey, I was playing blank and this happened, they can understand. So it's like bridging the gap of communication with this rule book. Because otherwise it would just be a bunch of people telling different stories to each other, which
Yeah.
is still cool, but there's less of a connection.
So it's a story that has frames of reference because it relates and adheres to a specific rule set. That's legit as fucking fuck.
I appreciate the double fucking fuck,
It's one of the most legit things ever made. I think it's one of the reasons why it's the fucking greatest game ever made.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like I don't think I've ever heard about anybody that even if they have a negative experience about D&D, most people are like, "Man, I just need to find the right group." It's like I don't think I've heard of many people that get into D&D and then they're like,
Man, that game is doo-doo. I'm not gonna play that anymore.
Exactly. Worst case scenario, they're like, yeah, it's not for me.
Yeah, exactly.
I had a good
They're like-
time, but it's not something I'm interested in doing anymore.
Exactly. Yeah. And then it's like anybody that's like fully into it is immediately like, yeah, you need to try it at least once. You need to check it out.
I'm so
Dude,
addicted
Hugen-
to it. We should
Yeah.
run it with Hugen. We should try and organize something.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, once we, we'll talk more extensively
We're
later
going to be
about
getting
how
a
we
lot of
wanna
shit
set this
started.
up.
I'm very, very,
Yeah.
very looking forward to working extensively with you, Skills.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so grateful to be able to rely on you. Like, you're super fucking solid, man.
I mean,
I'm so
thanks for
glad
the
that
4 years of entertainment, you know?
I'm grateful to be able to entertain you. I'm really glad that for you and me that we like harmonize with a lot of attitudes in regards to just games in general and just anything, just in anything whatsoever. It's
Yeah.
I'm really grateful that you and I are so like-minded and that we could just, like I said earlier, just pick up where we left off regardless of how long it's been since we've last spoken.
And just shoot the shit.
Shoot the shit.
Yeah, brother. Yeehaw. Yeah, that was the it's late sigh, I'm pretty sure.
I just realized it's almost 3 a.m.
Yeah, this has been, I think we've been talking for like an hour now, which is funny because it feels like 10 minutes, but oops.
Well, like I was mentioning about Zatoni earlier and sitting down and doing an entire Tiki Bar podcast with him, I'd like to run an entire one with you as well in the future, so.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. Especially, I feel like I have the stamina to talk about bullshit for 8 hours.
Yeah,
but we'll
because
see.
what I mean by that is I'm saying that you and I should sit down and do a Tiki Bar podcast together, but what I mean is you and I are going to sit down and talk about Dungeons and Dragons for 6 hours.
Yeah, and we'll just force everybody to listen to our ramblings about D&D. And
It's
then
great.
Maybe I'll probably actually tell the story of Daedon Brinsk at that point, you know?
I mean, worst case
But-
scenario, maybe one or two people that weren't interested we might pique their interest. They might think like,
Right.
this sounds pretty cool.
Well, yeah, I think that's another thing that helps people get into D&D is when you hear all these stories about like, oh, hey, we were doing some crazy shit, but I think so. Here's the thing: the biggest problem that I've seen people who try to explain their D&D sessions have is they try to go into like way too much detail. Like, it's kind of funny because in the session the detail helps, but then when you're like, oh, we went into this temple that was like, you know, it had this crazy entrance, and then we went inside, and then like, give me a synopsis of the temple.
Yeah,
Don't
it's like
tell me
easier if you say like, we fought some fucking zombies in a temple.
Yeah, we fought some zombies that were guarded by a few traps in a temple.
Yeah.
Like, boom. All right, cool. Because that gives like a very concise and very not I know understandable, comprehensible. There we go.
Yeah,
A very comprehensible like description of a story.
Yeah, because the detail is so much more valuable in the moment because that's where the theater of the mind is happening, but you can't fucking theater of the mind someone when you're telling someone about your adventures after the fact.
Right. They're not the ones that are immersed in the story. That's you. The fact that you remember those details, pog. Honestly,
Yeah.
super pog.
That's after the fact. It just means that situation was just that experience was so much more valuable.
Yeah, and it stuck with you. And so what's really funny too is I'm like writing notes in character. Like I have a notebook where I write notes in character. And I think that's something that since I started doing it, I'm going to recommend other people do it.
I like that a lot, actually.
Yeah, like the very first thing I did, I'm playing a cleric. The very first thing I did is look up like the mantras of the god that I'm worshiping and just copy them down in my notebook.
It's what your character would do.
Exactly. And it's actually been super handy to just be able to look at that and be like, oh, okay, yeah, this is how my character feels about my god, and this is like, these are the exploits so far. And it's something that I've seen people take notes, obviously, but they just take notes for the information.
Yeah, that's exactly what I do.
When you take notes for the information and do it as the character, it adds like another level to where it helps me constantly think about my character. Like, even when I'm not playing, it's funny because I run into situations and I'm like, oh, hey, fuck that shit. And then I'm like, man, Dalen would be pissed at me right now or something like that.
I want you to
Like,
require that in our campaigns. It's so fucking compelling. I really love that.
Yeah, it's just another my whole thing is I'm constantly trying to find new ways to get people stuck into their character. If you can get stuck in your character and you can really feel the way that character is, then that's perfect. Wonderful.
Yeah, I'm going to want to sit down with you just on our own where you and I sit down and determine some serious, like some rules and regulations for our serious campaigns.
Oh yeah.
Including like take notes as your character. Like something that always comes to mind is for me to delegate to other players. Like if you're playing as your character, one seriously important thing that your character would do would be like, I'm not particularly good at this. Who in my party would be pretty good at this? Let me delegate to them. And then one thing I really want to add is the rule of cool. But I want you to define that later, and I want us to set that in stone, because that is easily one of the best things I've ever heard.
So the problem is with the rule of cool is it can't be set in stone.
That makes sense. Yeah. I see what you mean.
Because it's one of those things where it's very subjective. If somebody says in a situation, we're in combat and somebody tells me they want to do this crazy thing, sure. But if we're like, in some weird like social situation and you want to do some like super crazy thing that you think is going to be cool, but then it like just kind of would make everybody else feel weird in that scenario, then I'm gonna cut it.
I see what you mean.
It's like one of those things where it's more conducive to not have it set in stone.
I like that, actually. That should be part of the definition then. Like, it's kind of funny. We should sit down and figure out how to abstractly define, like, how it's undefined.
Right.
I like that. That's part of the beauty of Dungeons and fucking Dragons. That's awesome.
You can have a rule to not have a rule.
To figure out how undefinable something is, let's define how it's undefinable.
Right, exactly.
Fucking, that's crazy. That's like abstract philosophy for D&D. I love it.
Yeah, dude, that's the other thing where it's like D&D and so the one thing that I recommend to newer players is play you as a character.
I like
Find
that as well.
your own strengths and weaknesses and find like 1 or 2 strengths, 1 or 2 weaknesses and fucking amplify them to the max. Just fucking throw them, take the sliders on those weaknesses and strengths and fucking pump them all the way up. Because that will help you get into it first. And then the other thing, the biggest thing that when I don't set this as a, I would never set this as a rule, but when I hear the distinction between, oh, hey, Dalen is going to walk up and do this, as opposed to I'm going to walk up and do this, that's the biggest thing. That's how you know people are slipping into their character.
Yeah. I find myself in so before we wrap things up tonight, I consider myself in that situation, I will find myself referring to my character as I when I'm in a serious situation, whereas when my character is doing something ironic, I will definitely refer to my character by their first name, like such and such is really impressed by what this other character just did, or that sort of thing. Whereas when I'm in like combat, for example, I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna walk up and smack that skeleton in the fucking noggin and hopefully hit. Skills,
man.
That's it. It has been a fucking pleasure to sit with you and discuss this at length with you, and I'm looking forward to doing so again very soon.
Look, every Tiki party, the after party of the Tiki bar.
Oh, that's so legit.
Hell yeah.
The Tiki bar skills recap.
Interview review.
There's like some fucking generic like CNN music that plays with like a generic like news animation, and it cuts to you and you're like sitting behind a desk like,
yeah, just welcome to the Skills 242 interview review. On today's episode, we had folks such as Ashgard, Frosty Foxy, Unorthofox. There was also fellows such as Tallow Sam, just go through everything.
I got some valuable feedback in regards to what sort of things these first interviewees might be interested in seeing on stream that I'd love to talk with you and like Omega and Red Mage about later, but for the time being, I'm ready to just cut it and just go
it's
to bed.
sleep time. It's definitely sleepy time.
I'm gonna raid Nictacular. Yeah, I'm gonna raid Nictacular and just like, I'm not gonna make anyone actually go in and do like raid worms or whatever, but if anyone in chat would like to just raid Nictacular, all you gotta do is just follow the stream into his channel and shout Realms Raid. Thank you. So I'm gonna do my outro skills, but then I want you to do your skills recap outro, and I'm gonna end the stream on you, my friend.
Okay, that's a lot of pressure, but I'll take it. I'm ready. I perform under pressure.
He's a true DM at heart, my friends.
Yeah, buddy.
Today we did something that was entirely different than what we usually do in this channel, my friends. We sat down and did a Tiki Bar podcast, and most importantly, we had the opportunity to interview a bunch of our subscribers, get some valuable feedback in regards to what they like seeing on this channel, what they've enjoyed, how they found this stream. We got to know a lot of them so much better. We have a lot more people that are still on the list that we're going to be getting to whenever we do another Tiki Bar sub-interview podcast. There are going to be other Tiki Bar podcasts where we do other things other than sub-interviews. I might do some co-podcasts with like Skills, Zatoni, Namesake, some other streamers like Lunk Sauce, maybe Asdos. Maybe I convince Nicktacular to join us, some of the moderators, etc., where we just sit around and fucking get drunk and just chill out. And I'm actually going to have a real Tiki instead of this fake-ass Tiki. I'm going to get a real fucking one, and I'm going to put it right here. I'm going to find like one on Amazon or something for the next time. But definitely, we're either going to do this next week or we're going to do it again like 2 weeks from now or something like that, where we just get more people, more subscribers, cross off the interviews off the list. And every fucking night, we're going to wrap things up with the Skills recap, because Skills has been selfless in volunteering to manage logistics for us, coordinating for us. I love that word. Coordinating is great. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, Skills. I'm going to do my outro for tonight, and then I'm going to let Skills say goodnight to all of you, because he honestly put in more work than anyone else in tonight's stream tonight. He's been a fantastic co-host and hugely supportive in helping me coordinate all of our sub interviews, and especially considering how drunk I got, it's been hugely fucking helpful. So my friends, I will be gone until Friday because it's the 4th of July week, and then near the end of this month, I'll be gone for a while because it's going to be my dad's birthday, and I'm going to be going visiting my dad and my little brother, but it's going to be a lot of Sekiro, probably going to start another playthrough, probably going to fuck around with a couple other games, get back to Darkest Dungeon, and I'll figure out what I'm going to do from there, but definitely more Sekiro, and I'll be ready to finally finish off the last of the endgame Sekiro bosses by Friday. I'm hoping we'll get good enough to defeat them. It's been a pleasure to be able to entertain all of you, and I know that I'm very convinced that the response from everyone in stream that hung out and chilled and listened to us podcasting while we interviewed these other subscribers, I feel like it's been really entertaining for a lot of people to sit and listen and get to know their fellow subs a little better, and I'm just so grateful for the opportunity to present these people to you and to get to know them better with all of you hanging out in chat tonight. I'm going to be wrapping it up for the night. We're going to end the stream and we're going to go raid Nicktacular. We've been talking about him all night. Multiple subs that we have interviewed have mentioned how great he is and how addicted they are to his content. He's one of the fucking best ever, and he's streaming The Witcher 3. So we're going to go support his Witcher 3 playthrough as soon as Skills is done, as soon as Skills sings us off with his outro. We are going to be, you don't actually have to sing, but figure of speech, as soon as Skills concludes this stream with his outro, we are going to end the stream immediately, and we're just going to raid Nicktacular's channel. If you want to raid with us tonight, all you got to do is jump into his channel, follow the stream into his stream, and just shout Realms Raid, all caps, and just show him a little bit of love, because he deserves more success than anyone I could possibly think of on Twitch. That being said, my last words for the night is, if it is daytime for you, my friends, I hope you have a great day. If it is nighttime for you, have a good night and sleep well. I love all of you, and I will catch you guys on the flip side. I'm going to hand the floor to my friend Skills. It's all yours, buddy. Anything you want to say?
So I know this stream has been, like you said, very different, very lurky too. It's more podcasty, so all the lurkers out there, we appreciate you. The inaugural episode of Topical Tiki Time. And, I appreciate it. Everybody for coming out. Thanks for, listening to the ramblings of Realms and myself at the end. And don't forget to love each other. That's what I got.
Fantastic, man. Thank you so much, buddy. Have a good night, Skills.
Yeah, you too.